Okay. Darren, if you could start the broadcast, please. Let me know when we're live. Okay, Mayor Du Bois, we're live.
Great, thank you. Welcome to the council meeting of Tuesday, June 22nd. Would the clerk please call the meeting to order?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsath.
Here.
Councilmember Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
I'm sorry, Jessica, to interrupt. There's a problem with the stream, so we need to stop. Just hold for a short second until I clear it up, and then I'll let you know.
Okay, great. Thank you, Darren. Looks like we need to recreate the stream, so it might be an additional 30 seconds. Thanks for your patience.
Just don't cross the streams. I hear that's bad.
Right.
Hey, Adam. Never. Hey, Jessica, we're good. Thank you.
Okay, we are live now.
So are we proceeding with the meeting already called to order?
Darren, can you confirm that we captured the first part of the meeting, or shall we call roll again?
We're good to move forward. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't think we have any agenda changes or deletions tonight. So let's move on to oral communications, where the public can speak about items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. If any member of the public would like to speak on an item not already listed on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone if you're calling in. Our first speaker is Katie Roth. Katie, you have 2 minutes.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, well, hello, my name is Katie Roof, and I'm a rising junior at Gunn High School and the vice president of its green team. I'm also a member of Citizens Climate Lobby, and I'm here today with several other members of our chapter representing hundreds of Palo Altans. We're grateful to Mayor Du Bois for meeting with us last Friday, and we thank him for encouraging us to speak with you all today. At Citizens Climate Lobby, we are dedicated to securing a more sustainable future by building support in Congress for a national bipartisan solution to climate change. Today, we're seeking the Council's support for the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, or HR 2307. HR 2307 would place a steadily rising fee on greenhouse gases and return the revenue it generates back to all Americans in the form of an equal dividend. Not only would this ensure net zero emissions by 2050, but it would also lead to a decrease of emissions by 50% by 2030. By passing this bill, Congress also helps Palo Alto meet its own 80 by 30 goal. Studies have shown that even if all of Palo Alto's current proposed projects were carried out to maximum efficacy, we would still be 8% behind the target. Passage of HR 2307 would be an impactful step in minimizing this gap. This bill will also encourage affordable clean energy, promote public health, and financially benefit Americans through the dividend, which would put money in their pockets. In fact, a household impact report for California's 18th congressional district actually showed that 96% of the lowest income households would financially benefit from this. With all that said, Congress needs to hear that everyone is on the same team. We must join Congresswoman Anna Eshoo, an original co-sponsor of this bill, and the growing group of cities, San Francisco, San Jose, Mountain View, and San Mateo County, to name a few, that have already endorsed the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, so that Congress will have increasing motivation to approve this critical element of our national climate policy. We are grateful to Mayor Du Bois for his suggestion of a letter of support or resolution endorsing the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act, and his encouragement that we bring this to the Palo Alto City Council to discuss next steps. Thank you all for your support of environmental policy, and we look forward to working with you to include support of this policy in your long list of climate actions for our city.
Thank you, Katie. Our next speaker is Gulrukh A. Vakil. Gulrukh, you have 2 minutes. Gulrukh, you may need to unmute the microphone from your end. Gulrukh, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. I don't know if this is the right time to talk about the street reopening of University Avenue. Is this the right time? I'm sorry,
No.
I just came on.
I'm sorry, that will be later. That will be item number 6.
I apologize. I'm trying to look for the agenda, but I can't find it. I apologize. May I please speak at the right time then?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gulrukh. Mayor Du Bois, that was the final speaker.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to note that I was going to adjourn the meeting tonight, and I will adjourn the meeting tonight for a city employee that passed away last week, Talona Tuafua, otherwise known as Noah, worked in the Administrative Services Department for the last 20 years. And she often worked in the lobby in City Hall in the customer service window. So we'll be dedicating the meeting to her tonight. So let's move on to our consent calendar. Any council members have a motion or no votes, please raise your hand.
I will move approval.
I'll second.
Okay, and Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 2 and 5.
No on 2 and 5. Okay, let's see if any members of the public would like to speak to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. If any member of the public would like to speak on an item on the consent calendar, it's items 1 through 5 on the agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone. Mayor, it looks like there are no speakers.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on consent, starting with Vice Mayor Burke,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
All right, so it's 7-0 with 2 no votes, or with a no vote on item 2 and item 5. Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to your no votes? And you're currently muted.
Sorry about that. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Yeah, so 2 is about the lease agreement for 1900 Embarcadero Road for the regional water control plant. And for this one, to me, they've been operating without the additional space. We're contemplating actually raising the wastewater rates. So it kind of makes me wonder, is this a nice to have or a must have? I understand it's an interesting opportunity because it's adjacent to our current property, but especially at a time when we're looking at raising our utility rates on our ratepayers, I think we just have to be mindful of that. And so if we can do without the space, and it's more of a nice to have, then I think we should. It wasn't clear in the staff report which is which. So perhaps it's okay, but with the information I have, I would go on the side of caution and not try to do that $1.7 million expenditure, especially if it means that we're going to have to raise our rates on our residents in our city. Number 5, it's kind of consistent to what I voted earlier, which is I think the bridge should really have protected bike lanes. Kids cross that bridge. I think that while I think we do need a bridge replacement, I think I think those traffic concerns and safety concerns that the people that live on that street have, and so wanted to see that there, but I realized that I was outvoted last time. But anyways, just consistent to that vote. Thanks.
And thank you. Let's go ahead and move on to our action items. Our first item is item number 6, which is a consideration of rescinding the city's local emergency proclamation. Would staff like to start their presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Let's see if our staff get situated. And who's driving the slides? Is it Ms. Tanner? Oh, Director Nazay. Oh, terrific.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Kylie Nazay, Administrative Services Director. And on this one, ultimately, interim Assistant City Manager. So before you tonight, we have an item to discuss the local emergency ordinance that the council had previously approved back in March of 2020 at the onset of the pandemic, as well as discuss reopening streets. So 2 kind of components of this. So let me click to the next slide. Just a brief overview. Under the emergency proclamation, as a result of the pandemic, there are certain programs and policies that were implemented in order to ease the city's kind of work through that period of time. And ultimately what staff has done as part of the staff report, and we'll go through as part of this presentation, is really outlining what happens, what are the next steps when the council rescinds that proclamation. So everything from encroachment permits to purchasing powers to streets and the like. And so ultimately want to go through what those next steps look like with the council. And then the last piece of this item is really looking at the streets, specifically looking at some traffic data, looking at some business data, and looking both near term as well as long term. So specifically tonight, there's 2 actual actions for consideration. The first is whether to continue or rescind the emergency proclamation with a few options there. And like I said, the last one is to provide staff direction on street closures. So Ms. Tanner, as well as Mr. Guagliardo, will actually walk us through the substance of this PowerPoint. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Steve Guagliardo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Steve Guagliardo, Principal Management Analyst with the Administrative Services Department. And really, I'm speaking on behalf on the entirety of the organization tonight. This is an effort that, as you can imagine, spans across the organization and is not limited to any one department. So with that, we'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. So what we'll talk about in this section is both the states of emergency, as well as what happens when the local proclamation of emergency is rescinded. This slide reminds us that the states of emergency are present and currently continue at all levels of government, but are subject to change. The dates of the relevant emergency proclamations are shown on the right-hand side of the slide. The state of California issued theirs on March 4th, 2020. Santa Clara County declared one on February 3rd, 2020, and the city of Palo Alto issued our own proclamation on March 12th of 2020. Incredibly important to note that the state continues to provide guidance and protocols and adjustments, as we've all seen throughout the pandemic, to limit the spread of the virus and minimize the impacts of it. Now we can go on to the next slide, which talks briefly about what I think most of the council and community is aware of, that California technically reopened on June 15th with the ending of the color-coded tier system for California counties. In general, that means businesses can open indoors without capacity restrictions. However, there is still state guidance and there are still protocols that do require some adjustments. We fully expect refinements to continue as they've been issued throughout the pandemic. We expect them to be issued in the future as well. Also worthy of note is that the governor has not formally ended the state of emergency yet, despite the ending of the color-coded tier system. So we're all staying tuned to see when that might be issued. On the good news front, Santa Clara County is doing very well with regards to vaccinations. 71.2% of adults and children 12 and over are fully vaccinated, and 80% are partially vaccinated, which means they've received at least one shot. So with all of that in mind, what we're here to do tonight is talk about some of the impacts of rescinding the local emergency order. So if we go to the next slide, we can see a table that spans the next few slides that talks about some areas that are impacted by the local proclamation of emergency and what happens when it's rescinded. So right off the bat, there's the discussion of the local moratorium on residential evictions. In this area, the state's anti-eviction law actually preempts local and county ordinances. Some of you may be aware that the state protections are currently set to end June 30th, 2021, but we do anticipate tentative agreement from the legislature and governor to extend that until September 30th, 2021. I'm sure there'll be more discussion of that on the next item tonight, talking about state level legislation. There is $1.4 billion that is anticipated to be used for that rent relief. And so we're waiting to see what exactly will happen there. So in terms of next steps, no further action would be needed to provide eviction protection should the emergency order be rescinded. Individuals seeking relief would instead need to work with the state. On the building and planning permit extension front, when the council rescinds the proclamation of local emergency, it'll start the 180-day extension period on permits and encroachments. The extension would be 180 days from the emergency's end. If a permit or entitlement was scheduled to end after the end of a local emergency, it still gets that 180-day extension. That's how you avoid things stacking up on top of each other. Additionally, entitlements and permits will expire 180 days after the end of the local emergency. So if the local proclamation was rescinded, the Planning and Development Services Department would work to update the expiration dates as applicable. The next slide shows the continuance of this table focused on temporary encroachment permits as well as street closures. So for temporary encroachment permits, when the emergency is rescinded, the program includes streamlining encroachment permitting, waiving fees, pilot parklets, and allowing use of parking fees for outdoor sales, dining, and activities. And so when it's rescinded, the existing ordinance authorizing this program will end. However, there was a replacement ordinance that will go and it will become effective on July 22nd, 2021. But should council choose to rescind the emergency tonight, there's an attached emergency ordinance. This is separate and distinct from the proclamation of local emergency. This is an emergency ordinance that could be adopted to allow the program to continue uninterrupted until the replacement ordinance becomes effective. So that would allow the parklets to continue unabated until July 22nd, 2021. And then that replacement ordinance expires on December 31st, 2021. The final topic on these tables are street closures. The street closures do not automatically end when the proclamation of local emergency is rescinded. The city council delegated authority to the city manager to close certain streets to motorized vehicles until October 31st, 2021, or open the streets sooner. So should the proclamation of local emergency be rescinded, council could provide direction regarding continuing or ending the street closures downtown and on California Avenue. And that's actually what the next part of this conversation is going to focus on, is that exact topic of street closures. For more discussion, I'll turn it over to our Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services, Rachel Tanner.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. Good to be with you this evening. And thank you, Ms. Nose, for running our slides this evening. So you can go to the next slide. We were here with the council in April, seems just a little bit ago, and the council extended the city manager's authority to close certain streets until October 31st, 2021, which Mr. Guadliardo just mentioned. But since that time, a lot has also happened. The contours of the pandemic have changed significantly, and fortunately, they've changed in a positive manner with the reopening happening as predicted or hoped for on June 15th, and our vaccination rates being quite high in the Bay Area and in Santa Clara County. So given this shifting context, staff are seeking further direction from City Council regarding the direction for the street closures. The next two slides show the maps and footprints of the closures, just to remind all of us of where the closures are. So the yellow area shows the closure authority, where the city manager has authority to close certain streets. So it's University Avenue and then essentially one block east and west intersecting there, or I guess north, south, depending on where exactly the arrow is pointing for north. And then you have the street closed in the red area. So you see it in a part of University Avenue and then also on Ramona Street. And the next slide shows California Avenue, and you can see again the authority area in that yellow color, and then the actual closed area as currently closed today in the red. So there are three options that we can talk about. Of course, there are different variations within these options. One would be to continue the closures until October 31st, 2021. The second would be to reopen the streets on specific dates. In the staff report and in conversations with the community, staff have proposed a couple dates to have discussion and get feedback. So downtown could perhaps reopen on July 6th. That would include Ramona Street as well. That would allow businesses time to prepare to remove their items from the street, as well as kind of get through that 4th of July holiday. For California Avenue, staff have proposed September 7th. That date would allow the city to work with the farmers market to accommodate parklets, and for businesses who want to use a parklet on California Avenue to apply for and receive a permit for that, and then construct that and have that inspected. And so that would give plenty of time for that to happen, certainly still somewhat speedily. And then the third option is to reopen one street and keep one street closed. So council need not give the same direction for both streets. So we've had a lot of correspondence and a lot of communication from community members, from businesses, from property owners and other stakeholders. And this slide summarizes some of the points that we've heard and received in those communications. So in terms of those who would prefer to have the closures continue, they cite a pleasant environment for biking and for walking, enjoying our nice climate and summer weather, having a car-free environment that can be safer for kids and for adults as well. Some express some indoor dining hesitancy and may prefer outdoor seating. And some of the restaurants have talked about the employment that they provide that is quite at a large scale, perhaps sometimes in comparison to other businesses. For those who'd like to see the streets open to motorized traffic, some of the things that they talk about are other Bay Area retail locations that they have that maybe have not gained as much foot traffic or as much business. And so their Palo Alto location is a little stunted, maybe compared to another location of that same retailer in another area. There's been a lot of concern about pedestrians not walking on the sidewalk. And so for businesses and retailers that rely on someone kind of seeing the shop and stopping in, pedestrians walking in the street has limited that kind of just spur of the moment entrance from customers. Some see the closures as benefiting primarily restaurants instead of retail and kind of feel that the worst of the pandemic is behind us. And so would like to see those streets reopen to have kind of parity for restaurants and retail. And that some retailers really feel that that the cars need to be able to park closer to their establishments, and that can be important for their customers. The next slide is just kind of a little bit of backup for this one, and it just kind of goes over some of the email correspondence that we've received. We also had the survey that we did in April. We've had emails also from businesses, and we have also had meetings with businesses where they've expressed verbally to city staff their thoughts, and that's kind of where that previous slide comes from. Next slide, please. City staff have looked at versions of what one might call a compromise. Could we do things that aren't all closed or all open streets that might meet the needs of different perspectives? And so these are some of the options that we have considered. And unfortunately, staff have concluded these are not going to be able to be implemented as much as we've really tried to think how we could do this. So we've thought about weekend closures. Current staffing capacity would not be able to accommodate this option. You can imagine that essentially if we were to close, let's say Friday through Sunday, that we would need staff out in the streets to remove the water-filled barriers and then to replace them again on Mondays and other barricades. They're quite heavy, and the amount of equipment that would be needed and time to do that movement would be prohibitive. We've looked at, for university in particular, doing some restriping that might provide 2 to 4 additional feet for a parklet to expand. The amount of money and kind of materials that would need to happen and the deterioration of the recently paved street for that additional room might not accommodate that many more diners. And so it's a little bit unclear that that would be a worthwhile endeavor. We've also looked at having one lane of traffic on University. There are additional costs for that would be significant in terms of purchasing additional water-filled barriers. And again, the amount of dining space that would be gained from that type of one lane or in one-way traffic would be pretty minimal compared to the expense that the city would have to incur for that project. And lastly, the city's talked about, could we encourage pedestrians to walk on the sidewalks? It would be difficult, especially in University where certain portions of the street are just very wide open. It would be difficult to make folks walk on the sidewalk in areas where they could easily walk in the street, and even in other areas, it could be very challenging. And further, in California Avenue, for example, and on University, it is nice to have a little bit of room for emergency access should an emergency arise in those areas. And so we're not sure we could get the folks to walk on the sidewalk. Next slide. So we want to provide a little bit of data and information for the council. This slide and the next one show the peak hour seating, people walking and standing, people biking downtown and in California Avenue, weekday at lunch and dinner, and then weekend during the dinner hour. And you can see we have counts going back to last year. You can see some months we weren't able to complete our counts, and of course some months we were in shelter in place and folks were not to be dining outdoors or inside either. And so what you can see is that you can see first that weekend is much more popular than the weekday lunch. And that as the pandemic's contours change, folks' participation and patronage at the closed streets increased or changed. And so you can see July 2020 through October, it increased downtown, for example, from 308 to 375 persons seated at the dinner hour, kind of began to dip in November. Then we had the shelter in place. In March 2021, things reopened, but it was still quite a bit chilly actually. And so you've seen as the weather is increasing, patronage is returning. Next slide, please. And this shows the same information for California Avenue, and it follows essentially the same pattern of weekends being more popular than weekdays. And as the pandemic has changed and taken shape, that more folks have been willing and wanting to come out and enjoy the closed street area. Next slide. This is average daily trips, and this is focused in downtown. And so you can see the different streets that are on the left side. In the second to the left column, we have our average daily trips pre-pandemic. The closest or the most recent information we have for average daily trips downtown is from 2016. So you can imagine that traffic in all likelihood did increase in those areas from 2016 to early 2020, but this is the best information that we have for comparison. And so you can see then July 2020, October 2020, and April 2021 when they took counts, and you can see the increases that we've seen in counts there, or even the changes, July 2020, then down in October, and then back up in April 2021, though not as much as July. And so what this shows is that our average daily trips are either near or exceeding what we counted in 2016, suggesting that folks are out and about using their vehicles for trips. Next slide. This is a slide that has sales tax data, so I'm going to pass it back to Steve Guagliardo to cover this material.
Thank you, Rachel. Evening again, Steve Guagliardo with the Administrative Services Department. So this slide shows some interesting sales tax data for the second half of the year, July through December, which is quarters 3 and 4, and the percentage change from 2018 to 2019, and then the percentage change from 2019 to 2020. Staff did some interesting analysis of sales tax, and we tried to look at a number of different factors. We tried to look at locations, some jurisdictions, or excuse me, some firms with locations in a closed street area, as well as those in an open area. We tried to look at similar business on a closed street to a non-closed street, and we looked at years for certain firms as they performed currently versus prior year's performance. As often happens with such analysis, the results of that was inconclusive. It was difficult to ascertain specific impacts that may be attributed to the street closures compared to the overall impacts, which were very stark and clear. Retail and restaurants were each impacted during the pandemic, and each are recovering now. But what you can see on this slide is a slightly different story. So a couple notes about the data as we talk about the slide. The food services column on the left does include the reported sales tax category, which is accommodations in food services, but accommodations are not a significant contributor to sales tax, especially in the named districts. Additionally, for the California Ave district and the University Ave district, the data reflects the district overall that's mapped by sales tax, not the actual street itself. That just is a reminder that the University Ave district, for example, includes some neighboring firms that aren't specifically on University Ave itself. With that said, you can see some pretty clear overall trends. In food services from 2018 to 2019, California Ave actually increased by 7%, but then from 2019 to 2020, it decreased by 47%. University Ave decreased slightly from 2018 to 2019 by 2.7%, and then a roughly commensurate amount is California Ave, but slightly greater at that 55% decrease from 2018 to 2019. The remainder of the city row is everywhere else in Palo Alto. It excludes California and University, so it is exclusive, not inclusive. From 2018 to 2019, food services was flat at 0%, and then it contracted 49.1% from 2019 to 2020. On retail, it's a slightly different story, but you can still see the impacts of the pandemic. Retail was already declining somewhat from 2018 to 2019. You can see a decrease of 2.7% in California Ave, 8.2% in University, and 19% in the remainder of the city. However, in the pandemic, we see even greater declines, 21.3% at California Ave, 44% at University, and 25.5% elsewhere in the city. Another important thing to consider as we look at this data is it simply reflects the sales tax data. It does not incorporate carrying costs, it does not incorporate operating expenses, and it does not contemplate other actions that may have been taken by firms in either the food services or the retail space as we progress through the pandemic. It simply reflects sales volume and what happened there. With that, I'll turn it back over to Rachel Tanner to talk about next steps through the post-COVID conditions.
Thank you. So this slide and the next talk a little bit about the work that the City Council's asked staff to do, planning for and thinking about the long-term nature of downtown and California Avenue both. So Council's approved funding to pursue opportunities to create more flexibility in closures that could occur beyond the pandemic and not just because of an emergency. So ideas that have been expressed include retractable or removable bollards, for example, downtown, that might facilitate those weekend closures with a much reduced staff and kind of needs for those closures. It could also, to facilitate the closures on public streets, the city must comply with the California Vehicle Code, Code 21101. And essentially that includes a process, but the city has to undergo, including environmental review in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. And the council, if it wanted to permanently close a street, would need to find the street is no longer needed for vehicular traffic. That code also does provide a process and standards for looking at weekend closures that also does include environmental review. There would need to be a funding plan for capital and operating costs that would need to be created to help facilitate these closures. So that could include assessment of construction costs. That could be an assessment made to adjacent properties and or rental fees for the use of the public space once that public space is available. The city would engage stakeholders in an urban design process, and that design and implementation process will extend beyond the October 31, 2021 date that we have, at least right now, for the authority for the city manager to close certain streets. Next slide, please. So with regard to that scope of work, we are working on finalizing for downtown and specifically what that scope of work would look like to explore that potential for closure or partial closure of streets downtown. And we expect that we would have the scope ready, an RFP out, and a consultant on board this fall. That would be a contract that would likely come to the city council for approval and consideration. There would need to be allocation of staff to manage that project, as well as coordination between the many community stakeholders that would be part of this process, as well as city departments that would be working together on it. If the improvements are ultimately district funded, then business engagement would be especially important, and bridging those individual interests will be critical to finding a successful planning effort, as well as a successful implementation effort to follow on that planning effort. So the decisions that we're making today, the City Council is considering, really can help set the stage for what the status quo is as we begin this important advanced work for the long-term planning. So with that, I think we have one last slide that helps to set the council up for the discussion. It's just showing the recommendation again, considering whether to rescind the city's local emergency proclamation. And you'll note that we do ask the city to consider, if the emergency is rescinded, to take a look at passing the emergency ordinance, which does need a 4/5 vote in order to pass and become effective immediately. And then also to discuss and provide direction to staff on the street closures. So with that, I believe staff's presentation is concluded, and we'll turn it back over to Mayor Du Bois.
Okay, thank you for that. Let's go to the public, take public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. If you would like to speak on this item, this is item 6, rescinding the city's local emergency proclamation and also adopting an ordinance to continue Uplift Local, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone if you're calling in. The first speaker is Lucia Marachi. Lucia, you have 2 minutes to address council. Lucia, oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Lucia Marachi. I'm the owner and CEO of Massage Therapy Center Palo Alto on California Avenue. We are one of the oldest and largest massage bodywork rehab facilities in Northern California, providing professional services to South Bay communities for nearly 40 years. We are not a spa. We are strictly excellent trained bodywork professionals, and we've been voted best of massage in Palo Alto since 2011. The closure of California Avenue has put an additional strain on our clients because they can no longer park or be dropped off if they have ambulatory physical ailments. They must now come from the back parking lot and have to walk down the alleyway to reach our front door. That's an additional 150 feet. When you have some sort of walking handicap, it becomes yet another added painful journey just to reach us. Here are some examples from our clients. Jeff, 46 years old. I injured my back falling off a ladder, making it difficult to walk. It would really benefit not only myself, but many other people with injuries and handicaps if you could open up the parking on California Avenue. I come for massage regularly and would greatly appreciate being able to park on the street or be dropped off so I can walk in through the front door. Ethel, 94 years old, has difficulty getting to her massage appointments because she's on a walker. So I see that my time is limited here. I just am hopeful that you're taking into consideration some of these elderly people and people with physical handicaps that have been coming to us for this very long time, almost 40 years. And we can reach some kind of a win-win situation that will allow everyone to stay happy and healthy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucia. The next speaker is Gulrukh A. Vakil, followed by Hamilton Hitchings. We will stop taking speakers for this item after Gulrukh speaks. Gulrukh, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois again, and good evening, council members. I have a small store on University Avenue in the 400 block. I opened my store in 1947. As such, I'm the oldest retail store in town. It's a sleepy little store that's gone up and down over the years, but I've stuck by it. I want to thank the city for everything that you have done during the pandemic. I do want to, however, give you only my opinion about University Avenue vis-a-vis the businesses and specifically my business. The way the closure has been done so far has been, in my opinion, for my business, in a very ad hoc manner. It has benefited restaurants, it has benefited some businesses, it has not benefited businesses on my block. And I don't have the time to go into all the reasons why and how that happened, but that's the fact. What I am requesting is, I see all the statistics that have been presented by Ms. Turner, and I'm kind of Now, retracing what I was going to say, because I appreciate what the city is considering, all these factors in trying to see how we will go forward. But what I want to say is from my perspective, which is that if you are going to have closures, they should be more consistent and well planned. Or I suggest that University Avenue be totally for walking. It is not conducive for traffic. Lastly, I had asked that the city please somehow work with the utilities to waive the charges we have accrued during the pandemic. I have accrued over $3,000 in utility charges at a time when I have been closed. One more minute, please. And I don't know how I will continue if I have to pay that amount. So I know that the city can do something about that too. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ulrich. The next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, followed by Angie Evans. Our speakers list is closed, with our final speaker being Roxy Rapp. Hamilton, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Please preserve outdoor dining. 406 folks have written you requesting continued closure versus 4 who favor opening. A visit to either Cal Ave or University in Ramona will show you just how popular outdoor dining has become. Residents, local employees, and visitors love it. It's critical for helping restaurants and their employees recover after a painful year of financial losses. While businesses are just starting to the recovery period, many folks, including myself, are not ready to begin indoor dining. Please extend the Uplift local encroachment permit through December 31st and explore extending it on a long-term basis. I'd also recommend moving the downtown farmers market to University Ave to help local businesses with more foot traffic on Sunday. Ending street closures have the following drawbacks: less social distancing. Instead of allowing restaurants to extend to the middle of the street, they will only be able to situate in the parking spots, resulting in significantly reduced outdoor capacity. No one wants to breathe car pollution while dining. Moving vehicles can become dangerous to diners, especially if someone intends harm, as we read about in the headlines every week. And you will lose the relaxed, safe, and uncrowded pedestrian feel if you open up University, Ramona, and Cal Ave. Also, please use concrete barriers or bollards to ensure pedestrian safety in the face of a potentially malicious driver. Please do not rescind the local emergency before the state rescinds it. There's no reason to. Finally, many restaurants are not observing contactless payment. So I end up having to sign the server's iPhone with my finger, which is not sanitary in the COVID era. So please make one of the requirements for the outdoor dining permit that the restaurants must provide contactless payment. Thanks again, and I hope we can preserve this wonderful outdoor dining. Thank you.
Thank you, Hamilton. The next speaker is Angie Evans, followed by Rob Fisher. Angie, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Thanks so much. So I'm going to say 2 things. First, on the Uplift Local piece. So I work for Palo Alto Forward, and the organization spoke and sent in letters last week. We are strongly in support of keeping both University and California Avenue closed to car traffic. I want to remind everyone that we have thousands of elementary school students who are not yet eligible for the vaccine, which means that we have thousands of people here who really will not be comfortable going back into indoor dining. And so I think there must be a way for us to work this out so that businesses can succeed and our families can remain safe, because I know we are not going to be a happy city if we end up having to close our childcare and schools again. So that's the first part. The second part is I wanted to say thank you for including some information about the eviction moratorium extension. I sent in by email a letter from the Law Foundation saying a little bit more about Palo Alto's ability to do an extension. I want to urge you all, since the Board of Supervisors did not include city jurisdictions in their extension this morning, I want to urge you to have a special meeting next week and pass an extension so that all of the renters in our community can stay here. Only 2% of the rent relief funds have been distributed so far, so we know that people need more time. And just to make sure that you understand this is a really personal thing for a lot of people, we have heard from so many renters, including one just last night, who lost their job during the pandemic and have not recovered yet. And many of them are expecting evictions on July 1st. So this is real in Palo Alto, and I hope you all will consider taking action. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Angie. The next speaker is Rob Fisher, followed by Kevin Ma. Rob, you have 2 minutes. Rob Fisher, it's your turn to speak. You may need to unmute from your end. Mayor Du Bois will go ahead and go to the next speaker, Kevin Ma. We'll circle back with Rob shortly. Kevin, you have 2 minutes to address the council.
Union City Council, my name is Kevin Ma, a renter in the Ventura neighborhood, and I'm in strong support in keeping both Cal Ave and University open to dining. This is a major quality of life issue. This is a thing that everyone in this community loves, to be able to have a great dining experience in the outdoors, in a place that is both safe to pedestrians and bicyclists, and also ensures that we are focusing on people rather than vehicles and cars. Additionally, I also urge the council, as part of this emergency ordinance, to think about how it affects the eviction moratorium. As we know, the rent relief from the state has been going out very slowly, and we do need more time and resources from the city to be able to get tenants onto the right path, because unlike other cities, Palo Alto hasn't really done that great outreach to tenants about teaching about the rent relief application. And I feel like the city does need to pick that up, if not via just an extension of the moratorium, but also efforts into, actually telling people that this exists. But yes, I do want to see the city ensure that the dining experience continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. The next speaker is Megan Kaukab, and then I will call on Rob Fisher once more. Megan, you have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, City Council. First, let me start by saying thank you for your help and efforts for all the businesses in Palo Alto since the start of the pandemic. Unfortunately, the measures taken to close University Avenue and the Ramona Street for the Uplift program have recreated major hardships for restaurants and businesses on the side streets, and almost a more devastating effect for the retail businesses located on those closed streets. Whilst the idea was noble, helping a few only to starve the others is a very dangerous position for the city to be taking. Aside from the free space that the closure brings only to restaurants on both University Avenue and Ramona Street, I was shocked at the dismal sales reviews from the big brand stores like Sephora, Beta, and Lululemon that were shared with us a few weeks ago. If nothing else, those figures depict how much this street closure has truly hurt the retail businesses. Our restaurant is located on the corner of Emerson Street and Lytton Avenue, which has now become the main thoroughfare for all traffic that is rushing about. The constant flow of heavy and loud traffic has made sitting on our parklet, which, might I add, cost us over $60,000. Nothing was free for us. We've paid this entire time. Not only unpleasant, but dangerous. We implore you and the city of Palo Alto to fully reopen all the streets in downtown Palo Alto, not Cal Ave, and return fairness and hope to all the businesses as soon as possible. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Megan. The next speaker is Rob Fisher, followed by Neil Park McClintock. Rob, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Maybe Mr. Fisher's having problems, he can dial in on the phone number.
Yes, perhaps, Rob, if there's a way for you to dial in to the meeting, that would be great. If we see you on the list, we'll make sure to offer you the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, we can't hear you at the moment. Mayor Du Bois will move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Neil Park McClintock. Neil, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Hi, my name's Neil. I'm actually not from Cupertino or from Palo Alto. I'm from Cupertino, but I wanted to talk about my experience as someone coming up to visit once in a while. I have been visiting a lot more since the streets have been closed. It's been a lot more pleasant. You know, I don't always want to drive up if possible, and the ability to kind of just walk around and enjoy the vibrancy has been fairly unparalleled compared to other cities. Here in Cupertino, we don't have a downtown. And so I think that it's great if the city would really cherish and be grateful for what they have and to make it as vibrant as possible. And to do that, that means continuing to close off streets to cars. I do sympathize with the folks who have struggled as a result. I would want to know, though, how much of that has to do with the pandemic itself and the effects that has on businesses versus the lack of cars. I feel like those are two things that are kind of being conflated together. And as the economy opens up more, perhaps those stores will actually see a lot more traffic or foot traffic. And that maybe the cars don't have to actually do with that piece. But regardless, I think that the city of Palo Alto should continue to close off the streets to cars. It's great for folks like me who come up and just want to have a nice day in downtown. Additionally, I would implore the council to protect its renters and to extend the eviction moratorium. This is a regional issue, and we're seeing the same issue where I live as well. So far, our council hasn't done anything or even brought it up. And so it'd be great if Palo Alto could help lead that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil. The next speaker is Guillaume Bien-Aimé. Guillaume, you have 2 minutes to address council.
All right, thank you so much for taking the time. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks for taking time to hear us. I'm just surprised. It's just so clear to me that the closing of university only helps restaurants on university, and it leaves behind the hundreds of other restaurants. So although I appreciate Neil's observation about car traffic and retail, what we're really talking about are all the places that aren't on university, all the stores, the retail, and the restaurants. And there's just no way that somebody could argue that doesn't take business away from us. You know, it's very clear. I understand the difficulty of communicating the reopening of university. I understand that some people that live here really enjoy it, but quite honestly, they're being extremely selfish and not considering all of the people that it affects. You know, really, when we say we're all in this together, I think the people on university in California are in this together. The rest of us are left behind. So I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us.
Thank you, Guillaume. The next speaker is Charlie Wedans, followed by Chris Tucker. Charlie, you have 2 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council and City staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. We all hope that the worst is behind us in facing the pandemic, but the crisis is not over. Throughout the country and here in Palo Alto, small business retailers, restaurants, and the hospitality industry will need years of hard work, creative thinking, and the return of our local diverse economy to recover from the economic devastation of COVID-19. The Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce is confident that our city is fully aware of these issues and committed to making all in our city fully aware of these challenges. We believe that if everyone is aware of the true struggles of all of our businesses, a respectful common ground will be easily achieved. For months on end, restaurants were unable to serve their customers, and there's reason to think that some traditional patterns of restaurant patronage have been disrupted forever. For months on end, brick and mortar retailers had to surrender the business opportunities to the online economy. For all these businesses, the question is not merely recovery, but rethinking and even reinvention of the way we think about university and Cal Ave. I thank the council members who have taken the time to reach out and listen to the retailers' personal stories and their hopes that you will support them with open streets and enhanced sidewalks and parklets. Retailers depend on walk-by traffic and convenient access for drop-in shopping, their customers need convenient parking and regular dependable access. Many restaurant owners desire the option to continue offering outdoor dining to help them recover prior economic losses. We asked the city to reopen University Avenue and Cal Ave in a way that permits and even celebrates the continued use of parklets and sidewalks for table and sale spaces. The concept to reopen and expand sidewalks, parklets is the perfect middle ground, as it will support enhanced outdoor spaces for all of our businesses with open streets and parking. Reopening streets 7 days a week and expanding sidewalks suitably on both sides of the street for all to enjoy is a win-win for everyone. Here at the Chamber, we support and applaud your attention to these critical issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. The next speaker is Chris Tucker, followed by SV Leeds. Chris, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Hello, and thank you. Thank you for all that you do for the community. I want to come out as a strong advocate for keeping Cal Avenue a restaurant and pedestrian zone and doing it permanently. I would love to see the city study this and do nothing in the short term that would rule that out. A pandemic is the lessons of the pandemic have been too good to waste. And I think that one of them is the vibrance and the sense of community, a gathering place where people come. And we see that on Cal Avenue every day, and in particular, of course, in the evening. The place has never looked more vibrant. I've been in Palo Alto for decades. It's not as if the retail scene has, the street scene has been getting better decade by decade. I'd argue the contrary. And restaurants have brought, just a great community hub and park-like experience to that part of the city. It's a dead-end street. There's no need for car thoroughfare. Molly Stones can be accessed as it is, and from the side. We have large parking resources on both sides, but also with the new 4-story garage. And I believe that business and commercial retail interests are short-sighted if they don't think that by making the pedestrian zone permanent, we won't have better, more enhanced, higher tax-based retail in the future than if we go back to the way it was before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. The next speaker is SV Leeds, followed by Jamie O'Connell. SV Leeds, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Hi, apologies for being in the wrong Zoom account. My name is Kelsey Baines, commenting on my own behalf. And I want to associate my comments with the previous speaker and with a number of residents who have spoken in favor of keeping streets open to pedestrians and diners, people who are enjoying our public spaces instead of cars. And also want to make the point that although we see the light at the end of the tunnel of a very long tunnel, we shouldn't make the mistake of thinking that the pandemic is over just because many of us have been vaccinated, and just encourage you to extend the eviction moratorium. We're hoping we hear something from the state, but we haven't yet. So I agree with Angie Evans that you should schedule a special meeting for next week to take emergency action to protect our tenants. But going back to the Uplift Local program, would just urge you to extend what is an overwhelmingly popular program. I was kind of blown away by the 400 to 4 emails from residents. So this is something that residents are really strongly in favor of. And I would say the streets aren't closed. They are very much open to people, and people really like being there. I do think we could improve it. We can make it permanent. We can improve wayfinding to existing garages. We can expand it to areas, allow more businesses to have parklets, designate pickup and drop off spots. And I also want to support at our Biking with Mr. Barricade event last week, Pat Burt talked about doing a bike lane in the center, which would help drive people to sidewalks. And I thought that was a really smart idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jamie O'Connell, followed by Cherry LeBrun. Jamie, you have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to the council and the mayor for listening to all of us who've spoken here. I want to connect to endorse the maintenance of the California Avenue closure and pedestrian zone specifically. I don't frequent University Avenue enough to speak about it, but I do have some observations from what I've heard so far from everybody. I do want to urge the council to see this as a quality of life issue as much as an economic one, and to give great weight to the needs of residents and indeed non-residents such as Mr. Park McClintock, at least as much as those of the business owners that you've heard from both directly here and through staff. Of course, the needs of our small businesses are critical and they've suffered terribly during the pandemic. But I think part of what we're seeing here is that the path to rebuilding, at least on California Avenue, and perhaps on University, runs in part through keeping this pedestrian zone and keeping the streets closed. I do think it's very important to recognize for the council that if 96% of residents polled supported keeping Cal Ave closed and 97% of University, and comments are running 400 to 4, it'd be very hard for you to go against that public opinion. I hope you'll disclose now whether that in fact represents fairly the comments you're receiving, and particularly to consider, as I think may be the case from others' comments, whether the needs of University Avenue may differ from those of California Avenue in the structure of where restaurants are located, the mix of retail and restaurants, the possibilities for parking and other sorts of closures and parklets. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. The next speaker is Cherry LeBrun, followed by Vikram Bambri. Cherry, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Cherry LeBrun. I own De Novo Fine Contemporary Jewelry on Ramona Street. I've had my business in this location since 1990. Right now, access to my store is very limited because 2 of the 4 streets that allow access to my business are closed. Customers have told me that they become frustrated when they run into street closures and detours and are not able to easily get to my store. Retail businesses really rely on easy access and foot traffic. In summary, less access to retail stores means less business. I would be very happy to see the streets reopen again so people have access to my store and others. I'm in favor of the parklets. I think parklets are fine, but the street closures are really damaging to retail businesses like mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Cherry. The next speaker is Vikram Bambri, followed by Roxy Rapp. Vikram, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, council members and Mayor for again, listening to all of our stories and points. I just have a few things that I wanted to quickly talk about. First one is the last 15 months of losses that we've incurred don't suddenly just disappear, right? It's going to take several months, in fact, years for us to recoup that money or even get to a point where we are in a position to recoup that money. The second part, which I think a bunch of other folks have also talked about, is the comfort level of people is not going to be all of a sudden just raised because a bunch of us have been vaccinated. There's still a lot of uncomfort for people to sit inside the restaurant. And most of all, we are in California, the state where there's sun, almost 9-10 months of the year, being able to take advantage of that. And even though it's an unfortunate event that has happened, but it's given us an opportunity to really think about the model of how downtowns work in a lot more constructive and a meaningful way moving forward, right? So I would strongly encourage for us to keep the streets closed and expand the model in such a way where it can be a win-win for everybody. If it means sort of restaurants and retail working together to do cross promotions, sales like that, so that you can enhance more sales opportunity for everybody, so be it. The other part is we are also going to be competing with lots of other downtowns for attendance, right? San Francisco, New York City, even if you don't consider out of state, all the other downtowns are thinking about keeping this as a permanent or semi-permanent solution for a long term. So I would definitely encourage that if we don't do this, we will be in a situation where we'll lose out not only just the downtown appeal for University Avenue, but we'll also lose out on the opportunity to sort of bring diners and other retailer to our stores as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vikram. The next speaker is Roxy Rapp, followed by Nancy Kupal, and our final speaker, Rob Fisher. Roxy, you have 2 minutes to address the council.
Oh, unmute. I got it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. I just found out how to unmute. I'm not only speaking for myself, but I want to speak for John McNellis, who I've talked to, Chop Keenan, John Shank, and Rob's going to be calling in here at the end, I believe. And both John McNellis and Chop Keenan have unbelievable experience in retail. John has shopping centers all over Northern California, and Chop has them also all over California. And as I grew up in retail, it's been disastrous. It's been disastrous for the retailer, especially the small retailer and the big retailers. I've talked to Chico's, they're hurt down. Letter Perfect, which is a small retailer, has been here for I think over 20 years. And CVS, they got their back door locked, so you got to go around the thing in a wheelchair or something if you want to go pick up your medicine or your crutches. Cello, Real businesses dropping off. Beta is really hurting. Footwear, etc., who's been here, they bought Rap shoes. His business is way down compared to all his other stores. He has stores in little towns up and down state. Lululemon and Keen, those are just a few that I've talked to the owners, and they're all down. And I think we all support the parklets. I think that's a great idea and it helps the restaurant. But to stop the traffic, because out of sight, out of mind. And the closing off the streets is just killing us. And even the governor on a speech for the June 15th opening, they said his big thing was roads are back, we're back. And we got to do that in Palo Alto. We got to give back the roads to the cars in Palo Alto. And I support, we all support the opening of University Avenue, but do support the parklets, and we'll accept July 7th for the opening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roxy. The next speaker is Nancy Kupal, followed by our final speaker, Rob Fisher. Nancy? Nancy, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
hello?
we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, hi. Yes, well, Roxy's a dear friend and I get his point of view, but I have to say I have two Coupa cafes in downtown. One is on Lytton Avenue. It's an open street. The other one's on the half block of Ramona. That's a closed street. And frankly, the Lytton Avenue, which is the open street, has suffered way more decline and lower sales than Ramona Street, which is on the closed street. I think the idea of closed or open, good or bad, it's all relative. There's no real formula of what is harming business other than the pandemic and the fact that literally there are less people coming. But frankly, if you take away restaurants from the streets right now, there's going to be even less people coming. People need a safe place to go, to hang out, to bring their families, to bring their children, to be able to walk safely, to not have cars zooming by as they dine, because nobody likes that. And frankly, I think the urban landscape is changing and Palo Alto needs to evolve. So I think we need to look at this a different way. It's not on who wins and who loses. Everybody has lost in the last 15 months. And even on the closed streets, we're all struggling just to try to stay in business. And some of them have been able to do it and others unfortunately have not. And those, many of those are on open streets that haven't made it. So I don't think that's the key. I think that keeping the streets closed for now is a solution to try to keep us all afloat. And hopefully you will all consider a new urban landscape in the future, make it more people friendly rather than car friendly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nancy. Our final speaker is Rob Fisher. Rob, you may need to unmute from your end.
Can you tell him the key press on his phone?
Rob,
can you hear me?
are you there? Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, can
Wonderful.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Yeah, thanks for letting me in here.
No problem.
Well, I have two restaurants. I own the Palo Alto Creamery and I own Reposado. Both have been severely impacted by the closure of University Avenue and Ramona. The access to shops on University and on the side streets, whether it be bookstores or smoke shops or whatever, is really impacted. People trying to get to us, you know, that's the one complaint that we hear now, is that it's really difficult to get to us. I do support the parklets. I think the city should really consider the plan that's been proposed to them, that, excuse me, that they expand the sidewalks, leave the traffic going both ways on the streets. We talk about traffic. You should see Hamilton Avenue now. It's like a racetrack, and it's just congested all the time. So with Reposado open, the last speaker just talked about how terrible it would be to have cars zooming by. Well, it is terrible, I can tell you, because it's happening to me. And we need to level the playing field for everybody in this city. It's not just about the people on University Avenue. University Avenue is a main thoroughfare from the highway to the university to the hospital. It's really important. When the people start coming back to offices, the residential streets are going to be impacted in a big way, and people need to realize what's going to happen. And if they think that it's not, they're fooling themselves. And it's going to be very important that people really take a good, close look at what's going to happen when people start returning to work, which they are. Palantir came back yesterday, and they have over 250 employees. So anyway, I really think we should look at expanding the sidewalks, keeping the parklets, and opening up University Avenue and all the streets in Palo Alto, and make it fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rob. Mayor Du Bois, that was our final speaker.
Okay, so bring it back to council. And I just want to remind council, while we had a lot of speakers on the street closures, we're really being asked to discuss multiple items. First, it's when to end the special powers under our declaration of local emergency and return to our normal governing processes. And then secondly, to discuss and provide direction on the street closures. So I'd suggest we do a round of questions and comments before we get to motions. Councilmember Koo.
I didn't quite understand the temporary encroachment permits. There's the attached emergency ordinance, and then there's the replacement ordinance. Can you kind of go through the process and the steps of how, when one comes into effect and the other one goes, and then the dates of when it expires? I think it was Mr. Guagliardo who was presenting that slide.
So while he's getting ready, he can give you the specific dates, but the reason this is before you again, you've already approved this in a regular ordinance. You had your second reading, but a regular ordinance does not become effective until 30 days after the second reading. And if this emergency is ended soon, like imminently, there will be a gap where that rule hasn't come into effect yet. And so the urgency ordinance that only fills the gap of a few weeks. Steve, do you have the dates?
I do. So the replacement ordinance becomes effective on July 22nd, 2021. So that gap that you just explained is what would be filled by the emergency ordinance. The emergency ordinance would expire when the replacement becomes effective on July 22nd, 2021. And then that replacement ordinance becomes active and expires itself on December 31st, 2021. It's a confusing way to think about the fact that it ensures coverage over the next 6 months through December 31st, 2021.
Okay. And so that would bring me to my next one, which is the rental moratorium. So we don't know when the governor is going to end the emergency. So are we going to be faced with a similar kind of gap? And how fast can we come up with an emergency ordinance in order to ensure? I mean, between the time that he does, right between the time that state is looking at putting theirs in place, or whether they will even put it in place, right? Are we pretty certain that they will put something in place to September 30th?
So our understanding, and Mr. DeLuca will be with us for your next item. In fact, he may even be here. So it might be worth Nicola DeLuca jumping in if he's available. Our understanding is that the bill will need to be in print by this Friday and is being advanced as part of the state budget. So would be implemented and effective by June 30th. So that said, there's no guarantee, but there certainly has been plenty of discussion suggesting both the governor as well as the legislature have put together the framework under which this would be implemented.
Thank you for that. I think that is a little bit more reassuring, but of course, like you said, there's nothing that is guaranteed, so that is still a little bit worrisome. On slide 20, I believe it was slide 20, the figures for the sales tax, does that include Stanford Mall?
Stanford Shopping Center is included in the retail figure for the remainder of the city, as well as in the food services for remainder of the city for the few food related businesses that are there.
Okay. So throughout the city, I also wanted to find out, somebody said the 400 plus emails that came in support of keeping the streets closed to vehicular traffic. Is it all from residents of Palo Alto?
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. We don't know everyone's residency unless they state it in their email. So
Okay, we don't really know that all 400 is from Palo Alto's residents. Thank you for that. So I was also wondering, does staff kind of know how many parking spots are being used that are not being used with the street closure? So say, for example, how many parking spaces on University that are not usable, and then how many on Ramona, how many on California Avenue?
Yes, hi, Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official here. I can tell you that on University, it's 79. Unfortunately, I don't have the other numbers for the other streets. Okay. Approximately 79, I should clarify.
Okay, for now, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Can staff help me understand what the downsides are of rescinding the local emergency tonight? What things would be problems if we did that?
I'll speak in general terms from a staff perspective, really not I think that we are prepared and have, I think, checked all the boxes to ensure we've covered the basis to be prepared for rescission.
Okay, and our chief of emergency services is comfortable with that ending as well?
Believes it's always a state of emergency, but that's, I believe, yes, he's also supportive.
Okay, that's fair. Could staff please put up slide 20 again that Councilmember Koo was just referring to? Because I want to be sure I understand something that was briefly referenced. Thank you so much. Okay, so first just let me, so let's look at the retail side. When it says percent 2018 to 2019, does it mean percent of 2019 of 2018?
Yes. So
okay, all right.
On the retail side, for example, the 6 months from July to December in 2019 was 2.7% below the same 6 months in 2018.
Okay, just don't want anybody to get confused about reading it because you could have the ratio the other way. Okay, so, and this is 2019, so this is the end of 2019, the last second half.
Correct.
Okay, so am I correct that on both California Avenue District and University Avenue District, and frankly, in the entire city, our retail, this is our sales tax from retail decreased in 2019 over 2018. Yes. And that includes the holiday season.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And interestingly, food services was, well, we don't have a total, so we don't really know what that is, but it was a little bit more up and down. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful. And that confirms, it's so helpful to have the data. You can take that down. Thanks so much. Really helpful to have the data that I know people have, you know, all of us, myself included, have made assertions over the past couple of years, but that's an indicator that even pre-pandemic, people were not purchasing as much in physical locations within the city. So just want to be sure we all have that as a orientation. And I think staff has been remarkably understated. I'm reading from packet page 113. The closed streets are very popular with local residents. I don't know where you got the 406 number. I don't know when you stopped counting. I can't keep up with my email. We're getting so many. Well, I'm hearing from people I've never heard from before, whether it's addressed to all of council or just to one of us. My phone over the past couple of months lights up texts, photos, videos. People are like, I'm downtown. So, you know, people are really enjoying it. And whether they live here or whether they're coming here from elsewhere, I think we have to listen really carefully to the people who live here, because we are in not just during the pandemic, but this next year or two, right? We will still be relying, as people come back to offices only a few days a week or more, telehealth is done. We'll still be relying on those of us who live here or live nearby to support all of our businesses. So I think we really have to take people's expressed preferences, you know, into consideration. And then does staff have any information on, I hear Murphy Avenue in Sunnyvale is probably going to stay closed. What's up with Castro Street in Mountain View? What's Menlo Park doing? Just help us understand the landscape.
Thank you, Councilmember Koo. We do have Kara Apple, who has been attending a group of cities that share economic development information, kind of just what those cities are planning on. The indications are that many cities are exactly where we are tonight, which is trying to decide what to do. Some cities have extended perhaps into the fall. Some are looking into or thinking about a parklet only route, but it is a little too soon to tell exactly what every city will do, but certainly that they are grappling with these same issues that we have been discussing.
Okay, thanks for that, Ms. Tanner. And I'll just say, as you know, at the end of this round, that I think the three areas that we'll be discussing tonight, you can imagine different options at each, but those of you who haven't been on Murphy Avenue in Sunnyvale recently, it works beautifully just because of the scale. It actually feels a lot like the half block on Ramona, based on the height of the buildings and the width of the road and the way everything, is organized. So those are things for us to think about. I've been talking about the opportunity to close California Avenue for some time. So I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, thanks. Just keying off that a little bit. I mean, that's my impression too, is that all the other cities in the region are kind of where we are, sort of trying to decide what to do here as we get out of the pandemic and sort of looking and trying to see what the trends are and so forth. There's clearly some anecdotal evidence around whether street closures negatively or positively impact brick and mortar retail. I mean, we got people that say, I got my store here, is one dynamic, and my store in San Carlos has another dynamic and so forth. Has there been any attempt between kind of all of us cities in the region to compare notes specifically on this issue of, do street closures make a difference on retail or not?
So I can speak to that a little bit, which is to date, I'm not aware of any efforts across jurisdictions for that. And part of it is the same issue we ourselves are facing. Streets have been closed now. We are not yet at the point where they are reopened as things are reopened. So that apples to apples comparison of just isolating for that variable is incredibly difficult. One of the things we will be able to do, depending on when streets are opened, is be able to look at just that and say, well, the closures, we saw this level of volume, and now with them open, we're seeing this level of volume. And it will hopefully give us a little bit more granularity into that specific variable. But as of now, just where things are, it's incredibly difficult to isolate for.
Well, that was my kind of hope. Yeah, I assume it's just really, really hard to slice out that particular variable, right? Especially now. But given that there's a whole bunch of cities in the region, and we do have a lot of similar kinds of stores and chains, and and there's always some this is data science central here in the Valley. If there's an opportunity to sort of try to tease that out over the next few months, that would be a useful thing to do. I'm not sure we need to know it today, but the longer term issue of how do we grapple with this kind of stuff and so forth. If there were some actual sort of a little bit of rigor behind that, it would be useful to know. I mean, right now we got anecdotes, which is something, right? It would be nice to take a look at that, right? If possible. But again, we'd have to sort of be talking to other cities about it. We couldn't do it on our own. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I want to thank Councilmember Koo for bringing up the eviction moratorium. I've got questions and comments on that, but I'll hold off to the next item since I want to hear what the update is from our lobbyist. I think it fits well within the discussion we'll have on the next item. Also, just kind of line my comments with Councilmember Cormack and Filseth. I agree with Councilmember Cormack. I have not seen, and on my short amount of time on council, I've not seen the amount of public engagement that we have received, and overwhelmingly positive in favor of street closures, and to ignore the absolute will of the community on this, I think is imprudent. But also, I think the idea to say, well, are residents' opinions on this more important than outside visitors? I think they're both important in the ways in which they show different things. I mean, one, right, we got our residents clearly showing a desire to have these streets open. And I think comments from like Neil from Cupertino and others that we've received, as well as just anecdotal conversations that I've had with friends who live down in San Jose and even beyond, who are traveling up to Palo Alto because they're saying this is now a destination point. I was in downtown Palo Alto over the weekend with a couple of friends from San Jose who are now here multiple times a week. And both of them said that they love it because it feels like a European atmosphere. And so, we've been talking about for a while trying to make Palo Alto a destination spot. And this is something that is working. Now, I'm not saying that that means a permanent closure is wise, but at least for what we're dealing with right now, I think it makes sense. Now, that being said, I've had meetings with retailers in downtown. I had a meeting with them a few weeks ago, over a dozen retailers, and their stories and their arguments are very, very compelling. But I think what's really difficult here is to isolate whether the impact on retailers have been just from changing shopping patterns, whether as pre-pandemic or caused by the pandemic. Is it being caused by lack of pedestrian foot traffic on sidewalks? Is it close proximity of vehicle parking on University Avenue? I mean, for me, I do wonder how many shoppers really make their decisions based on whether they think they can park on University Avenue closer to their preferred shop. I mean, when I drive to University to shop or dine, especially pre-pandemic, I never attempted to park on University Avenue because it's just so impossible to find a parking spot there, let alone kind of near my destination. And so, yes, I wonder how much just the proximity issue for parking is really causing it. But yeah, I'm not an expert on this. Another plug, sorry, this is where I think having an economic development manager on staff would really be able to help us in conversations like this, but neither here or there right now. When I was in that meeting with those dozen or so retailers a few weeks ago, I was kind of really struck by, many of them were just saying how much they rely on foot traffic. And I think that makes sense. Same thing, when I'm walking down the street, I'll see something in the window and it'll draw me in. So I understand the desire to really be able to get foot traffic back onto the sidewalks. And so I wasn't really clear, and if staff, so I guess a long-winded way of getting me into this question, I wasn't really clear when, Ms. Tanner, when you were presenting on alternatives that staff has explored, and you mentioned the idea of kind of closing off University to pedestrian use. I'm really interested in the idea of keeping University closed, but only allowing it for bicyclists and really trying to reroute pedestrians onto the sidewalk. I think that just is that's a common sense compromise that could really work to benefit both retailers and restaurants, as well as continue to please the community and continue to make Palo Alto a destination zone. So Ms. Tanner or anyone on staff, can you kind of speak to that a little more about, did you really do an analysis on that sort of feature, and what did you find? Because the slide wasn't too detailed on that.
Certainly, happy to explain a little bit. I think part of it is if you can, you don't have to close your eyes, but if you can imagine the layout on University currently, there are some blocks. For example, there's a block where most of the restaurants are located on one side of the street and the other side is pretty much completely open. So to prevent someone from walking there would be difficult. What would we do to make sure that someone doesn't walk there and instead walks on the sidewalk? Would we have a barricade along the sidewalk that prevents them from stepping into the street? And what would prevent them from stepping into the street at either ends, but allowing bicycles to go through? And so it's very hard to figure out what type of design intervention one could use to make it preferable for someone to walk on the sidewalk if they're deciding to walk in the street. So that's kind of what I was trying to communicate.
Okay, so it seems like very just kind of early stages, kind of brainstorming, but nothing really kind of clearly thought out or focused on.
Well, I think we can't identify a means that would facilitate someone to walk on the sidewalk. It just based on human behavior. So how would we ensure that folks walk on the sidewalk? I think it would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, I agreed. I do wonder what we could do as far as maybe ordinances to really prohibit pedestrians in the street there. I mean, even simple signs showing that it's illegal to be walking down the middle of the street. I mean, even if there's no active enforcement out there, if I see a sign saying it's illegal for me to be in the street, I'm not going to walk down the middle of the street. So I think things to just consider. I do think it's definitely worth thinking outside of the box to be able to solve this, because I think this is one of the more difficult issues that we've faced this year, because of really strong desires and very reasonable arguments on all sides of this issue. So I'm interested for the kind of the continued discussion tonight and hear from the rest of my colleagues.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, well, maybe before going on to a couple of my other topics, just to follow on what Councilmember Stone was just talking about, I don't quite follow why that's so overwhelming of an obstacle to have a form of restriction on people walking in the middle of the street. I mean, we can use something like caution tape, and if you go to Foothills Park, we were at the beginning of the opening of the park to the public. We had the hillsides being overrun with people cutting down the hillside, and what we did to prevent that was we put up caution tape, and we had overwhelming compliance with that simple measure. It's not like I don't get why that kind of simple measure couldn't be implemented. Separate question whether this is the right thing to do or not, but I just strongly disagree with that contention. And you know, when we re-examine something like that, whether it's for university or Cal Ave, we should go back to when we implemented the closures, what were the primary and secondary objectives? And the primary objective was to try to help those businesses survive. The secondary one was a benefit to the community of something that many of us had long had an interest in, was how to make our downtowns be significantly more pedestrian oriented. Right now, we're really having a discussion that is somewhat inverted those priorities, where we're saying that the primary objective is fulfilling those aspirations and that enjoyment that we all get from having a pedestrian street, and the issue of how it's affecting the businesses and their ability to survive is secondary. And I think we need to at least put those on a co-equal position. I want to go back to the issue of the emergency ordinance because there's one thing I need clarification on. We have a table on packet page 109 that is the summary impacts if the local emergency is rescinded. Under the moratorium on residential evictions, the table says that if the emergency is continued, it wouldn't have any change because the state's anti-eviction law already preempts the local and county ordinances. But the state's law is expiring and the county doesn't apply to incorporated areas. And so wouldn't extending the emergency allow us more readily to implement a local anti-eviction continuation if we so chose?
Yeah, I don't know if Rachel wants to comment, but yes, the answer is yes. The sentence that you read in the staff report does not reflect current conditions. You're correct about that.
Okay, and I think that's a substantial one. And I'm not saying that is determinative, but it does then go, but if we, yeah, and then I guess on a similar vein, on the encroachment permits, only if we approve the replacement ordinance would we be able to extend those encroachment permits without extending the emergency ordinance. Is that right, Ms. Stump?
You've already acted, but if the emergency ends, then the thing you've already done will not be effective. So there will be a gap in the authority for those permits.
Okay.
Unless you adopt this urgency ordinance.
Okay. And And the urgency ordinance requires a 4/5 majority or 6 out of the 7 of us. And so that kind of raises an issue of the sequence that we should be considering tonight, and whether we need to understand whether we have the support for extending the or implementing the urgency ordinance. If not, then it could influence our decision on the emergency. Is that correct?
Well, it's a policy question, but yes, I understand what you're saying in terms of the way the two fit together. I think your understanding of the situation is correct.
Okay, so Mayor, we may want to reconsider the sequence of those items. And I have other questions and comments as next go around.
Yes, Councilmember Tanaka.
So I think that this is largely should be an exercise not in opinion, but based on what does the data tell us. So from my perspective on the street closure, I think about this in terms of how do we maximize the business activity for our restaurant and retailers in our downtown areas for both Cal Ave and University. And the reason why I think that should be the goal is because if we have a vibrant downtowns, people will go there. If we're seeing, shop after shop being closed, boarded up, whatnot, it's not gonna be a great experience, even if the street is closed. So to me, that's the most important thing, is to look at it from that lens. And I think with that goal, I think we should be able to look at the data. So I agree with Councilmember Phillips on this in terms of this is very much a data science type of problem in terms of gathering data. There's other cities that are doing the same thing. So as I said last time around, I really think that we should be gathering data, the sales data, and trying to see like what is the answer here. Because right now we're kind of guessing, right? We don't really have hard data. We have traffic numbers, right? So we know what the traffic is. We know what the traffic pedestrian counts are. We know what bicycle counts are, car counts, but we don't actually know how's that doing in terms of business. And so I don't know if I see Car Apples on Zoom here. I don't know if you could talk a little bit about, what have you been able to gather? What have you seen? A bit more depth about how has this impacted sales for the restaurants and retailers in both these areas?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Tanaka. To be quite honest, it's a lot of anecdotal information. Businesses aren't willing to share their specific data as well, but I think it depends on the businesses. You'll have some businesses that had a very, very strong local support. And when I say a business is doing okay or fine, what they're telling me is that they're going to make it. But as you heard from some of the callers, you'll have businesses that their bottom line is it's really difficult for them. And to kind of circle back to slide 20 is, when we looked at some of these businesses in the closure and out of the closure, if you did a direct comparison, it looked like that the street closures may not had an effect, but when you look at it in totality based on the sector, these business sectors are hurting overall. So I wish I had a more conclusive answer for you, but it really is so dependent on so many factors. You'll just have some businesses that have that very strong local following, some that, really relied on the daytime business community, and are very much looking forward to office workers coming back into downtown,
Has there been any attempt in terms of gathering the data at all?
If I could note on that, Councilmember Tanaka, and sorry for interrupting Kara, but do want to come back to that slide 20, where while recognizing it is aggregated, recognizing that we do have confidentiality restrictions on our ability to drill down on individual businesses, these aggregate data items do suggest some pretty clear trends, and also and relative to other parts of the city.
And the only thing, if I might add, is, businesses aren't willing to give up specific data. Some say that they would. I think the biggest the comparisons that we've had that council have also heard is comparison of a particular businesses that has a business within City Palo Alto and another outside of Palo Alto, where they can compare their own stores and how they have historically done.
Okay, can I share my screen, please? I know I'm getting short. I'm down to my last 40 seconds here. So let me try to share my screen. So I asked for this last time around, and last time around staff pushed back pretty hard on gathering the data. So I asked one of my legislators to do this starting Saturday. So this is just a few days worth of work. So he basically called and emailed the different businesses on University Avenue and Cal Ave, just gathering, how does it look, right, in terms of compared to, let's say, the year before. And so in terms of storefronts closed, storefronts on closed portions of University downtown, for restaurants, it's up about 22%. And this is only sample size of 3, so simple, really small sample here. But my point of this is really, we started doing this on Saturday. Okay, so it's not like we spent 6 months doing it. We did it started on Saturday. So if we spent more time, perhaps we could have gotten more than this. But so the restaurants in general on the closed portions of downtown have done well. I think we all kind of know that. And then if we look at the retailers on closed portions, again, it's a sample size of only 2, so it's pretty small, but it's about negative 3.75%. And I guess that's kind of maybe in line with anecdotal data as well. If we look at storefronts off of closed portions of off of the closed portions of University downtown, it's minus 33%. So it's a sample size of 3, so small, right? This is not big samples, but this is more just a demonstration that it is possible to gather this data. And it's, if we actually had more time, or if, someone was actually doing this full time versus just the last couple of days, we could probably get a much better idea about what's happening. And then if you look at, say, retail businesses off closed portions of University downtown is about up 4%. And this is with a sample size of 4, and this is the range. I have a lot more data, but I'm out of time here. And when I get my next round, I'll go over some of it more. But I just wish staff would carry the ball forward on this, because I think this is how we should make decisions, and based on the data. Because I see the sales tax data, but it's really hard to know, are the closures helping or hurting without actually looking at the sales data. So I really want to, ask staff to try to see if we can get this kind of data. So when we're making these decisions, we're not just guessing here. It's not just my opinion or someone else's opinion against someone else's opinion. It's based on really what's happening. Okay, thank you. I'll go over more slides later. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll jump in here. So on the emergency ordinance, personally, I think the emergency is over. COVID isn't over, and it may never be over, but I think we've learned to live with it, and we'll continue to do so. So I think we should separate, the decision on the emergency ordinance from the street closure discussion. On evictions, I'd really like to know from each council member, if they're concerned about this expiring at the end of the month, and if they'd be interested in an emergency meeting. As has been said, we would need a supermajority for an emergency ordinance. On the permit extensions, again, I think construction really continued throughout COVID, and I think we should end the emergency and start the clock on the permits again. And in terms of encroachments on public space, I think, we need to make some modifications. I think we need to ensure that the public can use the sidewalk to get by, and we need to figure out what an appropriate rent is for public space. And I think we really need a set of rules. We're hearing different issues. Maybe we should consider the size of the indoor space, desires of the neighboring businesses. And I've heard issues from both property owners as well as store owners renting that space in terms of blocking their display windows. And then really, when we think about renting public space, I think we also need to think about unintended side effects. And, if a parklet, for example, is significantly less costly than indoor space, we could have people renting as small a space as possible, and then renting as much parklet space as possible. So it's just something to think about. I really do think it kind of boils down to a question of fairness. In terms of the street closures, we see traffic at an all-time high on Lytton. University was at 11,700 vehicles in a day in 2016. I'm surprised we don't have newer traffic counts. But I remain concerned about impacts on the residential streets and really our inability to find that university is no longer needed for vehicles, especially when Stanford is back in business. I just don't see the data for how we could say that. The issue of trying to get people on the sidewalks, I think that is a great point. The staff report says that the center lane needs to be kept open for emergency vehicles. I do think I've seen other places in California where streets are closed and there are a lot of kiosks and things down the middle of the street. But I think Vice Mayor Burt said we could put up signs. I even think temporary barricades every few blocks would be good to just really encourage people to go on the sidewalks. At some point, I'd really like to see level of service data for downtown and Cal Ave and the intersections on the side streets as well as the main streets. And if we were to consider a permanent closure, I'd really like to see some findings in a real traffic study so that we could understand what would the estimation of impact be. I think we've heard some of it tonight, and I just wanted to clarify because I heard some council members say that we don't know if retail is failing, and that's the issue. We have several businesses with multiple locations. I think one of the speakers listed several of them: Lululemon, Keen Shoes, Beta Stores, Sephora, Chico's, Footwear, etc. And Design Within Reach is another one. So these stores have data. It's been anecdotal, but they have said that comparing their same store, they know what their store sales are over time, and they can see the percent of recovery in various locations in the Bay Area. And Palo Alto has lagged significantly from other areas where the main difference appears to be that the street is closed. Some other factors, again, I think size is really a consideration, and it gets down to fairness. And there's some people that have taken a huge amount of street space. And we've heard from businesses that are not on the closed streets. They're basically competing with somebody who's gotten a large amount of free real estate. And, there is the issue of how do we deal with kind of a majority of residents who enjoy eating outdoors, but then what is really fair to businesses and to really, I say property owners, but people renting those properties who have a significant change in the marketplace. And so that to me is the issue. It's just not a kind of vocal majority wins. It's how do we balance these things? And I think I'm not sure where Councilmember Tanaka was headed, but that lens of how do we do the best for all of our businesses? And I think that's a good lens to think about. So I did miss, I think Vice Mayor Burt had gone down a certain track, and I wasn't quite clear on what we were talking about in terms of changing the order. I think you were suggesting that we go to the state policies, but again, no, sorry. What was the recommendation?
My understanding was that Councilmember Burt was concerned that, that you might first want to consider whether you wish on an emergency basis to extend the authority for the encroachments, because there might not be sufficient support on council to adopt that item. And that might influence people's willingness to, the timing that they think is appropriate for ending the emergency.
Got it. Okay. Thanks for explaining that. All right, let's go into the second round. And we are going a little bit long already. So I think we should start to come to some conclusions. Councilmember Felsen.
Well, I think I agree with the sentiment that disposition of the declaration of emergency versus the other stuff, whether it's eviction moratoriums or street closures or whatnot, those things don't necessarily need to be joined at the hip. But I think one of the things that I expect are going to be asked to resolve tonight is, in particular, when in particular does University Avenue reopen? Because plan of record appears to be after the July 4th holiday, as opposed to after Labor Day for Cal F. And the July 4th holiday comes before the next council meeting. So I assume that we're being asked to make a decision tonight whether we support the staff recommendation to proceed with reopening University Avenue after the July 4th holiday. And so I hope we don't gloss over that one. Thanks.
That's Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So a few other thoughts. So I think we are struggling with a number of trade-offs. As the mayor spoke and the data showed, we actually are at, or in some cases above, pre-pandemic traffic on the side streets. I think it was misstated that we're overall above that. No, we're only in the downtown, we're not above our total traffic because we don't have any traffic on that list for University. But it certainly appears that the closure of University, even before this week's beginning of the reopening of many offices, and what we'll see in the next couple of months, we're already back to pre-pandemic levels, and those Hamilton is pretty crowded right now. So that's a factor. And then the issue of, how do we contend with winners and losers? We have to trade off, balance that against also not wanting to go to the lowest common denominator, where we won't help anyone if we can't help everyone equally. And that's a tough call. And I'm not quite sure how to come down on that, but I just want to frame those issues. I do think that the comparison of like stores among certain chain stores or retailers that have multiple stores in different towns, and they're showing that their stores on University are suffering more than their same stores on other locations, is an important data point. And that suggests that we can somewhat flesh out the difference between the overall retail trends of greater online buying, which would affect all the stores that those folks own, versus the ones that have this added impact of University closure. I do want to separate consideration of what we may do on University itself versus what works on, for instance, Ramona and that half block closure. That closure does not seem to have some of the downsides that we're hearing elsewhere, in part because the nature of what kinds of restaurants and retailers are occupying it, and somewhat just its unique circumstances. And then I also want to separate Cal Ave from University. And Cal Ave is not a thoroughfare street. It's essentially a dead-end street because 60 years ago we had the grade separation went in at Oregon Expressway, and we stopped having cars cross the tracks there. And that goes to how do we address the issues of retailers who aren't doing well and need help recovering. whether those are on University and we open or close University, whether they're on Cal Ave and we open or close that. We need to have initiatives to really try to help, to help those retailers either way. And on Cal Ave, for instance, we have stores like Molly Stone's at the end of the street. I go back to that we should really look at El Camino signage to help some of those stores. We have things like, we go into the restaurants right now and we have QR codes for our menus, but we haven't had an initiative that has right there a QR code for all the retailers on that street and all the music that's playing or whatever, and encourage those restaurant customers to frequent our goods and service retailers. And if we want to have a vibrant downtown, whether the streets are closed or not, we've got to really promote that both a recovery and a strengthening that will at least partly counter these change in retail trends. I think our community is willing to step forward, and out of town customers that are flocking to these areas are willing to step forward and support those retailers. But we've got to really promote it and encourage them to do so. So lastly, I want to say that I've heard from restaurants on Cal Ave that the music, whether it's music that they've sponsored or World Music Month, they have had a significant uptick. Those restaurants that are by that music, significant uptick in their customers on those evenings compared to when they don't have music. And it's been a real success. We talk about how do we make our downtowns this future environment, and I think permanent stages at well-selected locations in collaboration with the various retailers and restaurants, because not every restaurant wants that stage near them. I think that is something that is really an addition to the downtowns. And I hear from countless people it is. I hear it from the restaurants. Now that, once again, I'll say that doesn't mean we just put it anywhere. They need to be strategically located with the concurrence of some of those restaurants and retailers. But I think that just adds a whole nother dimension, whether we, no matter what we do. I mean, even if we were to open University, Lytton Plaza can have a better stage. Whether Ramona Half Street should have a stage. I don't know exactly where and how, but I think that that's another thing that we should really look at doing.
If I may, a couple of comments about ADT. I just wanted to mention, noting that we don't really have what I would consider pre-pandemic counts, because what we have is we have 2016 data for our ADT, and we're comparing current pandemic counts to 2016 counts. So just to give some clarification to that, I just wanted to point out that the change between 2013 and 2016 on University was about 22% increase just in those times. So I'm not sure that this data shows an actual increase to pre-pandemic. So I just wanted to note that. I think it's, potentially similar to the start of pandemic data, but I don't know that it's actually conclusively saying that we are back to pre-pandemic or approaching or exceeding pre-pandemic levels, but we are exceeding 2016 levels.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yep.
Although I think that we do see a high volume on Hamilton, less so on Lytton.
Yeah, so I'll just continue my thoughts. So I believe one thing that's important is certainty for businesses. And, we've communicated dates, we've changed dates, we've extended, and I think it's kind of creating some havoc with their ability to plan. So I think with the announcements of these dates, businesses have been able to start planning. Again, when I think about fairness and based on location, some of the comments that I've heard from businesses is that with the street closures, where they have had their clientele able to park near their business, other people are now parking to walk over to the closed street. So it's impacting them even though they're not on the closed street. if we were to keep some kind of street closure, I also think we should rent. We should price for use of the street, and we would need to rent defined spaces. You know, and again, I would again expect to see some decently market rate based rents. Otherwise, I really think you could get this kind of arbitrage situation where you have a small cafe and they have 200 seats, you know, on the street. I've also heard comments about appearance and atmosphere, and I think it's something we really haven't talked about enough. There's concern about kind of unattractive outdoor furniture, a party atmosphere not really being conducive to shopping, you know, and businesses have shared that when we have events like the Art and Wine Festival, those are not good shopping days, even though there's a huge amount of people downtown, and that they're feeling that the street closure right now is similar to that. So, you know, do I believe that restaurants want additional space? Yes. And do I think a majority of the diners really like eating outside? Yes, I do. But do I think it's fair to the business community? And no, I don't. And not to get corny, but James Madison said that the great danger is that the majority may not significantly respect the rights of the minority. And I really feel part of what we're talking about here is a property rights issue. And, you know, where individual store owners, a lot of these store owners have been here 20, 25, 30 years. These are not, you know, recent additions to our community. And this shouldn't really be a popularity contest. I think we need to support all of our businesses and help these districts recover. And, you know, letting certain businesses expand, in some cases more than 100% of their previous space, while other businesses have really no recourse to get customers there. And we're talking about, you know, to design within reach, come out a furniture store. It's not the kind of thing you're gonna, you know, haul around. So, you know, it's probably clear I support the reopening on July 6th, Cal Ave on September 7th. If I'm in the minority, I would suggest that we think about closing both of our downtown districts, you know, and whether that is the smart way to do it or not. I think we should focus on one, learn, apply those learnings to a second location rather than just close both. And then I also think it would help focus with staff, their workload. We have a lot of things that we're working on, and we spent a lot of time talking about closures, temporary closures. And so again, maybe focusing on one location, if that's the will of the majority, would be the thing to do. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, so let me continue. So, you know, I also agree that what we want to do is maximize business vitality, the vibrancy of the area. It's not so much everyone being helped equally. I think it's really maximizing business vitality in the areas. But I think to do that, we need to go get data. I think we need to be methodical about it. We can't just wing it based on anecdotal data. I think we need to set up metrics and measure, because I think really what's needed is much more nuanced. What's good for one street segment may not be good for another street segment. And so I think we should do a lot more data-driven planning and a lot less ad hoc type of work. Let me just continue to show a few of the slides we put together here. So if I look at this on a this graphical basis, and this is just showing the dollar signs, the green dollar sign says it shows the businesses along these areas had a positive effect of the closure, and the ones on the red dollar signs had a negative effect. So again, this is super small sample point. I really wish staff could do this, and I actually really like the idea of comparing this against other cities, because I think we could learn a lot more, because we're not the only ones doing it. And then the opinion is a lot harder. So this is based on the opinion that different businesses have had. So you can see that definitely very mixed. There's definitely not a consensus there. For Cal Ave, even less data, but you know, the data we did get is positive, at least for dollar wise, and from the opinion wise, less so. But my point of all this really is this is just a start. I think we could do better by looking at how are the businesses doing. We could actually measure what's going on, and then based on that, know what's right for each of the street segments versus right now we're guessing. And so I'll be interested in trying to instrument what we're doing and then use that to make decisions versus trying to wing it tonight. That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with Councilmember Tanaka. I do think more data is needed here. We have a lot of anecdotal evidence on both sides of this issue, and I think winging it is not the thing to do. And I think winging it would be deciding to close the streets prematurely at this point, mostly just because if we close those streets and then find out later that the data shows that that was the wrong decision for our community as far as the recovery is concerned, we're not going to have the option of being able to simply reclose the streets and bring back the vibrancy that we currently have. When I was in that meeting last week with several restaurant owners, they were expressing to me just how much money that they have poured in to these temporary kind of parklet programs and what they've done, and have expressed that they are required to remove those. They don't have any place to store them. They don't have the funds to be able to do all that. So it's a big decision if we decide to close it. And then going to, I think, the mayor's point about consistency and predictability, which I think is really important for businesses. Yeah, one of the concerns that was brought up to me in that meeting as well was the feeling that the rug is being pulled out from under their feet, that they had the expectation, even though they understood that authority was given to the city manager until to the end of October to make the decision on this. They were at least under the belief that they would be able to have these programs continuing throughout the course of the summer, and that this is a pretty dramatic change for them. Now, I do agree with the vice mayor's idea that we should really be focusing this as kind of, I think he said, co-equal positions as far as community interests as well as the business interests. And I think that's 100%. I think it's really critical that we are viewing them equally and trying to make a determination here. I think what really is the struggle, though, for what is the best interest for the businesses is, again, we just don't know. And we're getting such conflicting opinions and data on both sides, and so that's making this really difficult. One question I have for staff, my understanding was that the current encroachment permits requires the restaurants or retail, I think for that matter as well, that they can only have the number of spaces outside that's equal to what's on the inside, or they can't actually increase their total seating proximity. Am I understanding that correctly, Ms. Stone?
Going to need to rely on planning staff who know the content of the.
Okay, sorry.
Better. Yep.
Certainly, yes. Though the permits do have that. I would say the permits are from our Public Works Department. So Mr. Eggleston and his staff are the issuers and the maintainers of those permits.
Okay, so the idea is if you have a restaurant capacity of 100 for 100, your total capacity for outdoor and indoor cannot exceed 100.
Brad Eggleston, Public Works Director. Thank you, Ms. Tanner. That's correct. I believe the permits are in terms of the total capacity. I will say that over the course of the pandemic and the emergency situation, that's not something we've been very actively tracking and attempting to enforce.
Okay, and I think there are very compelling arguments regarding the fairness of this issue, and I understand concerns that it might be unfair for restaurants to be able to have increased increased capacity outside. And so I think that's something that if we continue with the street closures and these programs, greater enforcement on this, or at least kind of checking in, could be worth our while to do. I'm curious because I would really like to see us find ways to be able to help our retailers out more. Yeah, they really are struggling, and again, finding the reason for that is difficult. But it's clear that they're struggling, and I'm wondering, does staff have any ideas? Are there any kinds of discretionary funds available? Does staff have any ideas on how we might use those to help retailers if we continue with the street closures, kind of in particular University Avenue?
Sure. Let me note that we have had preliminary discussions with the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, recognizing that they have a citywide footprint. And so if it were of interest to involve others, in particular chamber representing the business community, for area or issues such as cross promotion, other types of marketing and promotion activities, including events, probably smaller scale events, that would be the type of service, and also consensus building among businesses that the chamber might be well positioned to take on, as a means of just trying to get our arms around the resources that might be required for an effort of that scale. Figures in the order of $50,000 to $100,000 might be necessary in order to accomplish that, and that was in the context of both downtown as well as California Avenue. And from a staffing and from a funding perspective, we would look to existing COVID funds or recovery funds for that application.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. I mean, I think where I'm at, I do think I agree with the vice mayor. I think California Avenue and Ramona Street makes sense to maintain the closures, there. University Avenue is, of course, far more complex. I do think, though, the compromise here makes sense to keep the streets closed, keep them to maybe bicycles only, reroute the pedestrians onto the sidewalks, and then work with the chamber to be able to utilize some of those funds and staff coordination to see, and working with restaurants and retailers, because this is they all rely on each other to be able to help promote all businesses there. I don't think we should be picking or choosing winners here, saying retail or restaurant or community.
Councilmember Corbett.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Okay, so in the event that it was the will of the council that we kept the streets closed past July 7th and September 7th, currently the city manager has the authority to make these decisions up until October 31st. Structurally, do we retract that from him, or do we just give him instructions? How, if we wanted to do more than what is currently contemplated, how would we achieve that?
I do believe it's at your discretion, certainly within the bounds of the Brown Act, but as far as timing and specificity with which you'd like to provide the direction, staff is certainly happy to accommodate. I would simply provide the context that when the original discretion was provided to staff, it was in a recognition that there were quite a bit of variations on closures, and whether it be full closures, half street, one way, or what have you, that we were experimenting with. And at this point, I do believe we're at a pretty stable condition.
Okay. And then if council were interested in making some of these permanent, one of the things I've been reflecting on is what would an appropriate transition time be for existing businesses to decide either they don't want to be on a street that's closed, or perhaps that they do. Is it a year and a half that it would take staff to do CEQA on a potential closure? Help me understand the outlines of what that would look like, because it is important that we give people, some certainty.
Well, at the risk of opening the discussion and a bit of brainstorming among staff, I think any staff perspective would be helpful. I do suspect that the time required for the planning efforts, let's take downtown and Cal Ave as separate undertakings. I would expect the downtown effort, especially the stakeholder engagement, could be fairly complex, and as such take some time, as well as potentially the CEQA analysis, given, as has been noted, traffic issues are more complex downtown than there might be at Cal Ave. So with that, I don't know if Ms. Tanner or Mr. Eggleston might want to take a guess at a time frame.
I will not guess at a time frame. I think Mr. Eccleston has much more experience, quite frankly, in these types of efforts in Palo Alto. So if he wants to guess, but I would say the order of operations would reflect that, the outreach, the design, following that, the CEQA, and then, of course, within that, council's consideration of the policy and the environmental review and other documents that would be associated with it.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I would just draw some distinction between the level of CEQA work that might be involved with looking at a traffic analysis and the impact of saying that a street would be closed. That portion of it might not take too awfully long compared to the process for bringing on consultants, doing urban design work, the full stakeholder engagement, developing costs and a plan for what a complete redesign might look like.
Okay, that's helpful. And where are we in the downtown? I mean, I recall it's setting aside some money for, some thinking about downtown. Where are we in that process?
We've been doing working on a scope of work to bring a consultant on board, and we're hoping to put out a request for proposals for that next month. The thought is most likely we would be bringing a contract. It would probably be expensive enough to bring back to the city council for approval, likely September or October.
Okay. All right, that's helpful. I guess if I just think about the, if we chunk it into the three sections, California Avenue, half block of Ramona, and then University. I think we've run a natural experiment, and there is no control group, and you could ask for data from here to eternity, and I don't think we'll ever get a perfect control group to back out all the things that have happened, whether it was wildfires or the pandemic or people not being able to travel as a result of the pandemic. And I think the experiment shows that it's working for many, for most, but not for all. So that's my thinking on California Avenue. Ramona, I think, is a wonderful addition to downtown. It activates City Hall Plaza in a way that has never really been done before. University itself is a bit of a conundrum, and part of the reason is because it's not actually closed, right? We have those through streets. People can't actually ride their bikes right now. It's not the full pedestrian mall effect. So those are my thoughts. I think we should use this crisis as an opportunity to make change.
So given the time, I'm going to go ahead and attempt a motion, and I will be open to amendments. But I will send that to the city clerk. So the motion is that we would end the local emergency on July 1st, that we would pass the emergency ordinance to continue the permit encroachment program until that ordinance takes effect. That we support the city manager's suggestion to open downtown on July 6th and Cal Ave on September 7, and that we would allocate $50,000 to the Chamber of Commerce to engage with all businesses for cross-promotional activities and small events, taking that money from the current year COVID funds. So is there a second? Okay, not hearing a second. Would somebody else like to make a motion?
So
Councilmember Tanaka. Sorry, Councilmember Ku.
Who's talking now?
What were you going to say, Councilmember Ku?
I was just going to say that I can support A, B, and D, but the dates for C is something that I think might be a little bit too short.
I said I'm open to amendments or even splitting out, Ramona, whatever.
So I would actually would like to suggest that the dates to reopen the downtown and California Avenue to September 30th. And then for Ramona to be just half of the street. So there would be traffic that would still be able to access, for example, the retails that are on the interior between closer to California, closer to University Avenue.
You mean the way it is now?
Is it open? I haven't been down there, but is it open half of the street where vehicles can still travel through it?
Closes Nola's basically.
Yeah, it closes Ramona half of it completely, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just going to say if we can open half of it so that vehicles can still get down there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't think I want to accept those. So if somebody else wants to make a motion. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Actually, I'm actually kind of with Councilmember Ku, which she was trying to do. I think you're trying to say, basically, wait. So I guess are you suggesting opening Cal Ave or not?
No, keeping it closed.
Okay, and keeping Ramona half open, right?
Right, and even keeping University closed until September 30th.
Okay, I'm actually. I mean, I think if we could usurp Tom's motion or the mayor's motion, and then I could second your motion if you were willing to accept one addition, which is that we actually do a data collection process of the sales data so that we can make better long-term permit decisions.
I can accept that. Although I have to say on C, right now it says to support the city manager's suggestion to open the downtown area, and it's not to open the downtown, it's to keep it, keep the streets closed.
It's muted. You're saying you would open it on September 30th, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. I was reading it wrong.
I still don't understand. Do you mean Ramona Street? Do you mean half the block, or do you mean that there's one car lane open?
One car lane open.
Can I try it? I think what she means is that right now Ramona is, half of Ramona is open and half of Ramona is closed. I think what she means is half open, the half that's closed, so that there's like one lane in Ramona all the way through to Hamilton Street. Is that what you mean? So people could actually go all the way?
Yes. And so then the retail stores that are there will not be.
There is not a lot of retail on that block, on that half block. I mean, it's mostly restaurants.
Right. I think there is one in there, right?
I think there's
one
like
or two.
There's Warby Parker, I think, is there. Right.
Yeah, I do wonder if Councilmember Philthus has a better idea whether it should be one-way traffic or just half closed, as it is now. Because there's.
If you guys are going to make the motion, I think you need to make it.
Okay, well, Councilmember Ku, what do you propose?
Okay, wait. I'm half of my screen is support the city managers.
Well, maybe as you think about
Yes.
it, can we add E, which is for the data collection thing, and maybe as Councilmember Ku thinks about what to do for C, we could have some sort of data collection of the cells. Direct staff to collect sales data from willing retailers and restaurants in the area. No, sales, SA. Yeah. I think, yeah.
I think you're saying sales tax data, right?
No, just sales data. So like we did this weekend. Like how much are your sales up or down? So we can actually know what's going on versus just guessing. There are some that are willing to share, some are not, but at least we could see for the ones that are willing to share.
So is this your motion?
Yes, it is my motion, although I want to make clear that I'm suggesting opening Ramona Street for one-way traffic, but then still keeping that portion of encroachment available for the cafes there.
And this is seconded by Councilmember Tanaka.
That's fine.
Do you want to speak to your motion, Councilmember Koo?
You know, University is a difficult street because it does come from the freeway and it goes all the way to Stanford, and we don't know what Stanford's going to be, what when business is open and when the school starts up again, what it's going to be like. So I think it's a good chance to collect traffic data as well as to collect the sales data, as Councilmember Tanaka said. But also, you know, a lot of these businesses have invested a lot into getting their business in a different model. And I kind of want to help them. I kind of think that, you know, as a city, we should be helping them continue a little bit just to make up before we yank it from them. But then the thing is, I think that we need to definitely do more study before we do anything permanent. So that's my motion.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, can I share my screen real quick? Can someone stop sharing, whoever's sharing? Let me share my screen. Okay, so we did just some really basic analysis here. So from my mini survey, which I hope staff could do a way better job on than I did, because I only got like, I don't know, 12 or 14 restaurants. But just looking at how many restaurants and retailers are on each of the portions and doing the math and extrapolating it, it looks like, and this is why I support Councilmember Koo's and somewhat the mayor's proposal, is that it looks like as net with a small data sample size that I have, which is really small, which I hope staff could get a lot bigger one, it's net negative for the area. So it's a minus 10%. Anyways, so that's kind of what's driving me, just the numbers. But again, this is a super small data sample, and I'm hoping that with the data collection we can do better than this.
Okay, Ms. Apple.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, but I wanted to point out that staff did look at a one-lane, one-way model of Ramona Street. And because of the overall width of Ramona Street, because it's narrow, would essentially give the same as what a parklet only would give, maybe a little bit more. So I just wanted to point that out, since it's in the motion, that one lane would not necessarily accomplish anything more than a parklet model on Ramona.
Thank you for that. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so first, following up on the Ramona, I haven't heard from anybody who wants that street open for one lane. And I've heard from a whole slew of the restaurants there. So that's one change that I just would not support. Either we can, if the maker is open to amending it to having it continue essentially with the closure that we have now, which has been proven successful, that would be great. If not, I'd offer that as an amendment. And so why don't I start with that? I've got other feedback.
So Vice Mayor Burt, you know, I'm looking at the Ramona map and it looks like there's Mansour Fine Jewelers. There's a spa boutique. And so I know it's only two of them, and I don't even know if they're still there. But it just kind of, you know, concerns me that some of these businesses that has, you know, retailers or others that have invested a lot into their business, obviously, and now that they're able to open up, there might be issues. Perhaps, you know, my way of thinking was that if the parking spaces in front of their stores, if there is any, can be safe for this, can be reserved for the store. But you know, just completely closing it out, I don't know how that would work out.
Well, I'll say that we haven't been hearing a bunch of negative feedback from those folks. With it open halfway down the street, it's only a few feet to access their store from where there is some on-street parking. There's also the question of how much those retailers ever really were relying on parking directly on their street versus people who park in the downtown area, which is the overwhelming number of people who park there. So, but if that's that amendment's not acceptable, then I'd like to put it out there as an amendment to.
I would second it.
Okay. So, which is to instead keep Ramona with the current half-closed configuration.
So in that case, does C just become keep the current situation until September 30th?
Well, let me continue.
Okay.
So I think it would be good to just break up, actually. First, it's on C, it's not supporting the city manager's suggestion. It's just because that wasn't what he suggested. It would simply be to maintain the closure. So I think we should delete that first verbiage up to maintain, just for accuracy.
Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think it'd be good to just break up C between Cal Ave and downtown because it's not clear from this motion. I guess I'd like to get a clarification from the maker whether the intention is that what happens come September 30th. Are we saying that after that we will open University and we will open Cal Ave, or are we saying that we would decide after that date, or are we saying that we'd reopen one and not the other? I'm not sure what is being either stated or implied here in C in that regard.
Well, when we come back from our break, I mean, the thing is to give us more updates on how the street closures are doing, but also for the businesses to start realizing that perhaps, you know, there might be we might have to open it up, but you know.
But what I'm trying to understand is, and it sounds like you may be saying that it would be at least through that date, and we would have a decision after we come back and have some additional data and experience. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and
okay.
it would not be opening up in July 6th and for the other. Okay.
So then we probably we might want to include in C just to say that after sometime after council returns from vacation, we will review the next actions on the closures of California Avenue and University. Is that what the intention is, and we should just add that to C?
Okay, so we're working on the amendment or on my?
No, it shouldn't be in the amendment. If you accept it, it would be part of C.
I
just
accept
to clarify.
that part.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay. Now I want to, I'm sorry.
Can we work on the amendment? I think we should vote on the amendment before we work on the motion. You want to?
Well, we can. Okay, sure. I don't need to speak more to that amendment. Maybe we can.
Did you have anything else you wanted to add to that amendment?
No. That amendment would stand alone, and then we could return to the main motion.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak to the amendment? Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you so much. Yes, I will be supporting it. I think there are a few other retailers we haven't mentioned. Pamela Walsh Gallery is a retailer in the closed section and sent an email to us in support of keeping it closed. So I will be supporting it.
Okay, let's vote on the amendment. Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
I vote no. Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Koo?
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that's incorporated on a 5-2 vote. Okay, so back to the main motion.
Okay, so I have a question on, I had raised this issue on whether we needed to align the termination date of the state of emergency with whether we may be wanting to consider a eviction moratorium extension. So first, a question for Mr. DeLuca, if he is able to answer it, if he can give us any update on what the legislature is appearing to do on eviction moratorium.
Absolutely. Through the mayor and council members, thank you, everyone. Here's where things stand right now in Sacramento as it relates to the eviction moratorium. I have a level of confidence that there will be a vote early next week to extend it. What exactly it looks like right now is to be determined, but here's what I can tell you what I know right now. So essentially, and I'm sorry, I got to get my glasses because my eyes are getting bad. Nothing is in print quite yet. We're optimistic for bill language on Friday. But from all of my contacts and everyone that I've talked to, it's looking like extending the protections through September 30th. Number one. Number two, make landlords eligible for 100% rent debt since April 1 of 2020. Any landlord who already received assistance at 80% could then apply for the remaining 20%. Number three, make tenants whose landlords do not apply on their own eligible for 100% of their rent owed since April 2020. Landlords can get 100% even if their tenants have moved out. And then after September 30th, there needs to be a mechanism to give eligible tenants some type of support or relief. There's also been some discussion about regions within the state with higher needs could get additional funding. So this bill is probably going to need a 2/3 vote. So it won't be a simple majority, but 2/3 because this would be part of the budget. And again, hopefully something will be in print by Friday, so it could be voted on early next week. I am also, from the folks I've talked to, I'm under the impression that, well, first of all, this is going to be statewide, and then second of all, the folks I've talked to, I'm under the impression that this would preempt local ordinances. I've seen that some cities or counties have extended to the end of the year. So the rub's going to be what the state says and then what some of those local ordinances say. I know this is of utmost importance to the city. As soon as I get any more information, I'll work directly with the city manager and Ms. Gaines. But as of right now, that is what I've got for you.
Okay, thank you. So that sounds like a good confidence, but we just don't have an assurity. What we as a council need to consider is if that didn't pass 2/3 threshold, which is high, and so it could still get blocked even with majority support. Whether we want to build in the latitude to have a potential special meeting of the council during our vacation, and I have a question for the city attorney. So if we extended the local emergency for purposes of being able to consider an eviction moratorium extension with a simple majority of the council, does that require a second reading if it's under the state of emergency still? If we did a local ordinance?
I don't understand your question.
If we did a local ordinance to extend an anti-eviction mandate, that ordinance would that require a 2 votes, a second reading?
So there are 2 options. You can do a regular ordinance. It does require second reading and then 30 days before effective. Or the other option is an urgency ordinance, which goes into effect immediately on 1 reading.
Right, but that would require the supermajority, right?
It does, yes.
And it's a supermajority of the council members. So if council members were on vacation, no?
No. For a special meeting, it is a supermajority of council members present.
Okay. So it's really a question whether we need to actually build in enough time so that we would have ample time for the second reading. And I think if that's the case, maybe we should move the July 1st date in point A to July 15th to give us ample time if we want to do that.
There would be a gap, if I understand. It's a second reading plus 30 days. I'm not following your logic here.
Well, we have two issues. One is the amount of time for the council to make that decision. The city attorney says 30 days before it would then be implemented. But the second reading is 2 weeks, correct?
You need one reading, at least 11 days, then a second reading, and then 30 days from the second reading.
Is when it would become effective. Yeah.
So if the state did not do anything, people could be evicted for 45 days or something.
So, yeah, so the current state ordinance expires on what date again?
June
30th.
The end of the end of this month.
All right, so we would have a narrow gap, but if say we were to have a special meeting in the next few days or next week, then we'd have to wait approximately 2 weeks to have our second reading, unless we got a 4/5 majority.
Correct. And we could bring both versions and you can adopt both or one or the other. Yes.
Right. So I think this is the best we could do then. And there would be a potential window, but it beats if the council wanted to have this be able to consider this ordinance, it beats not being able to do it at all.
We could do all of that without a local emergency.
Yes.
But they're not related.
They're not related.
Okay.
So an urgency ordinance requires the council to conclude that it's a matter of public health and safety. I'll get the exact language, but I'm confident that if the council felt that there was a need to prevent significant residential evictions, that would be a topic that would qualify for an urgency.
All right. Well, then thanks for that clarification. I'm good then with that. And then there was on D, Mr. Eggleston had talked about consultants and all that to look at how do we, have a better longer term streetscape. I actually last year had made contact with the Santa Clara Valley chapter of the American Institute of Architects, and they were receptive to participating in a design charrette and bringing in pro bono excellent architects. We have people in the community who have urban design expertise. I don't think this is something that we need to go through a consultant process. I think we get better outcomes by engaging partners in the community and then deciding whether to adopt recommendations that they may make. So I would like to add two things to D. One is to pursue design, streetscape design expertise from the AIA, local AIA chapter or others. And then the second is to include within that evaluation of potential sites for permanent stages on in both downtowns for performance stages. Are those acceptable to the maker in the second?
No.
You say no? Okay.
No.
All right, then I'll offer them as an amendment. If
we hear from the city attorney, please.
So just to note that in terms of bringing expertise in for compensation, we do have competitive solicitation processes. Council could make an exception to those by ordinance, but our current process does require some process.
That's if
or
we
a
wanted
sole source.
to hire a consultant, you're saying?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It would mean if we were to also compensate any of these organizations for their work. So if it was,
Okay.
So yeah.
So my understanding is that, whether it's from the AIA or other architects in the community, it would be pro bono. So checking whether there is support for this amendment.
I'm interested in supporting it. Could you identify which streets you intend to redesign?
Well, it would be for all the for University, CalAv, and Ramona. We wouldn't necessarily have to bite that whole apple at once. So eventually, for those, my priority would be to look at probably CalAv first. But I don't want to too narrowly define this on the fly here. I just want to establish that we want to go in this direction of utilizing those resources.
And how would staff interpret this in parallel or perpendicular to the work that we are already beginning that Mr. Eggleston was referring to?
Well, it depends on where staff is and what they're looking at. I guess what I'd like to do is have this be a general direction to pursue this and let staff come back to us with right after the break with some recommendations on how we might integrate the two as opposed to prescribing that at this time.
Okay, so perhaps direct staff to expand, the existing work to look at other locations and use other resources. I mean,
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, I'd be happy to second that.
And can I just ask for clarification? Why is this part of D and not just F?
Yeah, it can be. That's fine. Okay, so it would be a proposed F.
Okay, do you want to speak any further to the amendment?
Nope.
Councilmember Cormack?
I think this is an important next step. This moves us incrementally forward from saying, oh, sorry. Councilmember Burt, did you have something more to say?
Oh, just a small one. It says for others after AIA chapter, it should be or.
Okay, and did we want to, staff understands the other wording that I used as well? Not reflected here, okay. I do think it's important for us to start taking concrete steps forward. And in order to do that, we should utilize the experience that we have available. I'm certainly interested in permanent performance stages downtown. As far as I'm concerned, that could be a building. It doesn't necessarily have to be on a street. I've been interested in that for some time. And I do think this is a good time for us to contemplate a charrette or something that helps us move forward from this is temporary to what will it look like. So I'm supportive of this.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. I would like to invite our Public Works Director to comment if you'd like to on this particular element of the motion, and then I'll comment to supplement. Brad, anything you wanted to note here?
Well, it's certainly a different concept from our usual process. I guess the main thing I would note, while we might get some very interesting design ideas, this type of process probably on its own wouldn't encompass the more technical information that would be used for developing cost estimates and ultimately understanding how we might move forward with the design idea.
And if I might add, that's along the lines of what I was alluding to about merging these efforts, that it's the design concept that we would be able to utilize pro bono. It's still going to require, whatever costing and otherwise that wouldn't be from those folks. It would be from through the staff process once we have a design.
So then let me comment, perhaps as a design professional, to note that what we're suggesting may require some duplication. And not to take away from that, but I suspect that the first step, should it be pro bono, would be more creative, and that would then have to precede the engagement of design professionals that we would actually hold responsible and liable for any errors and omissions in their work. So quite frankly, I do expect this may extend the time frame in which this work will be done. And so would like the council to understand that likelihood.
So I think that sequencing is correct. I would anticipate that it will take less time rather than more, that we'll get better buy-in and we'll be able to be more nimble initially. And then we'll still go through refinement steps in the way that the city manager described. But I've seen too many times where hiring expensive consultants whose their primary objective is to basically be paid a lot of money for their work, and is not necessarily the most effective way to get either creativity nor the buy-in from the community and to work in a real expeditious way. So I think this is a streamlined approach rather than adding timeline, and we can differ on that perspective.
As the seconder, perhaps, Vice Mayor Burt, we should narrow this to California Avenue to avoid the duplication that staff was referring to. I just bring it back to that to see if that's a more elegant way to resolve this.
Well, why don't we do it as initially California Avenue and leave open what might happen on University. If we see, that we have rapid success, then we could decide at a later time whether to apply it to University as well.
And does that address some of staff's concerns?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow. So
I think the suggestion was to apply this concept to California Avenue first.
Yes, and then make a decision subsequently whether to apply it elsewhere.
At the risk of saying something that might not be entirely productive, I think it is nonetheless perhaps our responsibility, if accurate. This predates me, but I understand that the AIA was previously involved in another project by the city. Director,
yes, they ran the design competition for us for the Highway 101 bike bridge back when we conducted an international design competition. I think that's a little bit different from the suggestion here, in that they helped us receive designs from people who entered a competition, which may not be what's suggested here. But nevertheless, there's certainly, we've run into complications in dealing with these types of methods.
So I just want to stop for a second, take assessment of the meeting. We're 40 minutes into our last item of the night on our timing. We have a lot of members of the public here to speak on the next two items. And we have people who want to speak to this amendment. I'm wondering if we should pause this item and continue it at the end and maybe move on to the other items. We're open to other suggestions, but we're taking an inordinate amount of time on this item.
I would be game to do that if that's a better way to do it.
So any objections if we pause this item and we come back to it after we hear the next two items?
I'm okay with that.
We're gonna be doing this very late at night.
I'm sorry, Mayor, are you saying just postpone the amendment and vote on the rest right now, or vote on everything later?
I'm saying we pause this item right now and just move on to the next item.
Well, if there's not any more contention on A through E, can we just vote on that? If anybody doesn't, nobody needs to speak on that, and then we just.
We haven't all had an opportunity to speak to the entire motion yet.
Okay, well, and that's what I'm asking. If it's not contentious, maybe we can go forward. If it is, then I understand postponing it all.
Okay, so yes, city attorney, is that okay? Can we just pause this? Do we need to take a vote to pause it?
You should take a vote. And then, yes, you can just stop and come back to it at the end of the meeting.
Okay, so I'll move that we continue this at the end of the meeting.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Can we go ahead and vote on that? I see two hands up. Is that to speak to this or? Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and vote. I'd vote yes. Councilmember Filson.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Is that a no?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna hear you. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
No.
We're voting for the main motion, right?
No, we're voting to continue this item.
Oh, continue this item. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So I think it was a 4-3 pass. Okay, let's move on to item number 7, and I'd urge us to be focused and try to be efficient.
Great. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Chantel Cotton Gaines, Deputy City Manager. I will be giving a quick presentation on legislation, and being mindful of time, we will move very rapidly through this so we can get to discussion as soon as I get in full screen mode. Okay, can everyone see my screen okay? All right, I'm just gonna keep going. Okay, quick overview. We'll go over a few strategy options for the council to consider, talking about the format for legislative review, going into some follow-up from the Policy and Services Committee discussion, and then bringing up some specific bills related to the police reform discussion. So Policy and Services discussed this in May, and they came up with a few recommendations for the City Council to consider and ask for follow-up information to bring this back. And we thought that it would be a good opportunity for us to talk about the overall strategy for our legislative affairs and ensuring that we as staff and our legislative advocates are fulfilling the needs and desires of the City Council. So with that, I'll turn it over to Nicolo DeLuca with Townsend Public Affairs to go over the next 2 slides.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gaines. So to the mayor and council members, as she mentioned, so we've got 3 strategy options to consider. And I'll give a quick overview and then talk about some of the impacts. And this is to ensure that we are maximizing our efforts in Sacramento. So the first, one of the options, option number 1 is what we're calling widespread weighing in on legislation. And so what that would look like, this strategy would be the city would comment, which means formal letters, on many bills proposed, regardless of the author, the likelihood of passage, or really the impact on the city directly. This would have the city having a greater presence in Sacramento, but could also be seen as what we like to call kind of papering in the capital, which something to consider would be, does that impact or limit our voice down the road? As it relates to resources, this is time intensive, lower level of impact on the city, but a good amount of work. And then it would also require that the city council or a subgroup meets more frequently, say January, February, March, April, when the session begins. Option number 2 is what we're calling advocate on a limited number of issues. In this strategy, the city only works on strategic initiatives, which includes capital visits, so advocacy trips up here to Sacramento, and efforts that really advance our major city goals, such as grade separation, climate action, things of those natures. In this strategy, the city would miss opportunities to opine on issues relating to bills or what have you, but would force the city really to focus on major priorities as it relates to the state. This approach can be managed with existing staff and existing city council committee structure. Policy and Services Committee would still meet, but be less of a focus on legislation and more on kind of greater, say, funding matters. The third is the strategic weighing in on issues of interest to the city. What that would look like is the city would lean heavily on the categories identified in the legislative guidelines, which we've had over the years. The city would thoughtfully comment on a handful of bills to ensure that the city not only has its presence felt, but also we're engaging in the legislative process, suggesting amendments, working on kind of the nitty-gritty of actual bills. This strategy would focus on bills that directly impact the city, and then also have a fair likelihood of passage or moving forward. This approach can be, again, managed with existing staff and the existing city council structure. The Policy and Services Committee and the chair and the mayor can still be city representatives to personally advocate on issues of importance to the city. And the Policy and Services Committee would still discuss legislation monthly and bring any recommendations to the city council for action. So that was a quick overview on those strategies. Happy to answer any questions. And I know Ms. Gaines has got some additional slides to share.
Thank you. And thank you for shedding that light just with what you see in Sacramento as some of the ways that municipalities have been engaging. One of the follow-up pieces that the Policy and Services Committee asked us for, and this is a lot of text, but it's in the staff report, so please don't strain your eyes. This is cut and paste. But you asked for follow-up information on what other communities were doing. So we really just brought up about maybe 5 other communities here. One is Lafayette and Cupertino. Their model is actually a standing legislative committee of the city council. It's 2 of 5 members in each community, and they meet every 6 weeks. They're really looking at all the bills proposed and narrowing those bills down and doing deeper analysis on them. But they probably are looking at about 12 bills per committee meeting. So it's pretty time intensive for the city council members that are on those committees, as well as the staff support needed and the back end noticing, et cetera, for that. But that is one model. Another that we've seen for Mountain View and other nearby cities is they don't have a standing committee. Legislation is often reviewed by staff. When needed, staff will analyze bills of interest a little bit deeper, read the fiscal analysis, which is information that is produced in Sacramento by legislative staff. And also, they don't consider weighing in on all bills. It's very selective in terms of what they will weigh in on. Lastly is from a Southern California example, which is analysis is based on high likelihood of passage and high impact on the community. And then that one, the community is really only weighing in on things that are likely moving forward and also have a clear impact on the agency. So of note here, just the emphasis on really working with bill sponsors and having those conversations in Sacramento and being clear on if something's kind of dead on arrival or really not moving along, making sure that time isn't spent on those, even if it is a bill that they may be charged to speak against. It's something that they kind of just leave where it is if it doesn't have a high likelihood of passage. The other item Policy and Services Committee asked us to follow up on is actually narrowing the bills for this legislative session. So this year, there's about 2,800 bills introduced, and that is less than usual because this is a COVID year and they limited the number of bills which could be introduced by each legislator, but still 2,800 bills. Once we apply the Palo Alto legislative guidelines to that 2,800, it narrows it to about 179 bills before the Appropriations Committee. And then the Appropriations Committee ends up being another filtering opportunity to, again, some bills aren't going to make it, or even if they're great bills, some bills won't make it. So that is another narrowing aspect, and that takes us down to about 159 bills that are related to our legislative guidelines here in Palo Alto and have made it through the Appropriations Committee and will still be considered by the legislature. So from there, based off the strategies that we've talked about, and staff is recommending that third strategy, which is deeper analysis on a limited number of bills in addition to our other priorities, that gets us to about 25 bills where we would really be trying to work with the bill sponsors and others involved in that text to really push forward and make sure that Palo Alto's opinion is heard in the most effective way. And then, of course, we're continuing to track all those other 120 some bills that are related to our legislative guidelines, but are not sort of the ones we are choosing to be microscopic on. And lastly, we will continue to work on other legislative priorities not related to bills. For example, we've been very vocal about funding for broadband for cities, both at the state and federal level, and trying to make sure that we are positioning ourselves well to be able to take advantage of funding and other legislation coming through at the state level. So we will slightly shift gears here and talk a little bit about a few of the police reform bills. This is something that we have not weighed in on yet, but it's a new legislative guideline that the City Council pushed forward this year. So we did want to flag 4 of these for the City Council to consider taking a position on. The 4 are SB2 by Bradford, which is related to decertification and qualified immunity. SB 16, peace officers' release of records. This would increase the amount of records that would be available to be released for police departments related to excessive force. AB 26 is related to use of force, and AB 718 Cunningham is related to investigations of misconduct. And we can answer questions on those, but that was in the At Places memo that we shared last Thursday. And for each of these, based off our analysis, if the city did want to weigh in on these, we could be in a position to support them. And for SB2, it would be support with some amendments if the city were interested in weighing in on these bills. So lastly, I'll wrap it up. But before I get to that recommendation, I know there were questions about the eviction moratorium. So I wanted to just give Nicolo another moment to just mention anything else that he wanted to share on that. And then we'll speak to the high level recommendations we're pushing today.
Thank you, Chantal, very much. Happy to answer any questions on the eviction moratorium. My heart goes out to you all because I know it's hard with the June 30th date and your timelines and your council meetings. That's why I was saying I do have a level of confidence that something will get approved. It's just, what does that look like? And so I continue to have many discussions with staff in the Capitol. In fact, I was telling Andres, my coworker, that I'm going to go into the building tomorrow, even though it's at limited capacity, to get as many answers as we can. And as soon as we do, share that with the city administration team to make sure you all have the most immediate up-to-date answers.
Thank you. And so our wrap-up slide for the council to consider for discussion and our recommendation is strategy number 3 that we mentioned, which is strategic weighing in on issues of interest to the city. Having regular check-ins at Policy and Services Committee that can be as frequent as the City Council is interested in, so that there could still be a space for more discussion on legislation coming through. And then using the high likelihood of passage and high impact on the city model, which is really just trying to focus our attention on things that are moving and using that as a guideline for the work that Towns and Public Affairs is doing in Sacramento and working with staff here in Palo Alto. And then again, the bills to consider if council wanted to take a position on, we just relisted the public safety police reform bills there. And we have staff available from the police department here as well if we needed to understand more of the impact of those bills on our department. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear if there are any members of the public who want to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, this is item number 7 regarding state legislative advocacy. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone. Mayor Du Bois, it looks like there are no speakers.
Get to council for discussion, and maybe Ms. Gaines, if you could just clarify, we have an existing advocacy process. Is staff proposing that we edit that process?
I would say more proposing that we clarify the process. So we have had, I'd say pre-COVID, we were moving pretty regularly sort of down this line of focusing on bills of interest to the city while also keeping the train moving on things that were really big and important to the city, such as funding for grade separation, broadband, things of that sort. And I think that one of the questions that came up at the Policy and Services Committee was, do we increase the amount of bills that we are advocating on? And we just wanted to be clear from the City Council on the council's preference of how we balance the time and resources needed in order to make sure the city sort of stood forward with the best step forward in Sacramento. So more slight refinement and clarification is how I'd phrase it.
Thanks. And Councilmember Koo is chair of the Policy and Services Committee. Did you want to make any statements?
Yes, so I appreciate staff and Mr. DeLuca, bringing this forward. It was something that we asked for from the Policy and Services. The main concern is that the state legislature has been inundating cities with so many bills, which impacts the cities in many levels. And so I kind of felt like we needed more exposure to some of these bills so that we can learn more about their impacts. And so I have been attending a lot of other cities' council meetings during their legislative process and during their council meetings in order to see what other cities were doing. And in doing that, I see that some of the cities actually have their lobbyists come back with a lot more detailed analysis of certain bills. And if I could share my screen, I would love to show you one of their legislations. And Mr. Townsend said that it's actually also from Townsend Public Affairs. But you can see this one here is an item from Cupertino. And are you seeing my screen? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So you can see it's a memo and it's about AB 989. It gives a summary. Then it goes into a status, and then if you support, what does that mean? And if there's opposition, what does that mean? Then it gives a recommendation action. In this case, for AB 989, it's an opposed position. And I believe Townsend also helps with writing a letter to the legislature for the opposition. So we've been mostly seeing very brief descriptions of each of these bills, and there's and we're not really, and I'm ending up doing all the research. So I just think that there might be, with the number of bills that are impacting us, perhaps we should do a little bit more, do a lot more actually, in ensuring that, our city is not impacted in a manner that we cannot succeed at. There are also certain bills that are coming out that we can support, such as ACA 7, which is a amendment to the state constitution, to retain our, so that we can retain our local control. I mean, there's a lot of bills that we could be looking at. So that was the suggestion, which is why staff has come up with the 3 different options for council to take a look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take it to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Filsa, put your hand up.
Sorry, it was up for the previous item.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I'll go ahead and jump in just to get the ball rolling. So, reading the report, following all the links back, you get to this existing advocacy policy manual from year 2000. I mean, we do update our legislative guidelines every year. And then that policy process manual outlines, I guess, a lot of things. And so I guess for me, the existing process seems to have been working pretty well. I understand that we're getting a lot more bills coming at us more quickly, but the guidelines that are in that advocacy manual to me make sense. You know, I think we should maybe spend more time in January, you know, on the guidelines for the year, making sure that those are correct. But once those guidelines are in place, you know, if an item falls into one of those areas, you know, we have the ability to support it. And again, I guess my question is back to staff again about, I think we would need to edit that process manual if we're going to make a change. And it'd be good to understand exactly how we would quantify that or what the change would look like.
I would say just based off the discussion today, staff can go back and update the manual. We bring both of those sort of as context when we bring the guidelines to policy and services in the late fall or winter, November, December, depending on how you define that in terms of seasons. So that's something where we could bring the policy manual updates if there was anything incongruous between the discussion today and what's already written.
I mean, I think there's some good things in there, like as long as it was part of our agreed on guidelines, we would go. If there was something that was looking for the language, I guess items that are controversial or come up would have to go to council, and there's a process for that. And given the timing, you know, there's not time to go to policy and services. Again, I think there's been some thought given there, and I think it makes sense. And you know, it's really a process to respect kind of who's on council at a particular time, and you know, councils change. And I guess from my position, I'm not really sure that we want to spend a lot more time as a council, particularly on maybe items that don't affect us as a city, or that maybe you have no chance of passing at all in the first place. You know, and so this manual also says most of this routes through the city manager's office, you know, and various departments, utilities and others obviously will highlight legislation that they feel will impact the city, but that city council members can also, you know, advocate for bringing these to the council for decision. So I guess my point right now would be I'm kind of happy with the status quo, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues on this one. Councilmember Cormack.
I concur with the mayor's assessment. I appreciate the time that policy and services spent looking into this and the additional information from Townsend. I actually think, you know, I was struck by page 3 of the report, which is packet page 127, that, you know, if we really want to have an impact, active advocacy is required. Pre-COVID, I had the opportunity to participate in one lobbying day when we were working on funding for grade separation. And I think I'd like to see us collectively spend more time advocating for what we want, as opposed to opposing things that we're concerned about. So that was my takeaway from this, is that I don't know exactly how we structure that. If it seems very ad hoc, and I'm happy to leave that, you know, to the discretion of the city manager and Townsend on when it makes sense for us to do that. But maybe we do a legislative day. Many organizations do a legislative day and they truck everybody up there. Mr. DeLuca, any thoughts on how we might take a more active role rather than just sending letters?
Thank you, council member. And I had a blast when you and Councilmember Philseth came up before COVID and the city manager. Our firm, we are huge fans of advocacy days in January. And to everyone, I know what you know that means, but just to be clear to the audience, that's when we'd say have, you know, whether it's the mayor or the vice mayor, city manager, and one staffer, we spend an entire day in the Capitol. Of course, we'd see Assembly Member Berman. Of course, we'd see Senator Becker. But then we also check in with others, Speaker's office, Pro Tem's office, some of the main policy committees like budget or what have you, maybe some neighboring legislators. And those advocacy days are very helpful because they're threefold. One, it is that face-to-face interaction. We cannot stress it enough. It is very helpful. Whereas Andres and I, my other coworkers, check in with offices a lot. They like seeing all of you, especially coming up to Sacramento as a form of a pilgrimage. So it's always good to remind people who we are. We also like to talk about things that we're working on. Hey, Senator Becker and your team, just letting you know one of our top priorities is X, Y, and Z. Or, hey, Madam Pro Tem and your staff, just so you know, City of Palo Alto, we could be a great case example because we're working on these various policies. There'll also be probably some bills around January that we might have some concerns with, or we'd like to then express those concerns to the author or his or her office. And then we also say to a lot of the legislators, what can we do to be helpful? Are there priority bills that you'd like us to help support or build coalitions around? So to answer your question more succinctly, we really like the advocacy days, primarily in January when session is starting again. And depending on what the workload is or what other projects we might be working on, it's always good to have a follow-up, say in April or May, because then things could also roll into the budget.
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think this should be something that all members of council should have an opportunity to participate in. And if we have to do it multiple times, then, we do that multiple times. Maybe it's around themes, but something for us to think about perhaps when we do our priority setting next year in January. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so first, could I get a little bit of a clarification? We had on pages 3 and 4 of the staff report these alternative strategies, and that option 3 is described as what was we were working towards in 2019 before the pandemic. So I wanted to understand whether pursuing something perhaps along the lines of option 3 or maybe some hybrid of 2 and 3, does that constitute a change in our legislative policy guidelines internally? And maybe that was, let me direct that at the mayor because he seemed to be indicating that we didn't need a change. And is it that the current guidelines you're saying allow for this, or that you don't want to go down any of these paths?
So there are our annual guidelines, and then there's a advocacy process manual, which maybe we should update it. Maybe it should be recirculated. It's from 2010 or 2020, and it describes the process for once we have legislative guidelines in place, how do we advocate for things that council's already voted to put on their guidelines, and how do we advocate for things that we have not either been silent on or come up that are controversial, et cetera.
And I'm wanting to reconcile that with the strategy options that we have. Say we had went with strategy option number 3. Are those completely compatible?
I believe those are very connected because that was where we had been working in a focus area. I think today is just kind of reaffirming that that's the interest of the council so that we're clear as staff of where to go. And
Good.
To the mayor's point of if updates are necessary, we can do the work on that between now and the next time your guidelines come to you.
I guess the intention is not to remove the other things that are in those guidelines, like lobbying by city personnel. I mean, there's a lot of other categories that we haven't talked about. All those would remain in place.
Okay. And so then I'm good with retaining the current strategy manual with an understanding that it's well aligned with option number 3, and that it enables us to increase our engagement on legislation. I would like to say that I believe that both advocating for legislation and opposing legislation are entirely appropriate tracks, and that opposition can be very important to the city and has been in the past. And it's not a one track of only saying what we're for. Otherwise, we'll end up with, we in other cities will end up with things that we oppose. So I think it's a dual track on that regard.
Not seeing a lot of hands on this item. There was a addendum on the police bills. Was staff looking for us to say whether we agreed with those positions or not?
Mr. Shikata, you on mute first.
Yes, you have a recommendation to take positions that we would like to get council affirmation or alternative direction.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I keep it. I just got a couple of questions, and overall concur with the Vice Mayor's comments there, and do believe that I do believe that council should endorse the four police reform bills being proposed. I think we need to make sure that we're supporting Sacramento when they're heading in the right direction on issues of police reform, and I think those are in line with this council's and the city's kind of policy priorities and focus on police reform. Couple questions though. Question for Mr. DeLuca. In your experience, as you put it, kind of like the papering, the Capitol, have you found that to be an effective lobbying technique, or does that really just kind of water down our voice on more important issues?
Councilmember, that's a great question. So doing this about 13 years, it's a way to get your name out there. Is it always effective? I personally don't think so. And let me, full disclosure, there's obviously some bills. There's a bill that pops up every 1 or 2 years where it's like, stop everything that you're doing, just stop this bill. A couple of years ago, Senator Hueso had a bill on telecom towers, which, everyone was just like, let's stop it. I think that when you kind of in quotes, paper up the Capitol, it's good to get our thoughts out there. But what I've seen most effective for cities is to weigh in thoughtfully and thoroughly. So for example, if there's a piece of legislation we don't like, we have opposition, but we also like to propose amendments or propose suggestions or highlight what has been done successfully in Palo Alto. And I think if we're going after so many different bills, that's going to spread everyone so thin. It could be a challenge to weigh in with some of those thoughtful comments. And at the same time, I'm not saying that the city's in this position. I have seen over the years, whether it's some municipalities or some associations or some trade groups, say no to everything. And after a while, I think whether it's with staff or with legislators, kind of like, well, you're always saying no, but what can you say yes to? And so I'm not saying that that's Palo Alto. I'm just saying we've seen this over the years. That's why in consultation with the city manager and Ms. Gaines and others, it's like, how do we make sure we're putting the city in its most effective position possible? Because we're also looking at the long game. What are some of the things that we'd like to get involved with? As Ms. Gaines said, we've been very, very active this year in broadband. We've also been active on making sure if there's homeless funding, that cities get a direct allocation or get flexibility or get access to it. So definitely, once a year or so, there'll be some really hot policy topics, but there's also a lot of other bills I think would be helpful for the city to weigh in, such as police reform, broadband, some of the climate resiliency packages or things of that nature.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I think the benefit that you identified for papering, getting our name out there, doesn't seem like Palo Alto's in that position of needing to get our name out there. I would imagine Sacramento knows us. I'm sure we have some fans and some people who may not like us as much, but thanks for that. Another question, well, I would imagine kind of based on what you're saying and kind of where I'm at, I do think option 3, strategic weighing in on issues of interest to the city seems to be a kind of strike a good balance of what it is that we're looking to do. We don't want to drop the ball on this important bills, but I also think it's important for us to be able to be nimble and react in a timely fashion and be able to address bills that are concerning to the city and of individual council members. I did like Councilmember Cormack's suggestions of maybe doing trips to the Capitol for council members. So I think that's an interesting idea. And then one question for staff. does staff have any kind of estimate on how much it might cost to, if we were to set up a standing legislative committee like Lafayette and Cupertino have? That does seem like a fairly significant use of staff time and city dollars to do that, but I'm wondering if staff has any thoughts.
I was making sure, I was looking at Ed in case he wanted to jump in because he was off mute.
No, I'm good. If you have the answer, great, please offer.
I was going to say we don't have a specific dollar amount. I know that Nicolo could provide information about just sort of the contract, even though we obviously don't want to speak about someone else's contract in reference to ours. But in terms of the staff time necessary, they have the work that goes into the public noticing of the meeting, the analysis actually done by staff and working with Townsend for every 6-week meeting. So I'd say in terms of the staff time spent on it, it's a significant amount of time that currently we would not be using to that same exact degree.
I would also just acknowledge that we wouldn't want to speak, or we would acknowledge the burden on the city clerk's office as well.
So then to Mr. DeLuca, just kind of following up on that, because I know I'm out of time. It seems like you Townsend does those type of services for a city of Cupertino. So would you anticipate if we were to do something similar that would be a significant increase in our contract with you?
No, council member, and to kind of direct, council member Koo was very gracious to my coworker, Casey Elliott. He's our state director. He works directly with Lafayette and Cupertino, and he writes those detailed memos. And those are definitely, I mean, those are things that we could work on. But just like what we talked about, policy and services, we wouldn't charge you all more. You know, kind of what our firm's all about is making sure we're about long-term relationships, and we're not trying to do any markups or what have you. And, you know, if that's what the council wants to do, is have more frequent policy and services committee meetings, obviously we support that. We support the existing contract and what have you. And if there's desires to do more thorough memos, happy to, you know, add to that also. And if that's what the council wants, definitely we'll follow suit, but we wouldn't do any upcharges or what have you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And I do agree with Council Member Koo. I thought that I'd like to kind of read through that example more thoroughly, but I think that seems like a really helpful document to be able to have, better than what we kind of generally get to see. So, okay, thank you. Same amount of time.
And if I can just add on to that very briefly, that will be sort of as we narrow the pool of bills in our conversation with policy and services, that's something that Townsend can work with us on, but on a smaller number of bills, not the wide range.
Perfect. Thanks, Ms. Gaines.
So not trying to cut anybody off if anybody wants to speak, but I emailed a motion to the clerk, maybe just to get again something out on the table. And so, no, Jessica, if you guys can find that, I think I just sent it to you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Danny is formatting it and should have it displayed here in just 1 second. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. So the motion would be basically to continue with option 3, strategically weighing in on issues of interest to the city. That we would support the 4 police bills as recommended by staff. And then I added this other one. I wanted to bring it up. We heard from a high school student in oral communications today about a federal bill, which is the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend Act. I just wanted to ask staff, I believe our guidelines would already say that we would probably support that one. And so, and if my colleagues are supportive, I basically wanted to ask staff to evaluate whether it does fall under our existing guidelines for this year, and if so, to prepare a letter of support. And again, I'm happy to amend this motion, but I just wanted to get something going. If there's a second. Thank you. Yep, I don't think I need to speak to this further. Councilmember Stone.
No, I think I spoke to it in my previous comments. So to save time, I'll leave it at what you said.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
Yes, I'm interested in why on SB2 it's support with amendment and not support. What amendments are recommended? It looks like there's some concern about how that would affect the city.
Actually, Ms. Stump, are you able to provide some additional information on the qualified
Right.
immunity part of SB2, please?
Right. Thank you, Ms. Gaines. Yeah, this bill is really far-reaching. It would change the legal doctrine, one of the key legal doctrines that governs the way that courts evaluate allegations of police misconduct. And we think that that could have some very significant impacts on cities who employ police officers, and that bears a little bit more thought and perhaps careful evaluation that hasn't been done yet at the state level.
And if I could also just add on to what Ms. Stump said, from all of our discussions as late as late last week, I'm under the impression there will be some future amendments coming. The bill was just set to be heard on the 29th, and I'm under the impression that they're working on some amendments now. So huddling internally, or like, let's just also wait to see what some of these amendments would be before we weigh in with support with amendments or what have you.
Okay, and will we actually be recommending the amendments?
We could, if that's what the council desires, that is something we could work on.
We have been looking at this one too from a standpoint of if the council desired to weigh in on SB2 and if we're supporting with amendment, that would allow us to be able to have more conversations with the bill sponsor about some of the concerns related to qualified immunity. But at this time, not having a specific change for that.
Okay, and does SB2 also apply to sheriff's deputies, or is it just police officers? And pardon me if I don't understand the distinction.
Right, no, it's a good question. And my understanding is it applies to law enforcement generally. Is that your understanding, Nico?
Yes, absolutely. All law enforcement. And that's a good question.
Okay. All right. Then I am comfortable with that. This is one that I think is worth us having updates on. And it sounds like that will happen as part of our process. With respect to the main motion of options of part C, I actually took a note during that discussion during public comment. And I actually think, I can't recall the instructions to the ad hoc on climate action, which is the vice mayor and myself. But I took a note that I think that's something we should be looking at is just recommendations on legislation in general. So I think that would be another avenue for C.
Okay, Councilmember Koo.
So thank you for that. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Nicholas, to Townsend for registering our no votes today over at Assembly for SB 9 and 10. The thing is also they voted on, I think, SB 478 or 477. And that was one of the bills that we had not discussed. So I don't believe you might have registered that. And those are some of the gray areas where, you know, until that bill is brought forward by one of us, you know, how do we expect if staff or Mr. DeLuca will bring that to us if it falls within our advocacy guidelines? I mean, there's, for example, SB 477, AB 1322, which is very similar to SB 10. So I just want to kind of understand how would these kind of bills come forward if council had not mentioned it to staff.
To the council member, there's a handful of bills that we constantly flag. And even sometimes we flag them that we're watching, sometimes we flag them and we discuss. And then also there's the focus of, you know, making sure we're really hitting on some of the key bills that you all have had concerns about. I do want to tip my cap to my coworker Andres because he voiced your opposition, not just today, but I think 2 weeks ago before the Capitol almost even opened up to allow visitors to come in, because he knew on behalf of Palo Alto, some of those bills were, you guys had very strong concerns about. And so what we do is working with staff, we highlight a lot of bills and flag a lot and we discuss, but at the same time, we also want to make sure we're really hitting our mark. So we're happy to add Senator Wiener's bill on 477, the floor area ratio. We have standing calls with Ms. Gaines every other week, and happy to put that one on the agenda to discuss. And if that's what you all would like to take a position on of opposition, happy to get on that too.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Mr. Andres, for keeping an eye on Palo Alto.
Yeah, some thought he was crazy for going into the building, but again, he understood the importance. So.
And the only piece I'll add to that is when we are bringing legislative updates to Policy and Services Committee, that's another opportunity for if there are bills that we have not opined on yet, that there's an opportunity for us to just have that discussion and decide if it makes sense for us to weigh in on or just make sure we're tracking.
Okay, thank you. So to the maker and the seconder, I'd like to ask if I might be able to add Council Member Stone's last comment about how the reports are being done, a little, since Mr. DeLuca said that he would be able to work in the summary type that the other cities are getting, if I can work that in as well.
Can you propose the language?
So for D, for staff and direct staff and lobbyists to provide, what would you call those? It's a memorandum or a summary memorandum of the different bills.
I mean, I would say those are forensic memos, though Casey goes into great detail. And then it also includes interfacing. So hypothetically, if it's a housing bill, we'd probably interface with your planning department to get their point of view. If it's a law enforcement bill, we'd have to work with your chief. If it's a climate resiliency bill, work with your utilities department. But to all of you that haven't seen the memo, it's at the direction of those cities, whether it's Lafayette or Cupertino, that they meet during their ledge committee and they highlight a handful of bills ahead of time. And then my coworker Casey prepares very thorough memos and they discuss it at those committees.
So this is not work that you would already have done and just be sending us copies of?
So our firm here is, we've got about 7 folks here in our Sacramento office. We'd all put our heads together and work on these memos.
So I have to minimize my screen and direct staff and lobbyists. With consultation of the different city departments. Does that work?
Sounds like it's going to require additional funding, right? Is that right?
I think on this one, it's just clarification that it is that limited number of bills. And I think that is doable within the existing contract, but the emphasis is limited number, like less than 25, probably.
Okay, if it's within the existing contract, I'd accept that. How about you, Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you to Townsend, Mr. DeLuca.
I appreciate you all. You've been a great city to work with. Clearly, if the president of our firm was watching this video, he'd think I'm probably the worst businessman. That's a joke because we keep saying no to any increases, but we've enjoyed working with you all. We look forward to working with you all. And like Councilmember Cormack said, we look forward to once we can really get into the Capitol, because I strongly believe that those advocacy trips are very effective and very important.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Mr. DeLuca, I have a couple of questions for you. So, as you probably know, that there's been a bit of a rising crime rate, especially around property crime in our city and others, and more homelessness and lots of other issues going on. And I guess I hear from, like, this is one of the things that comes to my office, right? People's Cadillac converter gets stolen, right? Or the bikes, the garage gets broken into and the bikes are stolen. And one of the pushbacks I get from the police sometimes is that it's hard to prosecute people. And so what is there anything that we should be doing to try to advocate for, to try to halt some of the rising crime rates? Like we just had, I just read somewhere that I think one of the, I think our Stanford Mall gets broken into like every like seems like almost every week, right? And then I think there's a high-end bag store that on University Avenue that got broken into, right? And so there's a lot of this kind of crime that's starting to happen, as well as just Asian hate stuff, right? So I mean, what are we doing to try to help stem some of the rising crime that's happening in a lot of places?
Councilmember, that's a great question. And definitely I saw this morning in the Chronicle or what have you about the store that was broken into with the purses stolen. I know in San Francisco and Union Square, that's a big issue. And a lot of the theft is huge. I'm curious to see what legislation comes out next year. And if we've got suggestions, that is something I would recommend as a city that we work on, whether it's different pieces of legislation we want to change. I will say whether it's Prop 47 or kind of decriminalization of certain categories, there's been steps already taken, and in order to undo those, I have to say that would be a bit of a challenge or a heck of an effort. I think what makes the most sense when it comes to crime is working together as a region. One of my coworkers, Corey Williams, she worked with a group of Southern California cities about 2 or 3 years ago to come together as it relates to public safety and crime, but not just crime, but also diversion. And they came up with a budget request, and then Senator Newman funded it. And so it was a multi-city ask as it related to law enforcement, but at the same time, some diversion. And they talked about, these are the crime rates that we're seeing. This is the uptake. This is the increase. As the 5 cities working together, this is what we could do with state funding, and it was awarded. And I think they're already at the point now where they have to do some follow-up data. So I think crime is tricky because I don't know if it's a spike because of COVID. Up here in Sacramento where I live, we're having our cars broken into all the time. I don't know if it's because law enforcement's limited due to COVID or what have you. Each county and their DA, they've got different issues with their jails and what they charge and what they do. But I think it'd be beneficial for cities in your region to work together. I think it also make great sense to work with the DA's office and maybe even the sheriff on what they're seeing and ways to implement things. And I tell you, from a Sacramento perspective, there'd be a heck of a coalition if it's cities, counties, DAs, and sheriffs all working together saying, this is a problem, this is what we're trying to do to fix it. But at the same time, these are some of the diversion efforts that we also would like to implement.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure that, if there's things coming down the pike that we can help support to, because I know sometimes it's hard to prosecute some of these crimes. And so I just want to make sure that we have the tools, like from the state point of view, that would help tap down on some of this, because I know from a lot of people it's very frustrating. And then would any of the bills listed here, would any of these reduce public safety at all? Anyone's listed on B?
It's ironic as you say that. I've got sirens in the background. Can you repeat that? I had a hard time hearing you.
Sure. Would any of the items listed on B, would any of those reduce public safety?
Would they reduce public safety? From my point of view, no. I think they add more transparency, more clarity, and it's more about rooting out some of the bad actors.
Just want to make sure. Okay. And then the second thing is, and I'm trying to go fast because I'm trying to stay within my time limit here. So I think we talked a little bit about it before, but I think what's also important is really enabling support for these kind of Zoom meetings, right? I know that this kind of, this stuff that's starting to change, but I think that's really important because we've seen like an amazing amount of diverse public participation like we've never seen before. Before we used to see just one kind of people. Now we see people of all types who participate, and I think that's really great. It's also, incredible reduction in greenhouse gas. Look at all the staff members and the council members that aren't driving to city council now. So that's been really great, especially trying to reduce our carbon footprint and showing some leadership in terms of reducing our greenhouse gas. And then, like for me, because I have so many monitors at home, I don't have to print out any packets. So that's also saving some trees. So I just want to make sure that we can enable this kind of modern way of holding meetings. And so anyways, that's another thing. I don't think we have to have an emotion, but I think that's something which a lot of people in our city would support and love to make sure that we could continue to do going forward. So thank you.
Definitely received and noted. Andres has been, and a couple of my other coworkers have reached out to the governor's office many, many times about, hey, once the executive order is over, once the state emergency is over, there's definitely a desire to have some of these meetings, whether it's in person or allow the Zoom access. Unfortunately, there had been some bills up here that were kind of the opposite, that we've been working on getting some of those amendments through. Definitely something that we hear you loud and clear. Definitely something that we've been working on, and something that we can continue to push.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands, can we go ahead and vote on the motion? We're starting with Councilmember Fulseth.
Yep.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, so that passed 7-0. Let's move on to item number 8.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. Let me just pull up the presentation. All right. Good evening, Mayor Du Bois and City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Here to present an appeal, a quasi-judicial appeal item before you this evening. The presentation will briefly go over sort of the regulatory framework that we have to process these applications, touch on a little bit on the applications themselves, and a couple of the other items that you see on the screen before you. First, just to sort of acknowledge the Federal Communications Commission's small cell order really establishes a regulatory framework for us in our processing of these applications. Of course, we have our local regulations as well in place, but a lot of the rules that we have stem from this order and other federal and state regulations that apply to wireless communication facilities that restrict in some ways what the city is able to do in its review and processing of these applications. The small cell order does a number of things, but it was really intended to remove barriers at the local and state level for the processing of 5G technology and expanding wireless networks. Some of the things that it includes are limits on the amount that jurisdictions can impose on wireless carriers from using the public right-of-way. We, of course, get our full cost recovery fee for our applications that we process. The order established a shot clock that established limits on how much time the city can take for processing these applications. And the order included a requirement for the city to publish reasonable objective standards for review and publish those so that carriers would understand what the city would be requiring for these types of facilities. Now, to this last point, of course, the council may recall that last year there was a circuit court decision that reversed the objective aesthetic standard requirement that I just spoke of, and does allow for reasonable subjective, or I should say reasonable aesthetic criteria that can be applied to these facilities. At this point, we're working on changes to our local ordinance to reintroduce those types of subjective criteria into our local zoning regulations. But unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to present that to the city council before the end of the year. So what we have, what we have to process these applications are the rules that are in place at the time that the application was filed, which includes the objective criteria that we have published, and these applications have been reviewed against that criteria. Whatever the standards are today, or because the standards that we have today, and whatever the standards may be in the future when we establish those, we just need to make sure that those standards do not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting wireless service throughout the city. So that's something that we will be presenting to the City Council later on. Briefly on the subject applications themselves that are the subject of the appeal, I first want to just note that you have 3 wireless communication facility nodes before you this evening. The application started out with 7 nodes, and those 4 nodes were reduced after staff's review and discussion with the applicant, and concerns that we had about our ability to, or I should say our concern about those particular nodes not meeting our objective criteria or meeting the exception criteria that would be required to process those. And in that consultation, the applicant has elected to at least temporarily withdraw those applications. They may come back later in another application form. But as far as this application goes, those 4 were dropped, and we're really just focusing on these three nodes on the screen that you see here. Now, just to orient you on the map that you see on the screen, that is Addison Elementary School. And you can see sort of the rings of color around it. The innermost ring is a 300-foot radius, and the outer ring is a 600-foot radius. One of the nodes, node 205, is within that 600-foot radius. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Each of the nodes that are shown on the screen and the subject of the appeal do require some exceptions from our objective criteria. And so I can talk a little bit about that now. One of the nodes is on Middlefield, but it requires, and illustrated for you on the screen, it requires an exception. So staff believes that it is compliant with the objective standards with the 3 noted exceptions on the screen. One, that it's located within a residential district. 2, that some of the antennas face private property. And 3, there are some modest adjustments that are required to the style placement guide for pole replacement at the base, and I think the height as well. Staff believes that the applicant has attempted to design this node to the greatest extent feasible to comply with the city's standards, but in these 3 areas, an exception was deemed to be warranted. There were 3 alternative locations that were examined relative to this particular facility. As you can see, each successive node had additional exceptions and were not substantially better than the proposed application. Node 204, this is the one near Channing House and placed on Homer. This is in addition to also being located within a residential zone and needing an adjustment to an exception to the placement guide for the style guide. This one is also located on a collector street, I believe, and is within 600 feet of another wireless facility. There were 6 alternatives that were reviewed for this particular site, and I don't know if you can see the cursor, but it's kind of hard to see this one, but I'm just kind of highlighting it here. That's a photo simulation of what's proposed. There are 6 nodes, alternate nodes that were studied with this particular facility. 3 of them were located on wood utility poles that are located within an undergrounding district, and at some point would, in theory, be removed. So staff did not spend a significant amount of time on those 3 nodes, and instead looked at the remainder. And nodes D and F, have maybe comparable number of exceptions that are requested, but node D, I believe it is on Webster, is adjacent to a child care facility or daycare facility associated with the church, and node F would require the removal of a mature tree. So given a little bit of subjective judgment went into evaluating the subject node and the alternates, with staff finding that the requested node being the one that is preferable of the alternatives that were studied. Okay, and then the last node on Middlefield again, actually it's on, shoot, I'm blanking on the actual name. Middlefield is the street that the adjacent property is addressed. It might be Channing, I think, that this facility is on. This is one where staff actually struggled a bit. And you can see from the illustration on the slide that, you know, the principal reason for that is one of screening. And the reason screening is, in part, the reason why screening is problematic with this site is the placement of existing underground infrastructure that precludes a tree from being placed in the planting strip. And then our own objective standards that say screening within 35 feet of the node is what we would look to provide some interruption of views to the proposed wireless facility. And in this particular instance, you'd have to go beyond 35 feet or interfere with this underground utility to place a tree here. Now, the reason, and again, this is a subjective sort of assessment based on the other alternatives that were examined. Many of the sites here that have fewer exceptions were deemed not either appropriate or acceptable from our utilities requirements because there was a transformer on a pole, or because of other technical requirements, GO95 clearances from our communication lines that precluded other facilities from being located there. We can talk more about these particular alternatives, but one of the more notable aspects that I guess was more compelling than any of the others is that, and I'll go back to that one slide. You can see in the background, the proposed facility is located adjacent to a commercial land use, despite being in a residential zone. And given prior council conversation and community interest in the placement of these facilities, despite the lack of screening for this particular facility, due to its proximity to the adjacent commercial use, this facility was preferred over the other alternatives that were presented and evaluated. I'll just spend a moment just to remind the council, and I know you're already familiar with this, that to the extent that the city is able to regulate radio frequency emissions, it's to confirm compliance with the FCC requirements and ensure that adequate signposting has been installed or conditioned to be installed. We had a peer review from our own city consultant who is also available here this evening to speak should you have technical questions, finding that the applicant's proposal was consistent with the FCC standards, and we have a number of conditions regarding signage and verifying compliance after construction. The Ms. Fleming, on behalf of United Neighbors, had filed an appeal, and we submitted a memo last week. Hopefully the council's had a chance to review that. There was a number of points that were articulated in that appeal statement. I wanted to acknowledge that one of the complaints from the appellant was that the applicant failed to properly notice residents and property owners within 600 feet of each of the nodes for an applicant-sponsored community meeting. And staff's review of the applicant's mailing labels compared to what we have on record is the current county assessor data revealed that there was a number of addresses that were omitted from the applicant's mailing list. The node 204 is one that I think has gotten some particular attention because that's the one that's adjacent to the Channing House. And in our staff report, we've noted our own challenges relative to noticing the Channing House because the county does not register that property as having 200 plus units. And so we could talk a little bit more about that. But that was an area that I wanted to flag and we note in the At Places memo. There are certainly other elements in the appeal statement. Ms. Fleming and others will speak to that, so I won't get into a lot of detail. But they can, some of them highlighted here on the screen relate to screening, the type of street trees used for screening, concealment of the antennas themselves, whether it's a singular shroud or the size of the shroud. These are all things that we can talk about if the council has questions about those, and I'm sure will be discussed in the public testimony. Okay. So the recommendation included in the staff report is that you deny the appeal and uphold the initial decision that was made. Alternatively, of course, the city council could uphold the appeal to deny one or more of the proposed nodes. Some of the reasons that you might deny it include the procedural misstep of the noticing that I spoke about a moment ago. That could be one reason for the council to decide to deny the nodes. Another is the council's determination based on your findings, substantial findings that there's an applicant failure to comply with the objective standards. Or if you're going to deny it, you may find that both of those are warrant denial. Tonight, if you do decide to head down that path of denial, staff would want to introduce or share with the council some information in the form of some types of findings that you would review before making that decision. That would probably require a brief break so that you have a chance to review that. Okay, and a third option, of course, available to the council is to continue the item, whether it's for a redesign or you need some additional information. If you decide to proceed down that path, we would ask that you engage the applicant and get their consent, as well as an extension to the shot clock. We have about 15 days left on the shot clock to process the application, and not enough time to carry us through the council break to a future meeting. So we would need that extension on the shot clock. Okay. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight the process. We've consulted the City Council's procedure manual, and we believe this is the appropriate order going forward, Mayor, with Ms. Fleming and anybody that she decides to invite into that 10-minute presentation to speak first. The applicant, I believe, represented by Paul. Shoot, sorry, I'm blanking on his name for the moment, but he'll be here in a minute to speak. And then followed by the applicant or the public comment and a rebuttal for 3 minutes by United Neighbors, followed by another rebuttal from the applicant. At that point, we would recommend that you close the public hearing and ask any questions that you may have for staff and continue with your deliberation. So I'll close by saying that's the end of our presentation. I do want to just acknowledge Mr. Garrett Sauls, Associate Planner, who took the lead in processing this application, and he's here this evening also to help answer any questions that the council may have later this evening. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. That concludes staff's presentation.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the appellant for 10 minutes. They're going to share their screen. Just make sure they're ready and go ahead and start. So Ms. Fleming, are you ready? You're muted. There.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to begin by commenting, and I hope you give me an extra second for this, that if Mr. Late provides additional materials to council, under the Brown Act, he would have to also provide those materials to the appellants to review as well. So I hope you will take that into account, Mr. Late. Good evening, City Council. My name is Jeannie Fleming, and I'm speaking to you this evening on behalf of United Neighbors of Palo Alto. Along with Tina Chow, Jerry Fan, Annette Fizzino, and Joe Nimkar, I appealed the decision to approve Verizon's application to install cell towers at 1221 Middlefield, 850 Webster, and 853 Middlefield. In our appeal, we identified 19 separate reasons why council should overturn the planning director's approval of this set of applications. Earlier today, we submitted to you a document that responds point by point to city staff's response to our appeal. Tonight, since I only have 10 minutes to speak, I'm only going to address 3 of these points. The first is this: Verizon failed to meet one of the most basic requirements of our ordinance, namely that they must notify, quote, all residents and property owners within 600 feet of the project site. At minimum, hundreds of residents who should have been notified were not. For example, none of the 240 residents of Channing House were notified, even though the proposed cell tower at 850 Webster is less than 50 feet from Channing House. Indeed, Channing House residents knew nothing about the proposed cell towers until after Mr. Late approved them. Having been caught, staff and Verizon have acknowledged that we are correct, that hundreds of residents were never notified. But staff claims that Verizon's failure to abide by Palo Alto's code was, in their words, a mere misstep. He used that word again tonight. That was, quote, unlikely to result in any substantive change to the proposed project. But how can they possibly know that without hearing what residents have to say? More importantly, our municipal code gives residents the right to be informed about projects that are near their homes. Even if senior city staff, and Verizon view the code requirements as an inconvenient and irrelevant set of marks to hit, for residents, the notifications of proposed projects and the community meetings are vital. Vital for bringing the application process out from behind closed doors and into public view. Vital for having the application process be transparent. Verizon, by the way, has muttered something to the effect that lack of notice may not necessarily invalidate an issued permit, but they have not been issued a permit. And there is no reason why the city of Palo Alto should approve a permit request that has this deficiency. Now to my second point, namely that Verizon did not abide by Palo Alto's design standards. There is much that is wrong with Verizon's application on this front, but I have time to address only one item, namely the fact that Verizon applied for and the planning director approved a cell tower design that blatantly ignores the city's design standards. Let me say that again. Verizon applied for and Mr. Late approved a cell tower design that ignores the city's core design standards. On that basis alone, the application for all 3 cell towers should be denied. Let me explain. In 2019, and then in anticipation of a wave of 5G applications, Council spent countless hours crafting the wireless ordinance and resolution, a central feature of which is the requirement that all antennas located on top of a street lamp pole must be contained in a single integrated with the pole shroud. Yet Verizon's application calls for 2 sets of bulbously shrouded, unintegrated with the pole antennas at 850 Webster, and 3 sets of them at 1221 Middlefield and 853 Middlefield. Staff says that this is acceptable, that it's acceptable to negate a central requirement of our design standards because of an elliptical 2-sentence paragraph in the resolution that makes absolutely no reference to multiple shrouds being allowed, none. Appended to the document we submitted today is an 8-point analysis of the 2-sentence paragraph staff has cited, an analysis that makes it clear that there is no face validity at all to staff's assertion that this paragraph allows Verizon to ignore the 1 shroud standard that council adopted in 2019. Consider, the point of the design standard council established is to make multiple antennas appear to be a single object by having them all housed within a single integrated shroud neatly connected to and visually consistent with the pole itself. In other words, it's to have the equipment be as inconspicuous as possible in order to maintain the character of our city as much as possible. What Verizon has proposed is the opposite of inconspicuous. They want to stick either 2 or 3 bulbous shrouds around the top of a slender streetlight pole. City Council has never seen, much less evaluated, this ugly new multi-shroud design of Verizon's. Neither has the ARB. And of course, we residents have never been shown this new design. In response to these points, again, all city staff has said is that 2 sentences in the code, neither of which say multiple shrouded sets of antennas are allowed, allow Verizon to do what council clearly had no intention of allowing them to do. And all Verizon has had to say is that they didn't want to spend the money to fabricate a shroud that would allow them to comply with the city's standards. That's right. Verizon may be claiming now that they need multiple shrouds to propagate a signal, but that's not what they said in October of 2020. What they said then was that there wasn't a ready-made single shroud that would work for what they had in mind, and they just didn't want to pay for a custom-made one. Please keep in mind that the wireless ordinance is going to be revised again in the fall. I trust it will be revised in the fall, although Mr. Lade appears to now be saying it will be later than that. If staff believes that council should approve a cell tower design that allows multiple shrouded sets of antennas arrayed around the top of the streetlight, they should by all means recommend the council do so. But in the meantime, Palo Alto's design standards simply do not permit such a design. Now for my final point. Verizon has not met, as the law requires, its burden of proving that denial of the application would deprive the applicant of rights guaranteed by federal law. We have entered into the public record the memo our attorney prepared on this point, and I hope you've had a chance to read it. Here's why the contents of that memo are so important. Verizon has been aggressively misrepresenting what its rights are, and unfortunately, city staff have never questioned Verizon's assertions. Nor, please note, have they or Verizon addressed this issue in their rebuttals to our appeal. I'm not an attorney, so I can only tell you briefly and in layman's terms what Verizon has misrepresented. First, while Verizon asserts that there is a significant gap in service coverage, it provides no documentation that such a gap exists, none. Instead, Verizon argues that the absence of 5G antennas per se constitutes a significant gap, but that's not what the law says. According to the Ninth Circuit, Verizon must show how the services they intend to provide with a new 5G cell tower, services like watching movies or video chatting or using apps, will be meaningfully better than the high-speed broadband Verizon is now offering. Not only did Verizon fail to do this, they didn't even try. Second,
you have 2 minutes left.
Thank you. Verizon is required by law to precisely describe their target area and assess the extent to which providing service to it could be addressed at sites other than the sites they prefer. In other words, someplace residents might prefer. Again, Verizon failed to do that in any meaningful way. Moreover, the city's consultant, CTC, also failed to do any meaningful analysis on that front. If you have a moment, please take a look at Verizon's map of alternate sites and you can see what I'm talking about. Verizon's map, which in itself is technically little more than a child's drawing, shows only the few alternative sites they considered, while not showing the hundreds of other street lamp poles and wood utility poles in the area that should also have been considered. Finally, and this is a little complicated, the preempted authority of the Telecom Act of 1996, on which Verizon is trying to rest its hat, applies only to significant gaps in voice call coverage. But Verizon makes no claim to there being a gap in voice call coverage in Palo Alto. Moreover, even if they had, the fact is that the FCC says 5G is not a, quote, personal wireless service and is not intended to close gaps in voice call coverage. To put it another way, the Telecom Act covers telecommunication services, but the FCC in 2018 determined that mobile broadband, such as 5G, is an information service that is not included within the definition of telecom services. It is not included. Therefore, Verizon's assertion that it is entitled to locate its equipment anywhere it likes in Palo Alto is wrong. Thank you for your attention and consideration. Please overturn Mr. Late's approval of Verizon's application to install these 3 cell towers in our community, and then invite Verizon to return with an application that is more respectful of our city's requirements. Again, I'd like to reiterate that under the Brown Act, any materials that are provided to council behind closed doors must be provided to the appellants as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now hear from the applicant for 10 minutes as well. And if you want to share your screen, make sure that's working before your time starts.
Okay, great. I am going to share my screen here before I start. Let's see if this.
Audio now unmuted. Jeremy Strew has started screen sharing, displaying Jeremy Strew's screen.
Okay, you guys can see that, I assume, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Jeremy Stroop. I'm with Qualtech Wireless, and I'm here tonight on behalf of.
9:24 p.m. Timer.
I'm also joined tonight by Paul Albritton of Mackenzie Albritton, Raj Mathur of Hammond Edison, Brian Ung, and Maureen Cruzen, both from Verizon Wireless. They're here to answer any questions that you guys might have. So we started this project on June 15th, 2020, when we submitted a Tier 2 application for 7 wireless nodes. On June 25th, 2020, we held a Zoom virtual community meeting where 2,773 invitations were sent out to both residents and occupants within 625 feet of the project site. We had 1 member of the community that attended. On June 30th, 2020, we received our first notice of incomplete, which consisted of more than 200 comments from staff. During the review of staff's comments, Verizon agreed to remove 3 nodes from the application because alternative poles were identified by staff as being less intrusive per the siting guidelines. So on October 2nd, 2020, we resubmitted our application with 4 nodes. On October 9th, we received our second notice of incomplete from staff, this time with a little over 120 comments. During this time, we worked with shroud and pole manufacturers in order to redesign our project to meet the Palo Alto Wireless Communication Facility guidelines without the need for exceptions. We resubmitted the application for a second time on November 27th, 2020. Unrelated construction near an alternate pole did inadvertently create a less intrusive pole opportunity that was subsequent to our June 15, 2020 application. Because of that, we did remove node 203 from that application. Then on December 4th, 2020, we received our third notice of incomplete, this time with only about 80 comments from staff. So we resubmitted for a third time on February 1st, 2021, and received a fourth notice of incomplete on February 9th, 2021, had just over about 30 comments. So we were getting closer. Now in March of 2021, we received confirmation from the shroud manufacturer that they would be able to redesign the shroud to comply with the 0.85 cubic foot threshold set by the Palo Alto design guidelines. With this updated design, we resubmitted for a fourth time on April 26, 2021, and we received the director's conditional approval on May 25th. That decision was appealed on June 7th of this year, and we find ourselves before the City Council today, 373 days after the original submittal date. Next slide, I just wanted to show the council the locations. These are the 3 nodes. And I just wanted to call attention to the fact that there were 6 departments that reviewed our project application. Garrett Sauls, as mentioned before, from Planning Department, reviewed. We had 3 people from Public Works Department, AJ Kumar with Engineering, John Engai with Waste Gas Water, and Shrupath Patel in Transportation. Greg McKernan from City of Palo Alto Utilities reviewed, Brian Johnson with the Streetlight Department, Joseph A. Fong with Fire, and Catherine Monker with Urban Forest Department. And lastly, we'd like to just show you the before and after photo simulation of the proposed designs. This is Palo Alto 061 located at 1221 Middlefield Road. This is the before and after. Palo Alto 204. Adjacent to 850 Webster Avenue. This is the before, after. And finally, Palo Alto 205, adjacent to 853 Middlefield Road, the before and after. So now I'd like to introduce Paul Albritton of Mackenzie Albritton. He will respond to the appellant. Paul?
Audio now unmuted. Mute my audio.
Paul Albritton here, Mayor Dubois, Vice Mayor Burt, members of the council. Thank you so much for hearing our application this evening. As you just heard from Jeremy Stroop, Verizon Wireless has spent a year working with departments in the city and with staff to come up with projects that thread the needle through your guidelines and code to something that could be approved by the planning director. It was an arduous task, but we were able to arrive at 3 locations that meet the design standards. Each is further than 20 feet from a home or intersection. Each is more than 300 feet from a school. Each is less than 5.5 feet taller than the existing pole. Each fits within the 0.85 cubic size required for each radio. And we believe these projects, and none of them fall within the residential zone of exclusion, a unique guideline to Palo Alto only. And we feel that all of these are approvable projects and are deserving of your affirmation of the planning director's approval. The appellant has raised 19 points on appeal. We too are not going to go through each one. We don't believe any of these appeal issues rise to the level of substantial evidence that's required to deny a wireless facility under federal law. And again, we hope that you can approve the facilities. I'll briefly go through the issues raised by Ms. Fleming. First, with respect to notice, we were concerned to find out that our mail house, Data Pro Solutions, had failed to notify the Channing House, approximately 200 residents. The notice was for the community meeting. The purpose of the notice is to provide information to Verizon Wireless that is then conveyed to the director so that he can modify his decisions based on whatever information is received. We believe that it is not prejudicial that these notices weren't provided. To be prejudicial, there would have to be some potential significant injury and the probability that it would have changed the result. And as you heard the director in his staff report, doesn't believe that that kind of prejudicial result would occur. All of that being said, Verizon Wireless is willing to agree to a 90th condition of approval that would cause us to notify the Channing House, conduct a community meeting, and report those results to the director. If the director feels that he needs to modify his conclusions following that receipt of that information, we are in favor of resolving the issue in that way. In every other way, and based on data we received from the city today and reviewed by our consultants, we believe that notice was provided to all residents and occupants within 625 feet of the node of each node, rather than the required 600 feet. We believe there may be some discrepancy where the staff looked at the parcel where the sites were located rather than the actual node locations. To address the other issues, the shroud issue, Ms. Fleming is entirely incorrect. There is a provision of the guidelines that allows for unshrouded antennas in the ultra wideband frequency range, where the low level of frequency, the high level of frequency and low wattage doesn't allow the signal to penetrate through shrouds. The antennas peak out of the tiny shrouds that we've provided, and that's an exception or an adjustment that's provided directly in the guidelines and was done in the 2019 guidelines, and she's in error that a single shroud is required.
You have 2 minutes left to finish your comments. You have 2 minutes left.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Finally, Ms. Fleming admits she's not an attorney, and the small cell order referenced by the director states that we don't have to meet the Ninth Circuit significant gap, least intrusive means standard. We merely need to show that the facilities, if not permitted, would materially inhibit Verizon Wireless's ability to densify its network, enhance service, or provide a new service. And that's the standard that would be applied here. And where we have shown the least intrusive facilities based on your guidelines and code, we feel that a denial of these facilities would constitute a prohibition of service. I want to quickly introduce Raj Mathur, who is from Hamilton Edison and conducted the RF emissions exposure studies that show that each of the facilities fall below the FCC standard and indeed 1% of the FCC standard, and that was reviewed by your consultant and took into account the Channing House T-Mobile facility on the rooftop and adjacent AT&T sites. Also, I'd like to introduce Brian Ung. He's the RF design engineer for Verizon Wireless, who is designing the 5G ultra-wideband network for Palo Alto and can describe to you the gap in service that he is trying to fulfill. Again, we feel that all of these facilities are entirely approvable. We'd like to answer any question that you may have about any of the appeal issues you think actually rise to the level of substantial evidence. And we are willing to conduct that additional community meeting as a part of a condition of approval if that's something that you would have us do. But don't feel that there was any prejudice from the 2,700 notices that we sent to residences to discuss these facilities. Thank you for your time, and we appreciate any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. The applicant will now go to members of the public who wish to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. If any member of the public would like to speak on this item, this is item number 8, 250 Hamilton Avenue for 3 wireless communication facilities.
Displaying Danny Kang screen.
Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone if you're calling in. The first speaker is Chris Rebel.
Can Mr. Albritton mute himself? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. He's been muted. The first speaker is Chris Rebel, followed by Ann Husty. Chris, you'll have 2 minutes to address council.
Thank you. I'm speaking and hoping you will support the appeal. I'm talking specifically about the node, the cell tower at 850 Webster, which is 44 feet from Channing House, where my parents live, along with 240 other seniors. Verizon, as has been mentioned, did not provide proper notice to these 240 residents regarding their proposed plans. They were only informed via postcard on May 27th from City Hall after the Palo Alto Director of Planning approved the project. Verizon says this, apparently says this counts, and because now the residents know, but at that point, the only recourse and the only option to give input was to pay $600 to file an appeal. So that is just not okay. They have not had a chance, they've not had a community meeting, and they've not had any opportunity other than to try and quickly determine whether or not there was, they should pay $600. The designs proposed by Verizon are not even in the menu of approved options, as has been pointed out, per the objective standards of Palo Alto's wireless ordinance. So Verizon has made enough mistakes like this that the application should not be approved. And again, we won't go through them all. Channing House residents already live under a T-Mobile macro cell tower that many of them never knew about, including my parents, when they moved in and paid many hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that was never disclosed. There's also an AT&T cell tower near the health center where people live that's very few feet away from the residents of many of those 240 residents. Needless to say, not all who live at Channing House are convinced that this radiation is harmless and that think that adding a third set of radiation towers is a good idea. So there's some that have grave concerns about this third cell tower facility. Remember, these people, these seniors live here 24/7, and why should they not get the same respect as the school in terms of setbacks? Please deny the application and let Verizon come back with a new plan that hopefully will conform with the updated standards that I know that City Council is working on in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The next speaker is Ann Husty, followed by a phone caller with the last 3 digits 164. For members of the public who are interested in speaking, we will stop taking names after Ann Husty speaks. Ann, you have 2 minutes to address council.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to address the City Council. I would really hope that they would do the right thing and overturn Jonathan Late's decision to approve the Verizon's cell phone tower application. I think it should be denied based on a lot of things, but specifically due to procedural regulations that were not followed clearly. It seems like a suspicious pattern that we have seen far too often in Palo Alto. Now's the right time to build a trust between the citizens and their government and show some principle and overturn this poor decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ann. The next speaker is phone caller with the last 4 digits 164, followed by Karen Saxena. Phone caller, please unmute your microphone. You have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hello, I just had to unmute myself. My name's Kip Husty. I would like to support the appellants. The city has too often backed moneyed interests. I've seen it. I've lived in this area for over 40 years. I've seen it time and time again. And this is another situation where we deny people their rights, their well-being, and go in for profit-oriented interests. And I don't know where the Planning Commission is, but I've seen them where they are fully. But I've seen too many things go on where the interests of people were put behind the interests of contractors, developers, business interests. It's time to rebuild trust. And we can't have trust in government if we have permissions granted to corporate interests that have their attorneys representing them showing up constantly at far more money than I'm getting per hour for volunteering this. This is not a federal issue. The federal issue here is people and their rights. The federal FTC regulations are not constitutional law. And when you start to have people like Mr. Late granting permission to faulty applications because they may have a not cozy relationship with the business interests, does not reach a federal constitutional level. And that takes precedence over some archaic FTC regulation that is constantly being overturned. And if City Council had stood up years ago when they had a chance, when this first started to be brought up, how many times have you not pushed back? Make
Sir,
them.
your 2 minutes are up.
What?
Your two
Okay,
minutes are up. Thank you. The next speaker is Karen Saxena, followed by Arden Michael Bloom. Karen, you have 2 minutes. Karen, you may need to unmute from your end. Mayor Du Bois, we'll try Arden Michael Bloom next and then come back to Karen.
Is it working now?
Oh, it's working now. Thank you, Karen.
Sorry.
No problem. Go ahead. Karen, I think you're still muted. Karen, we're going to go ahead and come right back to you, okay? You want to hang on. The next speaker is Arden Michael Bloom. Arden, you have 2 minutes to address the council.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I was profoundly moved by what Jean Ms. Fleming said. It's the epitome of what it means to be in a democracy, to be in one of the greatest countries in the world, to see that a single lady can stand up against the interests of corporate America and win is absolutely beautiful. And I just want to applaud her incredible devotion to a very worthy and very important cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Arden. We'll go again to our last speaker, Karen Saxena. Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just have to hold down the mute. My audio won't turn on for some reason. Good evening. Verizon didn't provide proper notice to residents. Many hundreds were informed only after the Palta Director of Planning approved the project. Verizon says that counts because now the residents know, but at that point they could pay $600 to appeal, and that was their only option to give input, and that is totally not okay. The designs proposed by Verizon are not even in the menu of approved options in the objective standards in Palo Alto's wireless ordinance. And Verizon made enough mistakes like this that this application should not be approved. That would be giving them the message that they can ignore our standards and still get approval. City Council has been wanting to do revisions on our wireless ordinance since April of 2019. The changes are planned for the next few months so that when Verizon comes back with new proposals, we can make sure they conform with the updated standard that we have been working on in Palo Alto for so long. And they should not be approved at this point because the application doesn't conform with our wireless standards anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Vice Mayor Burt, that was our final speaker.
Thank you. The mayor has had to leave the meeting at this time. So we'll return to the city council for further discussion and a potential motion.
Mr. Vice Mayor, the appellant and the applicant have an opportunity to rebut.
I'm sorry.
3 minutes each.
So we would first go to the appellant for 3 minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. I seem to simply be looking at an image of Miss Stump.
We can see you.
Well, I'm sorry. Would you please? Something confusing is happening here. I'd be most appreciative if you would start the clock again.
Yeah, it has not begun. We see the clock on our screen.
Okay. All right. I don't see me. That's what's confusing me. I see you.
Go right ahead.
I'm sorry. Could you clarify something for me? I don't understand why my image is not on the screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. We're seeing the clock.
Ms. Fleming, are you trying to share a document with the council? Danny, would you mind stopping your timer for a second? Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll time in the back.
I can see my image. I'm a happy person. Shall I start?
Please go ahead.
Okay. The cell tower application being considered this evening fails to adhere to so many of the core components of Palo Alto's wireless ordinance that it should never have been submitted, much less approved, but it was. To defend the approval, Verizon and staff have spent the evening blowing smoke in an attempt to downplay Verizon's failure to notify hundreds of Palo Altans about these cell towers, blowing smoke trying to conceal that Verizon's cell tower design does not abide by the standards Council established in 2019, and blowing smoke trying to conceal the shaky ground on which they stand when it comes to asserting any authority at all in Palo Alto. In other words, neither Verizon nor staff has added anything new this evening, nothing that actually responds to the deficiencies in the application and the approval process cited in our appeal. Instead, they have focused on the elements of the towers that do meet Palo Alto standards. Well, good for them. But conforming with some of the standards doesn't get them off the hook for the myriad deficiencies. Hence, on behalf of United Neighbors, I respectfully ask you to overturn the planning director's approval of Verizon's application. The company is, of course, welcome to return at any time and file a new application. But the law requires that if Verizon's application and/or the approval of that application are deficient in any way, the application must be denied. And that is clearly the case here. Palo Alto has every right to tell Verizon that we're in charge of our city's aesthetics and that their 3-shroud cell tower design does not meet our standards. More fundamentally, I strongly encourage City Council to make clear to Verizon that failure to play by the city's rules is unacceptable, that if they wish to do business in Palo Alto, we expect them to honor the letter and the spirit of our municipal code. Let them know that it is not acceptable in our town to torture the language of an ordinance in order to achieve an outcome the ordinance was written to prohibit. And then let them know.
You have 1 minute left.
Thank you. Please let them know that it's not okay to just say oops when they get caught breaking the rules. If Palo Alto's government is to be truly transparent, the city must not permit the companies with which it does business to sidestep the laws that protect residents by requiring them to be notified and honestly informed about projects close to their homes. Oops just isn't good enough. Thank you very much for considering our appeal.
Thank you. And now the applicant has 3 minutes to respond.
Audio now unmuted.
Can you hear me now? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Paul Albritton, once again. The guidelines in Palo Alto are the most stringent I've seen in the state. It requires that we minimize the number of exceptions and prove exceptions. We were first told that we had hundreds of exceptions with our applications, and we've reduced them to a small handful and with each of the applications we've provided. If they're denied based on these exceptions, then there really is no facility that could be approved or small cell that could be approved in Palo Alto. And Verizon Wireless would certainly make that case. As we've noted, the shroud design is particularly provided for in the guidelines, and that's exactly what we have followed. And we've worked with staff diligently on what should have been a 90-day process for over a year to come up with these facilities. Under federal law, you must have substantial evidence to deny a facility, which means you have to have some evidence to show somehow how we're violating any code. I've mentioned that we believe the failure of notice was not prejudicial because we sent notice to all parcels except for this one very difficult parcel that even staff had difficulty noticing, but did notice in order to cure the failure, and that we're willing to take a condition of approval that would cause us to hold a community meeting specifically for the Channing House. We do believe that we have a gap in our ultra-wideband 5G service, that we have shown the least intrusive means based on your code and guidelines to provide that, and then a denial of these facilities would therefore violate those requirements of federal law. We'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding these applications. We encourage you to allow Verizon Wireless to continue to work with the multiple departments in your city to provide essential 5G service to your community for all of the needs that you have for the businesses, restaurants, residents, first responders that we heard you discuss earlier in the evening as your town becomes more and more active in the streets. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present. And again, we're ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. So we will now return to the council for discussions and potential motions. Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to both the appellant and the applicant. Question for staff. The appellant says the shroud design doesn't meet spec. The applicant says it does. Who's right?
Well, I guess you'll ultimately decide that. There is a standard in our objective in a council approved resolution that establishes an objective standard for screening, and I'm looking to just pull it up on my screen so I can just take a look at it here. So let's see. Okay, so the requirement is that there's a specified requirement for a WCF antenna and shroud, and there's a requirement for street poles, and there's a requirement for wood utility poles, and not an exception, but an adjustment that is provided for in our objective standards, where it says WCF equipment adjustment. And specifically for street poles, it says equipment that cannot propagate an adequate signal within the shrouding required by the standard design shall be attached to a streetlight pole at a height of 2 feet below the mast or higher. And each instance of such equipment each instance of such equipment shall not exceed 0.85 cubic feet, nor shall the total volume of such equipment and any shrouding exceed 2.6 cubic feet per streetlight pole. What staff has done is we have looked at each of the 2 or 3 antenna panels and its associated equipment behind it. And we've measured in each of those instances the volumetric requirement, and we've cumulatively added those up, and it comes under the total requirement of the 2.6. It's at 2.5. Now, and what we've heard from the applicant's presentation this evening, and what we've already received as a part of our administrative record, is that this type of technology does not avail itself to a single shroud technology at this time. And so the single shroud opened up the door for this adjustment. Okay, are you following me so far?
Okay, I think so.
Okay, so I guess each antenna is its own shroud, as opposed to all of the antennas being wrapped around one shroud. If you wrap them all around one shroud, if that were technically feasible, it would not meet the criteria that we have under our adjustment, and would either require an exception or council could decide that it can't be approved. So you either look at the antennas individually, as we have done, and you shroud each one of those, because the shrouding technology is not available to this type of 5G technology, or period. I guess that's how we've looked at it. Applicant or the appellant is arguing that, well, no, you should wrap the whole thing in a shroud per the other standard that's set forth in the in that resolution. There's one more piece to that I want to talk about, but there's no point yet until we have clarity on that issue. And I'm sorry that I can't be clearer on that. But let me ask my team if there's others that can better articulate that than I can. And if so, feel free to put your camera on. But that's basically the idea, is that each individual antenna is looked at individually as opposed to grouped together under a single shroud.
And if you put another shroud on top of the whole thing, then it wouldn't meet the volume requirement.
Not only would it not meet the volume requirement, the applicant asserts that it would not, it would technically wouldn't work for their technology. The signal would not propagate through that shroud.
No matter what you made the shroud out of, the signal would not propagate through it, huh?
This is the information we have from the applicant, and I'm sure they could speak to that in a more technical standard. And we also incidentally have our consultant, Lee Alferbach, who may have some information on this too. And if you do, Lee, please feel free to chime in. This is the city's consultant. Yeah. So Councilmember Fieldseth, I'm sorry we took your time on that, but there was one more component of that I thought that was important to share. And that is the other issue that the appellant is arguing is that the mast arm, which is what you see extending above the streetlight pole, and the bracket that connects the antenna to the mast arm is also not included in the staff's calculation of volumetric in staff's volumetric calculations. And the argument is that those should be included in the calculation. Our review of the definition finds otherwise, but the council, in its review, of course, you may look at that and find that should be included. I'll note, and this is again where I think Lee could probably offer some guidance on this. We've not seen a smaller antenna out there. So to include the mast arm and the brackets along with the antenna and the shrouding is not at a feasible dimension based on the technology that we understand of today.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Well, first, I think this is quasi judicial. So let me just say that I did have a brief chat with Ms. Fleming yesterday for about, I don't know, 5-10 minutes. And basically nothing was discussed that wasn't already heard at this meeting. With that said, I just wanted to see if, for Vice Mayor, can I ask Ms. Fleming a question? Vice Mayor?
Yes, go right ahead.
Ms. Fleming, Ms. Fleming, you said that the notice that Verizon sent to residents was misleading. Can you explain that?
Yes, thank you. I can explain it. Verizon sends out a notice. It is a one-page notice, and as we said in the memo we sent out, this one-page memo is a masterpiece of disinformation. First of all, let me read it to you. It says, we will be adding small wireless facilities to existing metal street poles. Well, a small wireless facility is a legal term of art, and nobody in good faith could possibly describe them as small. They're probably, we're talking about hundreds of pounds of equipment here. So first of all, Verizon is deliberately using a legal term of art in order to mislead recipients of this notice about the scale of what it is they're proposing to put in the neighborhood. And in fact, they also don't say where the cell towers are going to be located. In their mailer, they don't say at what address they'll be located. They don't say that they'll be located within 600 feet of the person who's receiving the mailer. So somebody who gets this mailer thinks that what they're hearing about is some very small facility that is located somewhere in Palo Alto, probably not near them. So my point here is that nobody who gets this mailer would have any reason to believe that Verizon was planning to put hundreds of pounds of equipment right next to their house. Just wouldn't occur to you.
Okay, great, thank you. And Vice Mayor, can I ask Verizon a question too?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm not sure who to address it to, so whoever wants to take it. But so let's say someone sues our city because they're concerned about the city. Audio now unmuted. Oh, okay. Because they were concerned about some sort of ARF-related illness. Let's say a resident of Shining House or utility worker. Would Verizon indemnify the city for that kind of situation?
Paul Albritton here, Mr. Tanaka. This would be associated with if it's associated with the granting of the permit and the challenging of the permit, well then yes, in fact, we're doing that right now in Lake Tahoe.
I see. Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. First one for staff. I guess this will go back to you, Director Lake, kind of continuing on the conversation of the WCF equipment adjustment. And you kind of touched on it, but maybe you can kind of clear this up a little bit. Has the applicant provided supporting evidence to prove that the 5G equipment can't propagate an adequate signal within the shrouding requirement? You said they did, but have we seen evidence to actually prove that?
Yeah, let me invite Garrett Sauls to join us. There's as you could see from the applicant's testimony, there's been a fair amount of back and forth and correspondence and pieces of information that we've requested. So, Mr. Sauls, can you respond to the assertion about the applicant's inability to transmit propagate a signal with a shroud?
Yeah, so included in the Cycle 5 documents, as well as I believe the Cycle 4 documents, the applicant had provided a number of studies that had basically addressed how signal attenuation occurs. And specifically, that document targeted things like canopies, tree canopies, and how that signal attenuation occurs. But the same concept still applies, that when you have some type of interruption for this specific high band frequency, it has a very deleterious effect. And so our CTC's consultant, or sorry, our consultant CTC also provided evidence within our RF report that confirmed that, there is an attenuation of that signal as it propagates when you have interruptions in front of that due to the nature of the frequency that is to be used. So Mr. Offlerbach could probably speak a little bit more to the technicality of that if you'd like to understand a little bit more about that.
I guess I'm curious why 3 separate shrouds aren't going to be at the same level of an impediment as the one singular shroud as the objective standards require.
Yeah, so the shrouding that they are using is around the face of the antenna. If you can imagine, my hand is basically the antenna, where you have the face of the antenna here, and then you have the radio that's attached to it. There's a little cutout to where the face actually is the antenna that shoots out any sort of signal. That will be covered with a film that basically still allows for, that's painted to match the color of the pole. So that will still allow for propagation to go through that, whereas the actual material shrouding that would typically be placed on maybe a 4G facility, the signal doesn't propagate through that, what's called the RFP screening for those things. So,
and can we not do a similar process that you just described with the triple shroud compared to the single?
Meaning
was that tested?
Go ahead, sorry.
So I'm just curious, like, if that was tested. I mean, as far as just kind of how, to what ends did the applicant go to actually kind of test that to make sure that that the single shroud is inadequate?
So I guess at that point, that's a question to engage the applicant to understand what they've done to demonstrate or to test that. Our understanding is that it didn't work, and so I would ask Mr. Stroop or Mr. Albritton to respond to that part.
Yeah, the Vice Mayor is fine with that.
Yes.
Paul Albritton here. You can hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yes, the ultra wideband 5G frequency at 23 gigahertz is a very tight frequency, and it will not penetrate through traditional shrouding. It will only penetrate through a very thin film. So that is why back in 2019, this exception was included in your guidelines for 5G antennas. The 5G signal, they're less than 200 watts per radio, and it's weak enough so that the radio is connected to the antenna, and so that there's no signal loss for cabling. That's why you have a single integrated small box that contains both the radio and the antenna in that small area. The guideline actually provides there's no shrouding required for facilities, antennas that cannot penetrate through a shroud. We've gone out of our way to provide a small shroud to hide the cabling on each individual antenna, working with staff. But the adjustment that's provided for in your guidelines anticipates 5G service and that you cannot shroud it. We provided white papers, and I believe Mr. Afflerbach can confirm, and this is true with 5G up and down the state. I hope that answers your question. It's not a design that can be single shrouded. You have to have these peekaboo holes, and we added the shrouding for the cabling in accommodation to comments from staff. But your adjustment says that those types of radios, integrated radios, 5G, do not require shrouding under your guidelines.
Well, they don't require the shrouding if the signal can't be propagated, but I would imagine that would be the applicant's burden to be able to prove that. I'm still not quite sure how those kind of peekaboo holes that you described would not be able to apply to the single shroud.
Well, it can't be. It just simply cannot be accomplished with first of all, it's not required, as I just mentioned. Second, it can't be accomplished within the volume constraints that have been imposed. Those numbers were worked on with your staff, with your attorneys, Albert Yang, with AT&T and other stakeholders in order to avoid, I guess, a challenge to the guidelines themselves, because they would have prevented ultra wideband 5G service. But the design guidelines you established would not allow that kind of singular type of shroud because of the volume guideline, the total volume restrictions that you've imposed. In other words, it allows 0.85 times 3, and you can do the math. There's not much room for a shroud if your maximum is 2.6.
Right, but we're ignoring the first part of the provision that says that requires the equipment to not be equipment that cannot be propagated and adequate signal within the shrouding required by the standard designs. So that's why I'm saying, that's why I think the burden would be on you to be able to prove that this equipment cannot get an adequate signal through the singular shrouding that I'm struggling to see has been proven, but I see I'm out of time.
Again, we provided white papers to your third-party engineer, and he can speak to that.
Councilmember Stone, if you'd like our city consulting engineer to respond, we can do that.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, there we are.
It looks as though he might have unfortunately dropped off, so I'll get in contact with him to come back on the call.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring him back on later. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I wanted to find out, so the notification that were tied to the phone, to the polls, it doesn't have a picture, or it doesn't have any, I mean, there was a picture that was sent in by Ms. Fleming, and in the picture, the notice that was tied to the polls have nothing on it except whom to contact. So is that normally how we provide notification for people who are walking by about a project that's taking place? Or did
yeah, Mr. Sauls, can you speak to the noticing requirements for these antennas?
Sure. So yeah, okay. Still trying to contact Lee. Sorry. So for the noticing requirements, anytime a project, regardless of a wireless project or a major A or B, when they're submitted to the city, the city has a noticing requirement of at least 600 feet from the location. If it's a parcel, it provides that noticing in such a manner. We also require that the applicant post notice boards on the facilities as well. And on those notice boards, the ones that Ms. Fleming was sending photos about, we require that we have the project description, which we print out and provide to the applicant, posted on there, as well as typically an elevation image of what that project is going to look like. So, over time, what we've realized also is that, they can sometimes come off. So, it's usually something that we work with the applicant to make sure to recheck those after a period of time. So that way we are able to make sure that it's at least, still up there first off. And then also that, that the paper, right, that you've taped onto it hasn't fallen off. So in this instance, it seems as though that was the case, unfortunately. But that is the typical means with which we provide a physical noticing on the site of the facility.
Yeah, so that's concerning because, well, obviously, when it falls off, then anybody else who's going to walk by is not going to be notified. In addition to, Channing House, over 200 folks, residents over there were not notified. Then also, thank you for that, Mr. Sauls. I remember back in, I think, 2019, when this all came to us, I met Mr. Albritron out over on Newell Road where he demonstrated to me the single shroud. And, so when when we have gone through the design process and gone through the different committees in order to vet it, now this would appear to be a new design. And I'm just surprised that it hasn't gone through the different committees in order to vet it out and instead have it be approved in such a manner. So that's a second concern. But I would like to ask so I think there was a method that the RF emissions had gone through, that our consultant had looked at that. And does it state that it was actually higher than FCC limits in Palo Alto?
Yeah, so we did, it looks as though Lee has jumped back on, so we can talk to that item as well as Councilmember Stone's item.
Okay, so Mr. Lee Afflerbach, can you respond to the RF compliance for the proposed facility? And if you're talking, you're on mute. There you go.
Okay, good. Yes, we've gone through it. Actually, it's in full compliance. In our report, it meets the FCC requirements completely.
So for the RF emissions, it's not, it falls within the FCC limits under the FCC.
Yes, it is. It's in full compliance. We calculated the level to be less than 2% of the FCC limit.
Thank you for that, Mr.
Afflerbach.
Thank you. Did you want to answer Mr. Stone's question? I mean, Councilmember Stone, or shall I finish?
So I think that's a question.
I have to hear the question again. I got knocked off I lost my internet, unfortunately.
So Vice Mayor, we'll look to you on.
Yes, Director Lade, if you could repeat Councilmember Stone's question for Mr. Afflerbach, that would be helpful.
Sure, I'll summarize to the best of my ability, and Councilmember Stone chime in if I get this wrong. The question has to do with the shrouding and the technical infeasibility of placing the 3 antennas in a single shroud, such that the signal propagation, we're trying to understand, is it distorted to such a degree that it makes the single shroud infeasible?
Okay. The frequency that these particular radios are operating on is 10 times the maximum frequency of the 4G units that we have out there. So there's significantly more loss with anything that's in any kind of insulator material. I have never seen any of the 5G antennas working with a shroud on them. All of them, the ones that I have seen in operation are ones that have been mounted. They're on a, remember, these are integrated radios and antennas, and they're mounted without a shroud on them. I have never seen any of the 5Gs in operation. And my assumption was, although I've never tested them, was that that was done because to minimize losses, because losses are very high at these frequencies.
Thank you. And Councilmember Koo, did you have another question?
Yes, thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I did, just to finish, but not with Mr. Afflerbach. I did want to ask if I may direct a question to the appellant through the Vice Mayor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to find out, Ms. Fleming, you mentioned in your letter that you raised a point about deciduous trees as screening trees. Could you clarify what that has to do with the poles, with the antennas?
Yes, I can. Before I do that, if you don't mind, Councilmember Koo, I would just like to say one thing in response to the gentleman who just spoke, and that is the CTC report clearly states that at 28 feet above ground, the RF exceeds FCC limits. So I just want everybody to be very clear on that point, that CTC's report says that, and that in fact, what they are doing is agreeing with the fire department's hazardous materials inspector on that front. So Lydia, I apologize. Your question was with respect to deciduous trees. The issue here is that the ordinance calls for the applicant to screen cell tower facilities. And the reason for that is they're ugly. Nobody wants to look at them. So screening can be achieved in a variety of ways, but one way is with trees. And in this application, Verizon has selected as screening trees Chinese pistachios. And I know Chinese pistachios very well. I have one in my backyard. And one of their characteristics is they are deciduous. So what that means is that for a significant portion of the year, months and months of it, they don't have any leaves on their limbs. So they don't serve a screening function very well. The wireless ordinance doesn't say that screening should be offered for 7 months of the year. It says these facilities have to be screened, and deciduous trees just don't accomplish that goal.
Thank you. Another question, if I may. In the attorney's letter, item C, it states that 5G is not a personal wireless service, and therefore declining to permit those nodes cannot violate federal law. How is this not a personal wireless service?
You know, our attorney is here, and I'm going to refer that one to him. His name is Ariel Strauss. Ariel, if you would weigh in, I'd appreciate it.
So I will allow that.
May I? Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor.
And I just don't know if that individual is on our panelists, so we may need the clerk's assistance to.
Okay.
Again, Ms. Fleming, the name of the contact?
Ariel Strauss.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Just promoted him as a panelist, so he should be able to turn on his video.
I'm sorry, the city attorney wanted to weigh in.
When this exchange is concluded, if you would please invite the applicant to respond to the legal issue that's being discussed.
Okay, thank you.
We would like the same opportunity, City Attorney Stump, to respond to many of the points that Mr. Late and various others he has brought into this event have made.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we can.
If I may, actually, I believe I can actually shed considerable light on the issue of these multiple shrouds. Do you mind if I take a minute to speak to that?
So first, can you address the issue that Councilmember Koo had raised?
Yes, most certainly. So the term personal wireless service is a defined term in the statute. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 defines that term to be a form of communication service. The statute is rather clear, and the Supreme Court has also clarified that the preemptive authority of the FCC is limited to personal wireless services. Now, on their face, it sounds like personal wireless services would apply to things like 5G, but it happens to be that in the effort to deregulate provision of broadband such that the FCC would not be able to interfere with the industry from providing that at different rates. In 2018, they redefined mobile broadband as a data service rather than a communication service. And because communication services is an aspect and essentially the only type of service that is personal wireless services, it now happens to be that 5G is not within a definition of personal wireless services. Feel free to ask a question about that. I understand it's somewhat technical and perhaps counterintuitive, but if you think to the purposes of the 1996 Act, the focus was to make sure that there'd be a seamless network throughout the country for telephone calls and other equipment and technology that was available at the time. The concern was that local entities might impose differing standards that would impede the ability to have that nationwide network. Now it happens to be that the FCC or perhaps the industry would like to create a similar network for the purpose of 5G. That may be logical. However, the statute has not been adjusted to do that. The statute speaks to personal wireless services, which is limited to forms of communication services. The FCC in 2018 declared that mobile broadband is only a data service, and therefore this is simply does not fit within the definition. I want to point out that
I'm sorry, just a moment.
Yes, please.
So at this time, what I want to do is allow the applicant's attorney to respond to that specific issue. And then I need to move on to Councilmember Cormack, who has been waiting for her turn. And then we can, if we have remaining questions, we can do so. I will note that it's almost 10:30 and we need to not only complete this item, but we return to
Audio now unmuted.
Oops. To the item that we left off on before. So the applicant's attorney can respond to this.
Hello, Paul Albritton again. Thank you. Yes, that analysis is completely erroneous. Personal wireless services are not regulated by frequency. 5G service provides voice and data services, and it's a completely erroneous analysis. And I have to say, I've been practicing in this field for over 30 years, and that cases and the law would not possibly agree with that analysis that you just heard. And I believe your own city attorney could weigh in on that.
Respond.
Not at this time, thank you. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. And thanks to my colleagues for asking a few of the questions I already had. The one remaining one has to do with the notification itself. And thank you to staff for the memo attached to this item and the helpful responses to each of the appellant's concerns. So I'm looking at page 2 of that and page 64 of the 328-page link. You know, did we, when we put together these instructions, did we have any rules or ideas about how the communication and notification should be provided? I mean, I understand we said you had to notify them within 600 feet, but I did just go and look at it and there's no visual and there's no address and.
Yep.
Okay.
No, there was no further requirement other than what was provided in our ordinance, which is they shall provide notice. So
all right, and in the work that you and your staff are doing to come back, is it already in your work plan to? Okay, great.
Yeah, what we're thinking about is whether the city takes on that responsibility, frankly, to send the notice of an applicant hosted community meeting. That way we can be, consistent in the messaging and the format, and there's no sort of room for interpretation on that. So that's one of the ideas that we're considering in response to what we're hearing.
Okay, well, that's definitely an area for improvement. And I know we ourselves have made improvements in the past couple of years in how we communicate some of our transportation projects. So I'm confident that our staff could be of assistance with that. Okay, quick question for the city attorney. Councilmember Tanaka mentioned this is quasi-judicial. Should we have done disclosures? Would you like us to do that now?
We probably should have. It is probably a good housekeeping item to go ahead and do it. Depending on whether there are substantial disclosures, we may need to provide some additional ability for feedback from the parties. But let's hear the disclosures. I'm not aware that there are any.
And I will add that the obligation is to disclose any ex parte communications. If council members had none, they don't have an obligation to speak.
That's correct. And if you've had contacts outside of the formal record, please state whether you have received any material or learned anything different from what is in the official record that is before the council tonight. Thank you.
I don't have anything to disclose. I just wanted to raise it as we went through this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a couple of questions. The appellant's or the staff summary of the appellant's points has item number 3 on coverage. Question of whether Verizon is the applicant is obligated to look at all feasible alternatives and whether the what the coverage would be of those alternatives. Director Late, is that your understanding of the essence of our current ordinance?
So our ordinance requires the applicant submit alternatives, and it doesn't specify a number. It doesn't require it list all feasible alternatives, and that's what we have. There was some debate when the ordinance came in, was reviewed, I think, or staff was preparing it, where we were considering whether we wanted to put a specified number. But in the end, we thought leaving it open would avail ourselves to more opportunities than a short list that was just arbitrarily established.
Okay, so for me, that I'm not saying that this is the case in this circumstance, but that would allow an applicant, in theory, in a literal reading of that, to offer any alternatives, including ones that really were not relevant. So what I'd like to do is ask the applicant to respond to the question of to what extent can you describe that the alternatives that you have offered are really all the relevant feasible ones?
Audio now unmuted.
Paul Albritton here again. Thank you very much. This ultra wideband 5G only travels about 500-foot radius. We've designed a small cell network that would minimize the number of poles, would use the existing infrastructure of the city using existing light standards. And so when we look for alternatives to a particular facility, we're generally looking within that 500-foot range in either side to the poles of either side of where that particular node would go. If you move too far away, you end up moving another node within the network. So it's a patchwork of small nodes that provide service, and that radius really determines the number of poles that we look at. There's some very obvious reasons why we don't select certain poles because of underground infrastructure or any number. There are only certain poles that will work for us to begin with. So that's how we determine the alternatives that we look at. We try and look at each potentially feasible alternative. And that's why the coverage maps are not really relevant, because we're looking at poles that we think would have similar coverage to the one that we're proposing.
So your assertion is that the alternatives you've offered us represent all feasible?
For providing, yeah, for serving the area that we're trying to serve. Correct. With that particular facility, that's absolutely right. We can't, you can't look at every pole in the city, I guess. That's
okay. No, I understood that it's based upon the objective. And then I have one other question for Director Late on the issue of the screening. And we have looking at screening from trees, but we have apparently deciduous trees. That really does beg a question for me on whether we meant in the extreme, a minimal screening, or did we mean essentially screening throughout the year? Director Lake, can you address that issue?
Yeah, thank you. So there are two. I'm sorry, Mr. Yep, thank you. Okay, so there are two areas where that comes into play. And one is is the resolution that the council adopted establishing the objective standards, and that has to do with the landscape screening. And it reads that a wireless communication facility shall be placed where existing street tree foliage or new street tree or amenity tree foliage within 35 feet of the wireless communication facility provides interruption of direct views of the wireless communication facility. That's one standard. And then there's another standard in our municipal code that under our general applicability standards that requires the facility to be screened from public view. And so what we have, so those are the two standards that we have to go by. And in neither instance does it explicitly state the type of tree. And as we're, hearing this appeal and thinking about our changes forthcoming, that might be an area that we want to add more specificity. Relative to tonight, the council, in its consideration of the appeal, will want to consider those objective standards and whether or not the applicant met them, or if they didn't meet them, you have a couple of options in that regard. One is it would be another exception that would be required if it wasn't already asked for in one of the nodes, or that could be a basis for council denial of the application if the council believes that it did not meet the objective standard for screening.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt, if I may, can I respond very briefly to Mr. Albritton's answer to your question?
Very briefly.
Thank you. What concern that we pointed out in the letter is that unlike many applications, in fact, all the applications I've seen from Verizon, the notion of objective actually isn't well defined here. It simply says downtown University South areas. And the map that you see is not a map of the objective and the extent to which objective is met. The maps that are provided, or the drawings are provided by Verizon, is the coverage that results from the desired locations that they are proposing. So there is no comparison between alternatives or even way of determining which alternatives might be appropriate to meet the objective. The objective isn't defined in any geographic or qualitative sense, which is the general way that this is done to identify a gap and fill that gap. Here, this is being done essentially backwards.
Thank you. So I see that we have council members Stone and Koo who would like to briefly have additional questions. We're now at 10:37 and we need to attempt to move forward with a motion. So Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And because I forgot earlier to disclose contacts here, I did have a meeting, I think last week sometime, with Ms. Fleming, lasted 20 to 30 minutes. I also had a meeting about a month or so ago with Verizon, wasn't on this, on these particular cell towers, but just on cell towers in general within the city. And my discussion with Ms. Fleming didn't involve any, at least to the best of my knowledge, any materials or discussion outside of what the public record is before us. A couple more questions. So regarding the gaps of services, does the Telecommunications Act qualify the level of service wireless carriers are allowed to claim as service gaps, or does it simply require functional service to customers? I guess I can direct that to you, Director Lade, and then if you feel that somebody else is more qualified to answer that, then feel free.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to ask our attorney to chime in on that. Deputy City Attorney Eileen Belair, is that something that you could respond to? And you're on mute.
So I don't believe the statute includes a specific definition of service. So it requires the service. It doesn't give specificity around that. I could look into that further if you'd like. Perhaps Paul Albritton has additional comments to add there.
Audio now unmuted.
Paul Albritton here. Would you like me to respond quickly to that?
Go right ahead.
Can you hear? Yeah, so the standard changed with the 2018 small cell order that Mr. Lake opened his discussion about. The 2018 order says that for small cells, wireless carriers merely need to show that they are densifying their network, enhancing their network, or providing a new service in order to show that denial of those facilities would materially inhibit the provision of personal wireless services. They adopted a new standard from the payphone FCC decision and said that we don't have to meet the significant gap least intrusive means standard that you have for macro cells. So you have two different standards. Also, historically, case law has said that a gap can be in a certain type of service. So when we went from analog phones to digital phones, they agreed that a digital gap was a significant gap. And then that's true also for all the different services, 3G, 4G, 5G, and you clearly have a complete gap in 5G service in Palo Alto. But we don't even need to meet that standard. It's just that we're enhancing our network services by providing a new service. And that's the standard we have to meet under the 2018 FCC small cells order, which was upheld in Portland versus the FCC last year by the Ninth Circuit.
Councilmember Stone, any other questions?
If I may I respond briefly, Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I was going to ask if Mr. Strauss could respond.
Yeah, and if just to clarify ground rules, whether it's the applicant or the appellant, they can't intercede without a request from a council member to do so through the chair. Go right ahead.
Vice Mayor, thank you. So I'd like to point out that the Portland v. FCC case, and in fact no case, has addressed the standard that the FCC purports to establish in the 2018 small cell order for a violation of the Telecommunications Act of 1996. The act did not change in any way. The statutory language didn't change in any way. And for basically at least 20 years now, the Ninth Circuit has been establishing the same significant gap standard, and there's no basis in the statute to change that based on anything that's happened subsequently. Those cases that Mr. Albritton correctly points out that deal with changes from 2G or 3G recognize the actual functional differences in the actual service that you receive with 3G versus 2G, for instance. You can send emails or you can send text messages, for instance. The difference between 4G and 5G is not a functional difference in the actual service you can perform. Perhaps the services may be faster in some instances, but the term 5G is not actually a service that a recipient obtains. It's simply either a level of frequency of the RF emissions, or it's a marketing term. But an individual customer right now is able to do many functional things. And the case law in the Ninth Circuit is quite clear. There's a functional standard. It's a question of, for instance, you look at the case of Sprint v. Palos Verdes, where Sprint asserted they needed to change out all their old antennas because the old system was obsolete. They were required, in fact, Sprint lost that case, because they're required to show that they're in fact obsolete from the standpoint of the service that they were providing, the number of people who would be receiving that service, the quality of that service, the area in terms of geography that would be served by that so-called obsolete equipment.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone, does that complete your questions?
Yeah, that's fine.
Councilmember Koo, do you have a last question or so before we attempt to move on to a motion?
Okay, yes. Actually, I wanted to find out. So at the Channing House location, they already have a couple of antennas there, right? And with this one going up, will there be overlapping I guess, emissions, simply because, and then, so with that, my concern over there is how about everybody that is underneath, workers that work on the poles, tree people, people that's just walking underneath it. I mean, that seems to be quite intense with 3 different antennas out there. Somebody had mentioned earlier, I forget who had said that there was one on the top of Channing House, there's another one somewhere else, and then this new proposed one. So it would seem that there's a lot of overlapping commonalities from these 3 different poles. Can someone talk about that? And then even for the ones that are single with the 3 shrouds with the new design, what happens with underneath, under when people are walking under, or servicing something underneath those locations.
Okay, so just a couple of comments on that. I think the slide deck, if you have a copy to that, slide 12 addresses that RF sort of how that gets dispersed from the antenna, and toward the bottom where pedestrians are walking, there's very little RF exposure, and certainly within the FCC guidelines for that. For folks working in trees, tree trimmers, or doing some work in or around the pole, there is a conditional requirement for signage that meets the standards for providing that notification. And I'm blanking on the exact terminology. It's a condition that we have in our director's approval. And if you want that precise language, we can ask Mr. Sauls to read that into the record for us. And then lastly, on your cumulative RF exposure question, that was an area that was studied and found to not result in a RF exposure, again, in exceedance of the FCC standards. But again, I am not the RF expert, and I would ask if you want further elaboration on that. Lee Afflerbach is here and can speak to that. He's the one who prepared the peer review of that analysis. So if you would like more information on that, I would ask Mr. Afflerbach to speak to that. Is that what you would like, Councilmember?
Yes, please. And then if also Mr. Afflerbach can also, I think one of our fire inspectors had also had concerns in the appellant's letter. So if that can be addressed as well.
Okay, well, I think that was a comment that came from one of our staff members who may not have been as familiar with the technical requirements for RF emissions, but I can ask Mr. Sauls to speak to that after Mr. Afflerbach.
Thank you.
Okay, should I start? Lee Afflerbach.
Please do.
Yeah, first of all, we first of all measured or calculated the exposure for the small cell, the new small cell, the 5G applications. As I said before, the areas where anyone would walk underneath these proposed locations, the radiation level is less than 2% of the FCC maximum. The only place that anyone could get above that level would be to literally climb up 28 feet to the antenna and be 3 feet, 4 feet in front of the antenna to exceed that requirement. So that discussion I had along with the city staff, with the fire department parties, we talked about the potential issue of people trimming trees, and of course, notice has to be provided on the structures themselves, and in cases where work is going to be done, they would have to turn those facilities off during that period. I think there was one other question that was asked, but there are no areas where the cumulative, either from the 3 antennas or the antennas on the roof, are going to exceed the FCC limits in any place that the general public can get to.
Thank you. At this time, I think we need to attempt to move on to a motion.
Vice Mayor Burt, I apologize. I have some information I think would really put to rest the issue of this multiple shrouds. If I may, I would much appreciate just a moment of your time to present this information.
I'm sorry, the procedures require that questions of the applicant or the appellant must be initiated by council members and through the chair. And I tried to make that clear. So at this time, do we have any motions? Perhaps what we can do, if staff can, is place the staff recommendation up on the screen for reference. And then colleagues can determine what motions are appropriate.
Yes, Vice Mayor, I will pull that up.
Jonathan Lay has started screen sharing. Displaying Jonathan Lay's screen. Voiceover off.
Let's see. So that provides options, and then you also had a recommendation.
Yes, the recommendation is the first bullet, which is to deny the appeal and uphold the director's determination with or without modifications. And then the second, another option is to uphold the appeal, denying one or more of the nodes, either based on the procedural grounds of the noticing issue that we discussed, or applicant's failure to comply with the objective standards, or both. And the third option is to continue for redesign or additional information with the agreement with the applicant and an extension to the shot clock.
Thank you. So colleagues, our alternatives are to deny the appeal or to come up with specific grounds to uphold the appeal. Councilmember Coop.
So I would like to move to uphold the appeal uphold the appeal based on both procedural and compliance grounds. And I know that staff wants to talk to us about that.
Well, you would need to state what those grounds are in the motion.
Okay, so in terms of the procedural, that the noticing requirements were not sufficient, especially to certain residents, as well as the ones that are.
Let me just pause. And is the clerk attempting to capture this as part of a motion?
Yes, we are working on it in the background.
Thank you.
Basically, failure of noticing requirements. And for the compliance, it does not meet our objective standards, and the design is not what I understood it to be, what was understood to be.
You need to, okay, yeah, need to frame it in a way that it can be in the motion. So the first is the procedure on the notification.
It was insufficient, yeah. Both procedural noticing requirements, which were insufficient, period. And compliance ground.
Okay, so maybe we should make this as at points A and B. So the first one being based on procedural noticing requirements, and the B being yes. Thank you.
Compliance grounds due to not meeting city's objective standards, objective and design standards.
And City Attorney Stump, does the motion need to state clearly what aspects of the objective standards were not met or design standards?
It will need to do that, yes.
That would be the single shroud.
So is that what you're saying is both the objective and the design standards?
Yes.
Okay. And any other part to your motion?
No, that's it.
And do we have a second?
So I'll second if the maker is open to 2 additions to part B.
Okay.
Sure.
Seconded by Councilmember Stone and modifications.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So specifically the single shroud. I also found specifically the single shroud. The screening is inadequate. And I guess this would probably be more procedural, the next part. But and I'm not sure if this is including it, but procedural noticing requirements were insufficient. Councilmember Koo, did you imply to also meaning that for both as far as lack of notice to residents as well as a misleading notice to residents? Okay, so maybe we can make that clear within part A.
Okay, so I thought insufficient was, but thank you.
Yeah, no, now that I'm reading it, I agree, but maybe just to spell it out a little more. Getting late, so I'm not reading it as well.
Okay. Councilmember Koo, did you want to speak to your motion?
Sorry, before
I'm sorry.
Can we just maybe add procedural noticing requirements which were omitted and misleading to residents? And maybe we can tweak that language a little bit. I'm just trying to make sure it's clear that we're doing it both on 2 kind of separate grounds. 1, an omission of notice to particular residents, and 2, that the actual notice was misleading.
Right, and I'm once we the maker and the seconder have spoken, I'm going to want to turn to the city attorney for any input.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so that completes, it looks like Councilmember Stone's modifications. Councilmember Koo, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think I believe that residents have expectations when these kind of, especially when they're living here, they have expectations to ensure that their quality of life and to know of what is going to come and impact them in one manner or another. So these notices are in place for a reason, and I think people need to know when these kind of impactful matters could come into their lives. And also, I was introduced to a certain design by the applicant himself and expected that. So now there's a change in design, and I think that we need to kind of ensure that it goes through the right channels for vetting. Thank you.
And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I agree with the reasoning that Councilmember Koo just articulated. I also just thought that I think there's just kind of also just too many exceptions here being requested from our objective standards. Yeah, I said early on, the applicant he said that Palo Alto standards are the most stringent in the state, and that we should really be kind of awarding them kind of based on less exceptions than what could have been. And I just don't think that reasoning is right? Like you can't go 35 miles per hour down Middlefield, that's 25 miles per hour, and just claim that Middlefield Road's 25 mile per hour speed limit is too stringent. You have to apply to the standards. Judging by the case law, and I won't go into a full legal analysis here, but I don't think that the I don't think not only the Telecommunications Act or FPC rulings or subsequent case rulings would preclude the city's objective standards here. So for those reasons and the reasons laid out in this motion, that's why I'm supporting the appeal.
Thank you. And so before proceeding to colleagues, City Attorney Stump, do you have any comments?
Just some overall procedural note and suggestion. So if there is a majority of council that's for who are inclined to uphold the appeal and overturn the approval, you will need to issue a set of written findings that document that. Because the shot clock is so far along, we have so little time under federal law to consider these applications. We, as staff, to be responsible, we have done some preliminary drafting in order to support that direction, if that is council's wish to go in that direction. You have the complete published set of findings in support of the initial decision from the director to approve. But we have done some work to prepare because we had to in order to support your discretion tonight. So I think what we would recommend is for council to have some discussion here, and so that we can have a sense of whether a majority of council is going to be supportive of this motion. If that's the case, then we will recommend that you take a 20-minute break so that we can work with you on the detailed written findings that will need to be issued tonight to support that decision. I don't think we need to do that if in fact there is a majority of council that wishes to deny the appeal and uphold the director's findings. So I think it would be helpful to know that before we start taking breaks and looking at detailed technical language, if it's not in fact the direction that council wishes to go. Mr. Mayor, does that make sense as a way to proceed?
It does. And I would just initially like to state that after hearing from colleagues, I may be inclined to separate the ground for denial based upon the single shroud issue, based upon the explanations that were provided by Director Late and others. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Burt. I can certainly provide comments. It certainly also seems like a substitute motion would be in order, and that might achieve some of the same objectives. So I will attempt a substitute motion. And I move the staff recommendation with 2 additional conditions, which would be that the screening is provided by trees that have foliage throughout the year, and that the applicant conducts a additional outreach to residents of the Channing House, including a participation session.
Second.
And I'm sorry, that was Councilmember Philseth, second?
Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack, would you like to speak to your motion or your substitute motion?
I would. This is a difficult topic, and we've spent a great deal of time on it before COVID. I'm sorry, I don't recall exactly when, because that was in the before times. And clearly we have a few areas that we need to make improvements on. I am persuaded by the diligence of our staff in their application of our objective standards over time with great levels of detail and the response to the applicant, to the appellant. And given that, I think with these 2 additional changes, one of which the applicant has indicated a willingness to do, and with Director Late's agreement that going forward, the communications need to be improved, I believe it's appropriate for the city to move forward.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, well, they clearly missed the noticing, and I think that ought to be fixed. And before it could move forward in any case, and whether we deny based on that or whether we approve with requirement of remedy, I could go either way on that. The second one, I don't feel like it's conclusive enough to reject or to uphold the appeal based on the second one. The first one, yes, not the second one.
Sorry, can you clarify what you mean by the second?
Sorry, A is very clear. B, I don't feel like I can deny the. Sorry, I don't feel like I can uphold the appeal based on B. I could on A, and then that either we can uphold the appeal or we can require a remedy, and I could go either way on that. But B, I don't think I can uphold the appeal on that.
Okay, and you understand that part of B is a remedy requirement under your substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other council members speaking to the substitute motion? And I think that the city attorney was looking for a sense of where the council was headed in order to determine whether it would be necessary to for staff to huddle and address the appropriate findings that would need to be accompanying a motion. So I don't think we have a sense of that from colleagues. Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to speak to that? Where you stand?
Councilmember Ku actually has her hand up right now.
Okay, Councilmember Ku, she has the primary motion, but go right ahead, Councilmember Ku.
Actually, I think I left my hand up. Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So on A, I agree. I think we're all we have pretty good consensus on A, because it looks like there wasn't sufficient notice, or maybe clear enough notice. So I think that's good, and I think having so I think the substitute motion is trying to remedy that. It seems like for the second one, is there any so maybe I don't know if someone could explain this.
Can you clarify by second one what you're referring to?
Oh, sorry, B, or I guess the foliage.
Well, we're speaking to the substitute motion primarily, but you can, if you want, you can also reference the primary.
Yeah. So the thing it seems like from what everyone's saying here, maybe I'm missing something, but it seems like there's no way to do a single shroud. Is that right? Technically? I mean, am I missing something here?
Well, we heard Director Late speak to that, and I think the consultant, did you miss that part?
I don't think so, but I just want to clarify that's the understanding.
Okay, Director Late, if you want to speak again to that.
So what we're hearing from our consultant from CTC and from the applicant is that there isn't a design solution for a single shroud covering all three antennas that would not degrade a signal from the node, and so if the council agrees with that, then there wouldn't be any further action. If you disagree with that based on your own substantial evidence to the contrary, then you could deny that aspect of the request. You can deny the node because it doesn't meet your objective standard for a single shroud. But again, I'll note that there is an adjustment provision in your objective, in our objective standards.
Can you clarify what you mean by an adjustment?
Yes, thank you. So we have a standard set forth in our objective criteria, but recognizing, as we did at the time, that 5G technology may not be able to produce a signal as strong under a shroud, the objective standards includes I forget what it's called, a wireless communication facility like design adjustment, I think is the terminology, or something to that effect, where it specifically says an antenna that cannot meet the provide a appropriate signal with shrouding has to meet this other standard, and that other standard is the volumetric standard that each of the three independent antennas were designed to. So in that regard, staff did not see that as a need for an exception. And we talked about that earlier, so I can get into that again if needed.
Thank you. So Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to provide the city attorney an indication of whether you're supportive of the substitute or the primary motion?
Well, I guess one thing is it possible to take off the shroud, the current shroud, and just put another one on? Is that not possible technically? So it only has a single shroud?
Councilmember, I think each antenna right now it has its own individual shroud, and to have a single shroud would degrade the signal. That's what's in the record for your consideration. And if you want to go the single shroud route, then we also then the council would also need to consider an exception, because now it would no longer meet the volumetric criteria.
Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
Okay, but Councilmember Tanaka, our city attorney, has asked to get an indication of whether we
Hey, Pat, if we just vote on the substitute motion, that would show it, right?
We can, yes. And I have a further
thinking of procedure.
Yep, I have a further question for the city attorney. Does the substitute motion trigger any necessity for you huddling on findings?
So we are working on that behind the scenes. There's some of us who support you in your public meetings are not necessarily the subject matter experts on all of these issues. And one question that we have that we're trying to get some feedback on is the tree condition that the motion proposes. So I don't quite have an answer on that yet. And it may be that Mr. Albritton actually, the applicant can let us know. It looks like our staff thinks it's something that is workable.
If I can,
yes.
Molly, so there's at least one node where on Middlefield that we highlighted as being problematic to screen with a tree within the 35 feet. And so it's unclear from the motion if council's seeking a condition beyond 35 feet for a tree, because if the objective is to screen each node on each side of the along the public right of way with a evergreen tree, that would require I guess we would need to understand that.
I'm happy to modify that.
Yeah, Councilmember Cormack.
Certainly. And that where screening is provided by a tree, that it have foliage throughout the year.
Thank you. That's more clear.
That was my interpretation of what you meant to.
Yes, I'm so sorry. That was, yeah.
And I
where
guess
screening is provided by trees, that the trees have foliage throughout the year.
Okay, and for that, I would need to invite Mr. Sauls to join us, because I just need to know if any of the existing trees that we're relying on are deciduous.
I see.
And if so, I'd want to make sure that the council is asking that we potentially remove a mature deciduous tree in favor of an evergreen tree. So, Mr. Sauls, can you?
Well, just a moment. Is that the only choice, or is the other choice to have a location that is screened by a deciduous tree? I mean, a non-deciduous tree.
Well, that would require further analysis of the alternative nodes that have been identified. And if it's not one of those, then that's not before us. So I guess we would need to spend a moment to understand that.
Okay.
I think we need to spend a lot longer than a moment. If we're talking about not these three nodes, we really we have a lot of work to do.
That was certainly not my intention. And if, again, it's quite late now. So if I'm just trying to make this more specific. So for these, is it just two of the applications that have trees screening?
Okay, so again, if you don't mind, Vice Mayor, I'd like to invite our technical expert he's the one who's got the detail on these nodes. So Mr. Sauls, he's a city staff member. Garrett, would you mind? Thank you.
Yeah. So for the applications at hand at node 061, which is at 1221 Middlefield, that one has an existing two existing little leaf linden trees. We condition the project such that one of the smaller stature trees that would need to be removed will be replaced with that same kind of street tree typology, the little leaf linden, where the applicant had proposed a swamp myrtle. The node that is adjacent to Channing House currently has two ash trees that are on either side of the facility that don't require removal at all. And the applicant has identified that those are acceptable in terms of for those trees to remain, or they haven't tried to make an argument that those need to be removed. For the trees that are at node 205, which is adjacent to the address of 853 Middlefield, which is located along Channing Avenue, the deciduous trees in question exist on private property. And our screening that we understand, at least as staff has understood, to be implemented are screening on both sides of the facility in a parallel direction to it within the right of way. And so on one side of it, there's an opportunity for an amenity tree to be placed, which is what the code, the objective standards require, which is that where no existing tree provides screening, an amenity tree or street tree can be provided. And on the other hand, there's a driveway and existing underground utilities that we ourselves have limitations for how close a new tree can be placed, which is typically 10 feet. And then there's another existing street tree there that is beyond 35 feet. I believe, if I remember correctly, it's about 75 feet from the actual proposed location. So in terms of meeting, the screening objective in that, again, right-of-way parallel fashion, it would be beyond that 35-foot threshold, and likely it would be that we wouldn't be able to really fit something in that space that would really kind of, I think, get to what the objective standards is trying to deal with.
Okay, that was super helpful, Mr. Sauls. Let me test my understanding, and then I think I'm going to amend my motion. The linden trees at 061, those are deciduous, right? Those are the ones we have on Cal Ave?
I could take a look at those again.
I think they are. And the ashes on 204 are also deciduous? Okay. Yeah. All right. So the discussion about the Chinese pistache trees, that isn't something that the applicant recommended, or no? Okay, that's my misunderstanding. The
little leaf linden is a deciduous tree. Yeah. Those are what exist there today.
Yeah.
And then let me on the ash trees.
Yeah, the ash trees are deciduous.
Yeah. Okay. Got one in front of my house. Okay. I, with my seconder's approval, and I apologize for this long discursion, but it's hopefully instructive as we think about revising these. delete that portion and just retain the condition that the applicant conduct additional outreach. And if you can just delete the word exception, I'm not quite sure what I said, but including a participation. And is the seconder accept that? Again, apologies for the long discursion. Thank you.
Yep.
Well, thank you. So, Mr. Vice Mayor, with those changes, staff does not need any additional time to support the substitute motion.
Actually, Ms. Dunn, just one clarifying question that just occurred to me, and it has to do with the notice outreach to the Channing House and expectations as to when that is to occur, and if that is to, and I'm mindful of the shot clock. And our need to issue city permits within the next 15 days, unless there is an extension to that. So,
does staff have a recommendation for the time frame?
Well, so I guess we like to give our objective standards currently ask for. Our code actually requires. Actually, that's not true. It says to the extent feasible, I think it should occur before an application's been filed. So it's not required to happen before an application's filed. We're trying to cure that issue. So no, I think that could happen. I guess the question is, you presumably you'd want it to happen before a permit's issued.
So within 10 days?
Well, that seems like an awfully tight schedule. I think the applicant, you'd want to see if the applicant was willing to extend the shot clock period in time for the outreach. Because I mean, they didn't do the outreach, so they're going to have to do it. And if in fact something comes out of it that causes the director to change their mind, then we have to be prepared for that. So whatever time frame it takes to accommodate that is, I think we need to figure out how to make that work. Otherwise, we really do have to deny the appeal, or really do have to uphold the appeal.
So if I may, Director Late, if it's determined that the applicant didn't meet the notification requirements, then how is the shot clock binding on the city?
Well, here again, I guess I'm going to have to ask Ms. Belier to help us respond to that, because I don't know that there's any, the noticing is a local standard that we've imposed to meet our interests for engaging the community. And that doesn't factor into the federal order about the time limits. So I think that's the answer. But I'll look to our legal staff to validate that or correct me.
Carolyn, can you help?
To clarify, the substitute motion is upholding the approval, which is subject to the shot clock. If you choose to deny the entire application, then you are no longer subject to the shot clock. It ends with your denial decision.
And the Vice Mayor's question is, since they violated the community applicant hosted community meeting, the noticing for that, does that somehow affect the shot clock?
It's unrelated to the shot clock. So it is a requirement under our code.
Okay. So
can you just make a suggestion to move us along here?
Yep, thank you. So
okay, so let me continue to control that next steps then, Director Late.
Sure, thank you. So we've got about 15 days left. I guess I would be interested in a 45-day extension to the tolling agreement, or a tolling agreement for 45 days. And that would give time for the community meeting to take place and for the applicant to submit its necessary permits to obtain the public works encroachment permits and pole permits to install the facilities. And if that were agreeable to the council and to the applicant, that confirmation would be needed.
And if the applicant did not agree to the tolling agreement, then the council would have a decision on whether to vote to deny the application based upon not having met the notification criteria.
That would be an option available to the council.
Oh, you broke up there, Director.
Sorry, can you hear me? Okay.
You want to go shut off your, is that mine or yours? I'm not sure. Maybe it's mine.
That would require an investigation. I don't know, but the answer is yes. If applicant were unwilling to extend the shot clock, then council could explore other options on its decision, including consideration of the procedural noticing issue that has been identified.
Okay, in that case, is it appropriate to, at this point in time, check with the applicant on the willingness to extend the tolling agreement?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Would the applicant like to address that?
Paul Albritton here. We appreciate all of your careful consideration. Yes, we would agree to a 45-day extension of the shot clock on the node 204, the one that is next to the Channing House. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. It makes me recognize that we might need to clarify in the substitute motion. It refers to the Channing House, but it doesn't state anything affirmatively on the other two locations. And
would the Vice Mayor like me to amend the motion at this time?
I think so. Yes, please.
All righty. Okay. Uphold the initial director's determination on nodes 061 and 205, comma, extend the tolling agreement for 45 days on node 204 and require that the applicant conduct additional outreach, etc.
Okay. And
does the second, excuse me, I'm so sorry. Did you want to go to the city attorney first or the seconder?
No, seconder first, and then just confirm with city attorney.
I accept that.
Okay. And Ms. Stump, does this all look copacetic?
It does.
Okay. Okay, so I'd just like to speak to the substitute motion and more broadly to the issues that we're facing. I think that there's a frustration on the council that we are not being able to judge these applications based upon the subjective standards that we expect to get in the coming months. And absent that, we're faced with a narrow legal determination and acting in a quasi-judicial manner on whether the case for denial can be made on the basis of the other issues that the appellant raised. And we certainly heard a range of arguments, and it's not an easy call, but I think on the basis of what we've heard from our staff and our consultants, I'm inclined to accept the substitute motion. So at this time, unless we have any other comments, we can vote.
Vice Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh, I didn't see that. Okay, Councilmember Tanaka.
Given that the trees are gone on the substitute motion, I'm still, and I'm sorry, guys, I know it's late, and it's part of the issue probably. I still don't understand why can't we just put a single shroud over this, take off the old shroud and put a single shroud. And so, I mean, for me, that's kind of technically should be very possible. And I just don't understand why we can't do that. And so I think for this one, I'd like to see that in there. And if so, then I would support it.
Director Late, I think that issue had been addressed, but
I know you guys talked about it, but to me it doesn't make sense because this piece of plastic on top of another one. So I don't understand why can't we take off the old one and put a new one on?
Okay, I think it was explained at a level beyond that it was a simple piece of plastic. But Director Late, would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't feel like I've been very successful in articulating that. And I think at this point, I really need to rely on the experts that have the deep technical knowledge on, the transmission. So I'll first would like to invite Mr. Afflerbach to speak again to why a single shroud would not work to cover these three antennas.
Okay.
Or if it would work, explain that as well.
Okay, Mr. Afflerbach.
Yeah, can you hear me there?
Yep.
Okay, good. For two reasons. One, we have a size limitation. The city staff has looked at this, and to put a shroud around the antennas themselves, they stand the three separate antennas, it would exceed your size limitation. The second issue we're dealing with is that this system operates at 28 gigahertz, which is 10 times the frequency of the traditional 4G system. And therefore, there's additional losses in coverage, and that would reduce the coverage on these systems. Remember, we're talking about a system that covers somewhere between a radius of 250 to 400, 500 feet. So it would inhibit the system significantly. Bottom line is you need many more cells.
But wouldn't the thickness of the shell be the same, and so the attenuation should be the same?
Well, we're not talking about putting a cover on these. In other words, they're going directly out of the antennas. There is no covering on top.
So there's no shroud on the current antennas, nothing?
That is correct, yeah. Each antenna has a semi-shrouding, yeah.
Is there any other way to aesthetically make this more pleasing than it would be?
I personally can't think of any, but again, I'm a communications engineer, not an artist.
So again, I think this is an area where we've been trying to continually try to reduce the size of these antennas. If you look at the last several antennas that we've reviewed and that have been approved, they're getting smaller and smaller. But there are different technological limits on the 5G network than there are for the 4G network. And I want to say it's that second point that Mr. Afflerbach spoke to, which is really the limiting factor. The size issue, if the shroud would exceed our volumetric requirements, then the applicant would be eligible to apply for an exception. I mean, the applicant, maybe let me restate that, the applicant would have to have an exception to exceed the design thresholds that are set forth in our code. And that's either addressed this evening by adding if it were determined technically feasible to put the shroud over the three antennas, then you would also need to find that or grant the exception, or you would deny the node saying it doesn't meet our objective standard. But in doing so, if it's not technically feasible to design this antenna to fit within our volumetric requirements, we're effectively prohibiting the service, and that we cannot do. So it's Mr. Offenbach's last point about the technical feasibility that is the issue, really, with the single shroud. And so, Molly, I'm sorry, Ms. Dump, I don't know if it's appropriate or not to engage others in this conversation, but that's, Vice Mayor, I think that's the best that we can do to try to answer that question.
Thank you. All right, if no one else is speaking on this, and I'm sorry, I'm on my participants list, I'm not being able to see the raised hands. So speak up if anyone has that. At this time, we can take the vote.
My hand is up.
I'm sorry, that was referring to council members.
Pardon me, Vice Mayor Byrd, I apologize, but you've asked so many questions of Paul Albritton, who's on the other side of this.
I'm sorry,
Ms.
Fleming.
Have a word.
Ms. Fleming, we have to follow our procedures properly in a hearing.
Mr. Vice Mayor, how can the procedures not allow the appellant's expert to speak?
I will answer that.
Please do.
If a council member has a specific question through the chair of one of the experts, it is allowed. It is not
the council members have asked open-ended questions.
I'm sorry, Ms. Fleming. I'm going to, Ms. Fleming, you have to respect.
Always answers.
Ms. Fleming, I'll have to have you muted. You have to respect the procedures of the hearing, and you don't get to determine them nor judge them.
I get to judge them, Mr. Burt.
Well, you can't judge them. You cannot overrule them. So we will proceed at this time, and unless any council members have any other questions.
I have another question, actually. Can we bring up the slide 5? It's a picture of one of the nodes. Or can we get a blow up of the picture again?
Yep, just give me a moment here. I'll hold that up for you. Okay, you said slide 5?
Yeah, or 6, I guess. Can you zoom in on that? Oh, sorry, can you zoom in on this thing? No, is that as big as it gets?
Does that work for you? Are you seeing it zoomed in?
Yeah, okay. So instead of being solid, it has this like little gaps between the antennas, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why can't we just fill the gaps? And let's say we don't put a shroud around, but they just fill in the gaps. So it's solid. So it doesn't block antenna.
Yep. So I don't believe that's something that we considered, council member, and I feel like that's something that we would need to ask, the applicant to see.
Okay, can we ask applicant
if that's feasible?
Yeah, I could answer that question. There's a 15-inch diameter limitation for shrouds. We can't put 3 antennas in there. So the other thing too is it clearly states WCF design quality. Antennas and/or equipment at the top of the pole shall be covered by a single integrated shroud and antenna skirt designed without gaps between materials. If we have a single integrated shroud, we cannot have any shrouding in front of the antennas.
Oh no, not in front. I'm saying
on the sides, holes and gaps.
Sorry, in between. So nothing covering the antenna.
Right, that design right there with the 3 antennas is larger than the 15-inch diameter that's allowed in WCF antenna and shroud dimensions.
Okay, so sorry, I'm just gonna. It's hard for me to see what's going on here. So if I'm understanding what the applicant representative is saying, is that the additional screening that you're looking for between the antennas would increase the volumetric calculations and therefore not comply with the objective standard.
I see. Okay.
The 15-inch diameter limitation. If the three in there, like Councilperson Tanaka is suggesting.
I see. Okay, I understand.
Right, but if we utilize all three inside a singular integrated shroud, we'd have to have holes in the shroud, or otherwise known as gaps, which the WCF design quality doesn't allow. It doesn't allow for gaps between material. It's like we imagine squares inside of a circle, right? The shroud is going to be cylindrical in shape, and our antennas are squared up. They're rectangles inside there. If we put squares inside circles, there's going to be an arch portion in front of the antenna that needs to be cut out. We're not allowed to have gaps in the shroud. That because of that, it says if we have to design it without gaps between materials, we can't, because the signal can't propagate through there. Therefore, the WCF equipment adjustment kicks in, which says equipment that cannot propagate an adequate signal within the shrouding required by the standard design, which means you can't have gaps, can be attached to the street light pole at a height of 2 feet below the light mast or higher. Each instance of such equipment shall not exceed 0.85 cubic feet, which we don't, nor shall the total volume of such equipment at any shrouding exceed 2.6 cubic feet per street light pole, and we're at 2.55. That's why we have this design here.
Councilmember Tanaka, does that address your question?
I understand. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I think it's time for us to move to a vote. I'll begin with Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I went out. Councilmember Koo next. Sorry.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
No.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. So that concludes this item. And we are going to need to return to item number 6. We've now gone 5.5 hours without a break. Why don't we at least take a 5-minute break?
11:41 on. Stopwatch button.
So we'll come back at 11:50. Jessica, can we pick up where we left off with?
I was going to have Danny put up the most recent motion, the most current motion that's on the floor for item 6.
And okay, and I found the right button under panelists. I'm sorry.
Oh, good. No problem.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we'd like to reconvene the council meeting, and we're returning to item number 6, that is titled rescinding or continuing of local emergency, semicolon, reopening downtown streets. And where we left off, we had a motion that we were discussing, and if I recall correctly, we were looking at the amendment to the motion, which was to add a part F, which is directing staff to include in its work plan for streetscape design to pursue design expertise from the local AIA chapter or others, and to include an evaluation of potential sites for permanent stages in the Cal Ave and potentially other areas such as downtown, is the way it reads. I don't know whether we need to refine the language or it's adequate there. So at this time, I see Councilmember Philseth, followed by Councilmember Cormack. Did you wish to speak?
Me?
Yes. Do you have your hand up, or is that?
Yeah. Yes, please. I want to speak to the amendment.
Okay, go right ahead.
So I've got some concerns about the amendment. I think with A through E, I'm comfortable. I think there's enough demand and enough interest in the community for outdoor dining in the 2 downtown areas that I think we need a strategy for it. You know, there's the pandemic, but it sort of revives a debate that was going on for a number of years before the pandemic hit, which is, what do we need a refresh on some of these to support this? And it's clear there's a lot of community interest in outdoor dining, but I think, I don't understand the long-term strategy for it. Is the street going to be closed? Is it going to be open? Is it going to be a seasonal thing? Is it going to be on weekends? Are we going to figure out a way that there's enough space to have both traffic and outdoor dining or not, and so forth? And I think there's a lot of decisions like that that we need to make first. And so I think it's premature to sort of hire, architectural designers to design it until we've converged on what it is that we want them to design. And I also worry that this is kind of staff's job to figure this stuff out and lead. And I sort of worry that, we're sort of trying, it feels like we're taking it over as council. And I think that actually we need to be pushing staff to come up with, what's the staff recommendation for the long-term outdoor dining strategy. Now, slide 16, which I saw, looks like, no feasible solutions, but maybe that's not right. I think there may be longer term stuff, and if the city manager wants to weigh in on this, that might be appropriate too. But I think it's premature to go around getting architectural designers until we give them direction on and agree as a council on what direction we want that to go in.
Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
I was just going to suggest that we take the California Avenue part and put it up in the first clause, because it wasn't just about the performance stages. I think when we left this off, we were talking about narrowing this to try to have it align with what staff is already working on, which is downtown.
Okay.
So for a streetscape design in California Avenue. On California Avenue. Again, so sorry, but this late at night. Not good with words. And then we can delete it later on because then it sort of captures it. And I certainly appreciate Councilmember Filseth's concerns. I think we were starting to hear a little bit more from City Manager Shikata. Certainly open to suggestions about how we're going to change the strategy, but I do think it's a bit of a chicken and egg. And I think if we get some creative ideas, that will help us envision, what our options are.
And okay, and Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. I just want to say that, this is the business community, and their businesses are their livelihoods. And I don't want to play design through the local AIA. And I'm sure it's great, but it's not the bridge. It's not a fountain. It's their businesses. And so I really think that this is something that should be coming through a process that is thought out. And this is another reason why, staff needs to be involved and go through the steps, engaging with a lot of the business community members, as well as, the community at large itself, the residents, and, at some point have that economic development person involved also. But for the design of these areas, I really have to say, I have concerns about having a local AIA chapter or others to come in to do this. It just is concerning when there's a business involved, when there are businesses involved. So that's just my concerns. Thank you.
So I'll just add that it was not the intention that whatever kind of design charrette would be done excluding engagement with the business community. I will make a note that when we did the California Avenue streetscape, oddly, even though subsequently we had virtually unanimous support from both the businesses there and the property owners there, prior to the council moving forward, we had very strong opposition from those same folks. And it was odd because the city invested in what was a very significant improvement that had a great deal of public engagement. So I do agree that the business community and the community at large should be part of whatever design process we have, led by creative architects. But I also wouldn't want to leave it to the business community to do that design. I think we need their participation in a creative process. So that's my thinking on that. So I think if we're ready, we can vote on the amendment and then return to the main motion. So let's begin with Councilmember Filseth.
No.
Councilmember Koo.
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And we up to me now? Oh, okay.
No,
sorry.
I'm not sure what order you're going
I vote yes, and then Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Okay. So then that passes on a 4-2, and we return to the main motion. Do we have any additional discussion on the main motion? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I was wondering if the maker and the seconder would be amenable to adding language to C. I guess it could be placed at the end, and direct staff to reroute pedestrians onto the sidewalk on University Avenue.
It's okay with me.
Yeah, that's fine with me. In fact, I think, maybe longer term we think about widening the sidewalks perhaps, but yeah, no, I would agree with that.
Great, thank you.
Great. Okay, so we're ready to vote on the,
actually,
Councilmember Tanaka, did you have something else?
Yeah, actually, I wanted to, I didn't have this done earlier. Actually, can I share my screen?
Okay. As long as it's to the motion.
It is. I didn't have this fully done before, but I have it done now. And just in regards to the data collection item, this is a real quick job. So I'm not saying that it's 100% accurate. I'm hoping that staff could do a much better job later on. But so if you look at the restaurants and retail for the open and closed portion, right? So there's it's kind of like a 2x2 matrix. And then we look at my tiny little sample that we were able to get. So in terms of the open portion, it's like a -10 and positive 3.4. So it's net 6.9 overall. And then for California Avenue, there are no negatives. So it's the same. So this is kind of where I'm coming from. And so one reason why I supported Councilmember Cruz's motion on this is because from just the small data sample that we collected since Saturday, which is super small, it's only like, I don't know, a dozen or so retailers point of sales data. It looks like overall, if you just extrapolate the numbers from what we have, extrapolate out across the downtown area for university, it looks like it would be net negative overall. And so, I personally like the pedestrian mall, and I think it's been a really big, very popular among our residents. But I think we want to optimize for business activity there. And so I'm hoping that as staff collects the data, that these numbers actually improve. I don't know if they will, but I hope they will. But I think this would help guide our decisions in terms of what we're going to be doing in terms of which street stays open, which street stays closed, and how we do it. Because I like to have a much more data-driven process. And so, I look forward when this comes back. And I think, having this come back to us in September should give us enough time to collect some data to see what are the numbers for real, right? Because this is a super small sample set. And so, and I'm hoping that this number is not looking like it is like it is now. I'm hoping that I hope people come back to work. I hope, people come out to dine and shop. But this is what it looks like right now with the dozen or so point of sales data that we collected on Saturday. So this is kind of like the main motivation behind supporting Councilmember Cruz's motion on this. And so, but if this trend holds, right, then probably, it makes sense to keep California Avenue closed, but it makes sense to keep or to open up University Avenue if you want to optimize for business activity. But Ramona, which is why I supported the Vice Mayor's amendment, probably makes sense to keep that the way it is, at least from the small data sample that we have, which is only 2. So it's very small in that street segment. But anyways, this is kind of the analysis that I'm hoping that staff can do so that when we come back to us on council, we're looking at, how to make this a vibrant, productive area, right? It's something that everyone wants to come to.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Apple, you wish to speak?
Yes, sorry, I wanted to hit can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I just wanted to point out that some of the most recent work that I did was with the open versus closed businesses on ground floor in University and the California Avenue District. But more specifically, I wanted to talk about the collection of sales data and what that actually kind of will translate to in terms of staff time. Are we thinking a census data? Are we talking about just, kind of asking people to respond?
Yeah. So my understanding from what Council Member Tanaka spoke about was to just do an inquiry of self-reporting from those retail businesses of the percentage change in their gross revenue. Is that correct, Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I mean that's what we did, right? So we just did reach out.
That's
I think we just did so the
yeah.
last couple of days, and so I
Straightforward.
don't think we want to kill ourselves on it, but I mean we can do better than what we did here for sure.
No, but I just want to be clear. So that's what you were talking about, correct?
Correct. So just a
Okay.
self-reporting. I mean, we could do something much more, but I think this is the
No,
minimum.
we're just talking about, I just want to be clear, we don't need to go sideways. It's self-reporting of gross sales data impacted by the pandemic period.
Yeah, we asked for year over year, so that way we could tell what it was before.
Year over year. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Council member, now we're back. Council member Philsett.
Yeah, just to clarify that one a little bit, make sure I understand what you're asking for. I mean, there's a lot of different data and willing businesses and so forth you could imagine possibly collecting. Specifically, you're interested in staff finding out the question, is there a significant difference in between streets that were closed and not closed? Has that made a significant difference on how fast retail and restaurants bounced back? That's the data you're really looking for, right? And you want data to answer that question?
Correct. And that's what we did on our own, was reach.
Right, I understand, but I mean, you can imagine collecting lots of data from lots of people of all kinds of different stuff, but you're really focused on answering that question. Did closing the streets make an impact on recovery rate of business?
Was it a net positive or net negative? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Right.
Yes, we understand. Yes. That's what Council member. Okay, so I think we're clear on
so
that.
As long as staff understands that, that's great.
Okay, Council member Cormac.
Yeah, I'll just say I don't know how helpful that's going to be, and the reason why, and I don't want anyone to do this, is that I think we would need to slot it by industry, right? And subset of restaurants. A restaurant is not a restaurant. What? No, it's true, right? Whether it's an expense account restaurant or one that people here use, or whether it's a breakfast or whatever, that would totally matter, and that would not be captured in what you're asking for.
Well, and I don't think there's any intent to get that granular in subsets.
That's why I'm saying I don't think it's going to be very helpful, because so.
Okay, City Manager Takata.
Sure, and let me just perhaps insert a bit of practicality to this effort. First off, we did a survey, as Kara pointed out, of businesses. Part of the, again, practicalities on responses is that information cities or the businesses provide to the city are public record. And as such, all of our records on year-over-year sales data will be available for any member of the public that chooses to ask us for it. Given that, and since we disclose that to the businesses that are reporting to us, the response rate is virtually zero. And we can fully understand that. So I would also like to speak to just managing expectations on a number of the items here, including, quite frankly, the involvement of AIA and other bodies, not the least of which we haven't mentioned the ARB, which I know in prior discussions we've suggested in having involved as well. I would like staff to have the opportunity to come back with recommendations on how to structure that. Really agree that we have extraordinary talent in our community, willing to dedicate their talent and their expertise, but that may be different from expecting deliverables from those individuals. So I believe staff can put together a structure that would allow us to be able to leverage that, and also recognize that, again, expectations on the level of effort that staff's put to these individual pieces may be subject to different perspectives on what's adequate. And quite frankly, that would also include directing pedestrians to use sidewalks. We could do that with signage. At the same time, I can tell you some folks will not find that adequate. So we will do our best without, as the comment was made, killing ourselves, because you could quite easily see something of a never-ending effort to wrestle some of these things to the ground. Thank you.
Okay, so I am comfortable with those clarifications, and on, even though we've already voted on F, if we need to modify that to have staff return with a process recommendation that would pursue pro bono design expertise, such as from AIA, RARB, or others. And Councilmember Cormack, is that acceptable?
Yes.
And that would replace up earlier where we said to pursue design expertise from local AIA chapter or others. So let's see, so how is that now worded? Let's see, we still have still a clause with AIA in the second line. Okay, great. Does that seem reasonable?
I think we lost HRB
Okay.
somehow.
Such AIA, comma, HRB, or others?
Or any other TLA. No, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, quite frankly, I didn't intend to say we were returning with a process. I said I thought we could come up with a process, but that's it. I know we need to come back to you with recommendations on a consultant anyway. So we'll incorporate that as a part of what we're doing.
Okay, great. Ms. Nozay, did you have something to add?
Apologies, and hopefully not to belabor a point. I just want to remind the council that we did provide sales tax data, which would be what that gross sales number is that I think we're talking about. It might not be gross revenue, but it would be gross revenue that's subject to sales and use taxes. And so that's what was on slide 20. And staff had done a cut of 6 months just because that was the most current data that we had. But I'm not quite sure what's different between that, which is the actual reported data, to
well, then maybe the difference is location. What was being tried, and maybe that is something that you could parse the current data that you have, and we're looking at what was the impact on closed streets versus not closed streets. So maybe that is a simplified way to provide this information, is just parse it geographically.
So staff could absolutely look at something like that, but do know that we will have to redact or aggregate things, because once we hit certain granularity, we legally are not allowed to provide that. So likely what you could do is open street versus closed street. We would unlikely be able to aggregate it or disaggregate that further by retail versus restaurant.
So then, Councilmember Tanaka, if we modify this E to state for staff to provide available data, attempting to distinguish impacts on closed streets versus non-closed streets.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I did. I didn't expose any of the 12 point of sales data I got, right? So we just aggregated it, and we aggregated it to the open streets and closed streets. And we also did it by retail versus restaurant. So I'm not quite sure why we can't aggregate it by retail versus restaurant.
Again, it has to do with the quantity of either retail firms or establishments versus restaurant establishments within or not within, frankly, those borders. And we have to meet certain thresholds, frankly, based on law.
Okay, so to the best of your legal ability, I suspect that we probably do have a large enough data set that we could provide that, not at individual locations, but
I can't remember the exact regulations, but it's something like you must have more than 3 firms and no firm maybe more than 50% or something like that. So I need to look at what those are.
Yeah, if we just add to this to the extent allowed legally.
Yeah, I think the only other thing, so I think if we have the tax data, that's good. The only problem with the tax data is that, and I did look at the tax data as well, but it's kind of like there's a long lag to it. And in September, I would like us to actually have something more current. So the way we got businesses to give us the data was, most of them gave us year-over-year percentages. So most retailers, restaurants, they look at what's called comps, right? Comparables. And they have, most people know this on top of their head, actually. They think about it every single day. So So that's what people were willing to share. We didn't actually get physical, like we sold $10,000 say that this day. It wasn't like that. It was like we got this percentage, and most businesses are willing to share that. So I think if you ask for that, and then the other thing is you could set up a escrow anonymous service, right? That's the other way of doing that.
Yeah, let's not overcomplicate it.
This is probably a dumb question, but why don't you guys just ask staff what you really want to know, which is ask them to take a shot at estimating the impact of closed streets versus open streets on retail and restaurant businesses.
And let them figure out how to do it. Yes, that's what we want.
And let them figure out how to do it instead of telling them how to do it.
I'm okay with that too.
Okay, so let's capture that in the language. So to, rather than provide available data, to provide analysis to the extent the available data allows. Does that sound correct?
And I guess all I would say is just remember what Ed our city manager has told the council, what one may find sufficient, the other may not. So staff will do their best based on what we have. But given the innumerable number of factors that have occurred that are impacting the data, there will be tons of caveats.
Okay. All right. So let's proceed with.
Actually, I just have one last, Vice Mayor, one last thing, which is, I mean, if my analysis is correct so far, which I actually hope it's not, but it looks like it is, and we do go to opening university, I would say one thing, if staff could come back and think about the plan of how that would look like, but still having parklets and wider sidewalks, maybe trying to minimize the driving, the drive lane, so we can preserve as much of what we have with the closed street as we can. I think that's something to think about, because I think it'd be good to have a plan when it comes back to us.
I think it's a good point. I think that was implicit, and maybe we should, for a moment, calibrate what staff would be thinking if we, how much, what was staff thinking if we now are looking at keeping university open until September 30th, and then what would happen beyond that, and how would we have develop this design for parklets? Is there, Mr. Shikata, was there an anticipation of how that would occur?
Well, I think it hopefully is fair to say, and speaking for staff, not having really fleshed this out, that quite frankly, we didn't know where the council was going tonight. And so we do not at this point have a plan. But based on this direction, I think staff can put our heads together on coming up with what that intermediate condition could look like.
Good, and it certainly gives you a lot more time than trying to figure out whether you do that or not by July 7th.
We weren't doing anything else. True.
Right, but
yes.
I'm assuming that we weren't going to eliminate all parklets come July 7th. And so I don't know what the plan was.
Can I respond?
Sure.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So with the parklet program, that program has been extended through other actions the council has taken that are not the action that we're discussing right now, at least. So that would be letter B, which is facilitating the continuation of the pilot parklet program, as well as other encroachment permits, even just sidewalk dining and other encroachment permits that have been issued. So those will continue, and the parklet program is actually extended to December of this year. So that is the timeframe to develop permanent standards in coordination with ARB and coming back to council to propose what those permanent standards would be, and then transition those businesses who want to take advantage of the new program to that program. That would not necessarily be the closure of the street that has been a subject of this evening's discussion. So those two projects would run parallel. The development of the parklet would be a near-term solution, whereas Mr. Eggleston suggested with the development of the long-range plan for downtown and Cal Ave, that would be a longer time horizon.
But is it your understanding that we would have in place the ability for those restaurants to continue with parklets once we reopen the street?
Not to presuppose council's will on the permanent parklet program, but if council did approve such a program, then that would be available.
Okay, and that I just want to make sure that the way this is set up, there wouldn't be a gap from the street reopening and these restaurants suddenly don't have parklets.
That's correct. Even if the council had decided to open the streets today, the parklet program would still continue.
At least in its temporary form, yes.
Exactly.
The couple of additional variables that the council has suggested it's headed toward are widened sidewalks, which would really not be possible in any fashion that I could conceive on an interim basis. And the other being the directing the pedestrians to the sidewalks themselves. And so those are elements that staff will need to look at how best to accomplish. And again, in the context of a scenario in which October 1st, that the street is reopened.
And there's nothing in the motion about the widening sidewalks.
Understood.
Okay. So Councilmember Koo, did you have something before we vote?
The parklets is going to be going until December 30th, right? This 31st.
Yeah, that was what was just
Right.
clarified.
Okay,
I just
thank
want to
you.
make sure there wasn't going to be a gap.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, let's start with Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yes.
The vote, yes. Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Then that passes unanimously, and that concludes item number 6. And we can now go to council member comments, questions, or announcements. Does anyone have anything since last night? Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Just a quick clarification question then on the process for if we need to call a special meeting to discuss the eviction moratorium. What's the process for that?
My understanding from the discussion earlier is it would we would hear on the legislature's action within, I think, a week or so. Is that what we anticipated? And that would inform whether we would want to consider a special meeting. I don't know, Ms. Stump, whether that was, you were listening to the consultant well enough?
Right. I think that that's the most streamlined way to deal with this, because the state very well may take care of the problem or may take the set of policy issues completely out of our hands, or both. So what the council's, it's municipal code actually says that during your break, either the mayor or a majority of council may call a special meeting. So presumably the easiest thing then would be for the mayor to go ahead and initiate that if the state does not act. And then they'll try to bring enough of you together. You need at least four to be present to meet, and you would need a supermajority of 4/5 of those present to adopt an urgency ordinance on an eviction moratorium.
And from what we've heard tonight, we think it's unlikely that we will need that meeting.
Yes. Let's cross our fingers.
Good enough? Okay. So I see no other council member questions or comments. And on that note, I'd like to close the meeting in honor of a really wonderful city staff member, Talanoa Tuifua, who I will say was just really a wonderful, warm person, embraced by everyone who knew her and her colleagues, and who was really very fond of her Pacific Islander heritage and very attached to it. And I'm sure that she has many caring family members and friends for her. So on that note, our meeting is adjourned.